Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to our January 11th board business meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and those who are watching this meeting via live stream. Now let us begin by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll to recognize board members and establish that we have a quorum. Mr. Said?
Hello, everyone. Sammy Said, student member of the board, and I am super excited to be here today.
Good afternoon, Shebra Evans, District 4. I'm happy to be sitting next to Mr. Said. Good to see everyone.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. Lynn Harris, I use she, her pronouns, and Ms. Evans has the best seat in the house, right there next to this mop.
Good afternoon, everyone. Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy New Year. Buenas tardes. Grace Rivera Oven, representing District 1.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 4, District 3. It's the first meeting of 2024, so here I wish all of you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
And I'm Carla Sylvester, President of the Board. Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the revised agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay, and now we have our Human Resources Monthly Report. Can I get a motion to move the report?
Move approval.
Second.
Did I do it right?
That was mine for this one.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Dr. McKnight, you have some resolutions?
Yes. Thank you and Happy New Year to everyone. We do have one death resolution that I will share. The death on October 22nd, 2023 of Mrs. Teresa J. Boyd, special education resource teacher at Richard Montgomery High School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 37-plus years Mrs. Boyd worked for MCPS, she believed that every student could learn and master a challenging curriculum with the appropriate accommodations. She always provided opportunities for students to receive individualized support. Mrs. Boyd made it a priority to contribute to an enjoyable learning environment for her students. Mrs. Boyd was committed to the growth and success of all of her students. During distance learning, Mrs. Boyd continued to collaborate with her colleagues and maintain regular communication with her students and families. She also incorporated the use of new technology skills to better serve her students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education, Superintendent of Schools, express our sorrow at the death of Mrs. Boyd and extend deepest sympathy to her family.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present.
Also, real quick, I just want to say a word about that, actually. Mrs. Boyd, I knew her. She went to my school. She was also one of the coordinators for the Minority Scholars Program at Richard Montgomery High School. I knew her, and she was fantastic. Everyone in that organization always said how supportive she was and how much she cared about her students and really cared about especially disadvantaged students at Richard Montgomery High School. And so, you know, I heard that news and it really did. It really hurt, but she was just fantastic and she really helped our community at Richard Montgomery. So I just want to express that, you know, to everyone that she was fantastic, and it's deeply saddening to know that she's passed.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Mr. Said, for that as well. And I do have a number of recognitions also in item 4 that I will share. The first recognition is recognition of National School Counseling Week. National School Counseling Week 2024, with the theme School Counseling, Standards-Based, Student-Focused, will be celebrated February 5th through the 9th, 2024, to focus public attention on the unique contributions professional school counselors make in helping students achieve academic and social-emotional success, plan for a career, and become ready for college. National School Counseling Week highlights the school counseling program as an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school. National Counseling Week highlights the tremendous impact school counselors have in helping students achieve success in school by encouraging students to pursue challenging academic courses to prepare them for college and careers. Professional school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. Professional school counselors help parents, caregivers focus on ways to further personal and social growth of their students by helping them explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves. Professional school counselors provide culturally responsive services to students, parents, caregivers, school staff, and community. The celebration of National School Counseling Week will increase awareness of the important and necessary role professional school counselors play in the lives of students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education hereby recognizes National School Counseling Week 2024 in Montgomery County Public Schools and recommend observance in all of our school communities.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present.
Thank you. The next acknowledgement is a recognition of African American History Month. Whereas African American history and achievements have been celebrated and acknowledged in the United States since 1926, when Dr. Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History created Negro History Week. President Gerald F. Ford officially declared Black History Month a national observance in 1976. Montgomery County's history includes a legacy of the enslavement of African Americans, who later created 40 self-sustaining communities after receiving freedom. Montgomery County's African American population is reflective of people throughout the African diaspora. African Americans continue to fight for civil rights and social justice within Montgomery County and the United States. Montgomery County, the United States, and the world at large have benefited from the achievements of African Americans. MCPS is committed to including the history, experiences, and perspectives of African Americans in Montgomery County and the United States and its curricula in a way that considers their struggles, contributions, self-perseverance. MCPS is committed to developing and sustaining positive relationships with African American community members to develop its understanding of local African American history to inform its curriculum development. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby declare the month of February 2024 to be African American History Month in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present.
Thank you. The next recognition is recognition of Career and Technical Education Month. Montgomery County Public Schools and national education organizations have proclaimed February 2024 as Career and Technical Education Month. Profound economic and technological changes in our society rapidly are reflected in the structure and nature of work, thereby placing new and additional responsibilities on our educational system. Career and technical education programs are innovative and vital components of the educational system in MCPS, which is committed to providing students with rewarding opportunities to learn valuable career, academic problem-solving, and life skills. Career and technical education programs in MCPS are aligned with domestic and international business and industry partners' practices to ensure students are equipped with the communication, global awareness, time management, team building, and leadership skills required for lifelong career success. Career and technical education programs in MCPS continually are providing students with opportunities to gain invaluable hands-on experience through job shadowing, internships, apprenticeships, dual credit, and/or site-based work experiences. Career and technical education programs in MCPS have operated with a strong commitment to preparing students for post-secondary success by providing opportunities to earn industry certifications, explore individual career options, and earn college credit. The ever-increasing cooperative business partnerships and program advisory committees of career and technical educations and business industry professional support and enhance the preparation of our graduates for career fields forecast to experience substantial and rapid growth in the next decade. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and Superintendent of Schools hereby declare February 2024 be observed as Career and Technical Education Month in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present.
Thank you. And our final recognition is recognition of Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. The National Resource Center on Domestic Violence has designated the month of February 2024 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month to raise community awareness about teen dating violence. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention research shows that nearly 1 in 12 high school students in the U.S. reported experiencing physical or sexual dating violence over the course of a 1-year period, with female and LGBTQ+ youth facing the highest rates. High school students who experience physical violence in a dating relationship are more likely to use drugs and alcohol, are at greater risk of suicide, and are much more likely to carry patterns of abuse into future relationships. The establishment of Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month will raise awareness, community awareness, and provide training to benefit staff, students, their families, schools, and communities, regardless of socioeconomic status, gender, sexual orientation, or ethnicity. MCPS is committed to supporting programs that are proven to help preteens and teens develop safe and healthy relationships by learning how to recognize the signs of dating violence, understand what makes a healthy relationship, and expect a culture of dignity and safety as the norm. MCPS, in partnership with Montgomery County Council, the Montgomery County Family Justice Center Foundation, and other local agencies, educates students and families about teen dating violence and its harmful effects by promoting prevention through Choose Respect Montgomery, Respect Fest, the Public Service Announcement Contest, and its hashtag Respect Yourselfie 2024 social media efforts. And now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month and support the Choose Respect Montgomery Respect Fest to be held on April 7th, 2024 through continued education and health classes, promotion of the Public Service Announcement Contest, and the annual Respect Fest to work toward ending teen dating violence by empowering young people to develop healthy relationships, assist students and families in assessing information and resources, and engage in discussions with family members and peers to promote awareness and prevention of teen dating violence.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present.
Thank you. That concludes our recognitions.
Good. We are now moving on to agenda item number 5, public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the proper bounds of etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 17 people who have signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 3 people signed up to provide video testimony. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on Board Docs, where they are posted with other materials for this meeting. I will call up our first 3 speakers. Please remember to stay within your 2-minute time frame. Samantha Ross, please come forward. Mitu Besemale Tegeneme and Gauri Veyanur. Samantha, you may begin.
Good afternoon and buenas tardes, Dr. McKnight and members of the board. My name is Sam Ross and I'm a junior at Montgomery Blair High School. Happy to be joined here by my principal and administrators. I'm also running for 47th student member of the board, and today I would like to discuss our English language learners. Tonight we will hear the plan to improve outcomes for our ELLs, but we must consider their entire experiences. On most days during lunch, you can find me in my counselor's office. My counselor mostly serves English language learners and MET students. My conversations with them about sorting out schedules and algebra homework have taught me more about my classmates learning English than any other time in school. I've seen the areas of the plan I would like to focus on: diversity of languages, the importance of valuing the entire student experience, and bridging the gaps in the school community. First, while many English language learners in MCPS are Spanish-speaking, I come from South Silver Spring, where a large portion of English language learners speak Amharic, Tigrinya, and Oromo. Many of these students I've spoken with have felt devalued in their experiences because little acknowledgement is given to them in our conversations about them and the resources available. We must support them and encourage expansion of resources for them. Second, the key to providing a high-quality education is considering the whole student experience, especially with English language learners who often have unique boundaries to their engagement in school. Parents are underinformed, students are lost in their classes, and many are left unsupported because of business as usual. We must have a culture shift in MCPS for all teachers and administrators to acknowledge their role as English teachers in our community. And lastly, I've always attended schools with many English language learners, but it was not until last year that I was really able to engage with them. We should be encouraging English conversation clubs and other things in that vein, which encourage the entire school community to come together and bridge the gaps. It is imperative that we take this time to acknowledge the struggles that English language learners face and commit to supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitu, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Education members and Dr. McKnight. My name is Mitu Tegan. I'm a junior at Sherwood High School and a candidate for the 47th MCPS MOP. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today and speak to you all. It's no big secret that we live in an imperfect world. Over the past year, numerous schools faced bomb threats and/or discovered guns on campus. Montgomery County's reaction to these incidences was to cancel school or tell students to go home. But what happens when they can't go home? What reassurance can we provide to parents whose children confront such dangers? How do we address the immediate threat? While hiding may appear as a temporary solution, it's crucial to recognize the alternative approaches to school safety. When going over our safety drills and procedures, I asked my teacher, what should I do if I'm stuck in the hallways during a school shooting? My teacher's response was, I guess just hope for the best. You can imagine my disappointment with this response. In direct conversations with middle and high school students, I posed the fundamental question that brings me before you today. If you were in a life-threatening situation at school, would you know how to get out safely? The unanimous response was a resounding no. This is a wake-up call telling us that we can no longer afford to live in denial. And it is MCPS's responsibility to ensure students are safe. I propose a comprehensive solution: the implementation of self-defense training for both students and faculty. By incorporating self-defense, our curriculum, and initiating discussions on how to respond to potential dangers, we can empower students with the skills necessary to navigate dangerous situations proficiently. Additionally, I propose the establishment of a robust threat assessment task force. I also emphasize the importance of regular updates to our safety drills. Ensuring that they are current and relevant is vital to enhancing our overall preparedness and response capabilities. Please perceive my remarks not as complaints, but as an indication that we can improve MCPS. Thank you for your time.
Gauri?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaudi Velanor. I am a junior at Northwest High School. Today I'll be focusing on the importance of having electric buses in Montgomery County Public Schools. The Environmental Protection Agency's Clean School Bus Program offers a perfect opportunity for our Board of Education to further implement electric buses in our schools. Recently, according to NPR, MCPS has received $5 million to augment our electric fleet. This is incredibly ahead of other schools districts in our country on fleet electrification. Other systems consist of only 1 to 100 electric buses, while MCPS has hundreds. This amazing achievement proves how important electric buses are to our county. Now, more than ever, we are extremely close to achieving our goal of a full electric fleet in all MCPS schools. The exhaust from these fuel buses is harmful to human health, especially for youngsters who breathe quicker than adults and have not yet completely formed lungs. The EPA's Clean School Bus program subsidies the replacement of current school buses with cleaner buses, resulting in improved air quality on the bus, in bus loading areas, and across the communities where they run. So what can the Board of Education do to reach their goal? The EPA intends to grant at least $500 million through this rebate competition, with the possibility of increasing this value dependent on the number of applications received and other criteria. Applications must be submitted online by 4 p.m. Eastern Time on January 31st, 2024. MCPS applying for another grant from the EPA would result in further implementing electric buses. The entire future and present generation of MCPS are relying on a clean and safe Earth. We are so close to our goal. Let's not give up just yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If we could get our next three speakers to please come forward. Jaya Sauter, Christine Handy, and Nathalie Bordereau. Jaya, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaya Sauter. I'm an 11th grader at Thomas S. Wooten High School, and I'm here today to speak about the lack of funding and awareness for music education in MCPS. I am also here as a co-director of a student-run youth organization, A Helping Horn. A Helping Horn's mission is to increase awareness and funding for music education in MCPS, and to provide free mentoring lessons for elementary and middle school musicians. Over the past year, we have reached out to over 30 elementary schools and amassed more than 50 passionate young musicians who wish to take part in our mentoring program. Additionally, in order to aid music education, we secured a $2,500 grant from the Ames India Foundation, an international nonprofit that strives to bring social transformation throughout the world. Our intent is to donate these funds fully to the MCPS Educational Foundation's Help Me Make Music instrument program. Also, we made an official petition on change.org and have accumulated over 90 signatures from parents, students, and MCPS staff who care deeply about this issue. Music education is not just an extracurricular activity. It's a vital part of our educational system that fosters creativity, improves academic performance, and promotes teamwork among students. The music department at Wooten High School provided me with the desire to always try my hardest and take risks. These confidence-building skills would positively impact any young student. However, MCPS is facing serious challenges when it comes to maintaining this important program due to a lack of funding to focus on other areas such as athletics and core subjects. For example, at Wooten High School, our band director, Ms. Eckerly, had to purchase new instruments with her salary as the county did not provide sufficient funds. Also, in the majority of MCPS schools, students share instruments with their classmates, which is extremely unhygienic and may pose health risks due to the potential spread of germs. Thank you for your time, and my partner Mia Yang continued this conversation in her written testimony that she emailed to the board.
Thank you. Dr. Handy?
Good afternoon. I come before you today as the president of MCAP to discuss a matter of profound significance: the imperative need to increase the number of directors supporting our schools and the virtual academy. This request is grounded in our challenges, the established research, and the best practices in educational leadership. Our current reality is that the directors in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing are burdened with excessively large caseloads. This situation severely limits their capacity to offer the support and instructional leadership that each school, its community, and the leaders rightfully deserve. The Wallace Foundation, a leader in educational research, offers illuminating insights into this matter. Their findings suggest that effective supervisors or school leaders are closely linked to smaller caseloads, allowing for a more personalized, focused, and impactful guidance. Directors can be more effective if given the time to nurture relational trust with their school leaders, thus enabling working conditions that allow them to prioritize educational excellence for their school communities. In line with these findings, our upcoming budget decisions must reflect a commitment to enhancing our educational leadership infrastructure. This includes the crucial step of increasing the number of directors, thereby reducing their individual caseloads. Such a move would align with the best practices outlined by the Wallace Foundation, nearby school districts, and demonstrate our dedication to providing the best environment for our students and educators. Furthermore, the proposal to reassign schools currently under the purview of associate superintendents to these additional directors is a strategic move. It would ensure a more balanced distribution of responsibilities and foster a more nurturing and effective leadership structure within our school system. This redistribution is not merely an administrative change, but a transformative step towards enhanced educational outcomes. In conclusion, the request to increase the number of directors is not just a call for additional personnel, it's a call to action. Thank you.
Okay, Natalie, you may begin.
Today, I sit before you to shed light on the importance of allocating a tiny portion of your budget towards workforce development. Workforce development is a people-first approach to upskilling workers for long-term success. In practice, workforce development means offering employees in-person, one-on-one coaching, direction to training, leadership development opportunities, and higher education programs to maximize their job success and career pathway. I'm here today as the manager of Career Pathways Program, MCPS's only workforce development tool dedicated to support professionals. Allocating a budget to the Career Pathways Program demonstrates our commitment to equity and inclusivity. By investing in the career development of the most diverse employees in MCPS, our support professionals, we send a powerful message that their contributions are valued and that we are dedicated to creating a level playing field for all. Career Pathways fosters a sense of belonging and increases job satisfaction, which in turn benefits the students whom we serve. During the FY 23-24, we coached over 1,000 support professionals. Career Pathways is a workforce development tool that helps recruit and retain amazing staff. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a 150% increase in the support professional to teacher pipeline. So far this year, we've trained over 400 support professionals on how to become a certified teacher with MCPS and on how to interview for a teaching position. Budgeting for Career Pathways is an investment in our support professionals and in the future of our communities. This ripple effect will have an effect on our society as the students we serve will go on to become future teachers, leaders, and contributors to our communities. Career Pathways is workforce development. Career Pathways is a wise investment and a moral imperative. Currently, MCPS is the only district with a Career Pathways program. I want to thank this board and Dr. McKnight for all of your support over the few years. Unfortunately, much of your excellent work that you have funded in the past is being undone.
Thank you. Thank you to our speakers. We can now call our next three speakers, Catherine Barranco, Diane Yonches, and Tamar Pinto.
Catherine. No.
Can you empuja el botoncito abajo del micrófono para...
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Catherine Barranco. Tengo 3 hijos y soy madre soltera. He trabajado activamente en mi comunidad y he participado en campaña de pre-kinder conjunto a Montgomery. Estoy aquí para hablar sobre la importancia del acceso de la educación temprana en nuestro condado. Conseguir un trabajo a tiempo completo para mantener a mi familia y pagar un pre-kinder privado a una niñera que cuide a mi hija menor no era sostenible por los elevados costos de los centros de cuidado infantil. La necesidad que hemos tenido que pasar, mis hijos y yo, han sido muy duros. Tuve que esperar que mi hija cumpliera 4 años para poder registrarla en el prekinder. La necesidad de educación temprana es desde antes de los 4 años. El programa de prekinder es una inversión para el futuro estudiante. Respaldan que los niños que van a prekinder de desarrollo mejor académicamente tienen mayores tasas de graduarse de la escuela secundaria y además tienen más oportunidades de ir a la universidad. Todo esto se traduce en mejor resultado a futuro y una mejor calidad de vida. Miembros de la Junta de Educación, Superintendente McKnight, necesitamos ver un plan de expansión de prekinder de día completo más agresivo y más programas de cuidado de niño después de la escuela secundaria para padres que trabajan hasta tarde. Cada día nosotros estamos agradecidos por los esfuerzos de expandir el prekinder, pero no es suficiente. Queremos que todos los niños de 3 y 4 años tengan más oportunidades. Gracias.
Okay. Pull it up so it reaches you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Barranco. I have 3 children and I'm a single mother. I've actively worked in my community and participated in the pre-K campaign with Action in Montgomery. I'm here to talk about the importance of access to early education in our county. Getting a full-time job to support my family and pay for private pre-kindergarten or a nanny to care for my youngest daughter before she turned 4 years old was not sustainable due to the high cost of child care centers. The needs that my children and I have had to go through have been very hard. I had to wait for my daughter to turn 4 years old before I could register her for pre-K. The need for early education is before the age of 40. The pre-K program is an investment in the future for all of our students. Studies support that children who go to pre-K perform better academically, have higher high school graduation rates, and also have more opportunities to go to college. All this translates into better salaries in the future and a better quality of life. Board of Education members and Superintendent McKnight, we need to see a more aggressive full-day pre-K expansion plan and more after-school childcare programs for parents who work late each day. We're grateful for the efforts to expand pre-kindergarten, but it's not enough. We want all 3- and 4-year-old children to have more opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education. My name is Diane Yonchus, and my congregation, Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Church, is a member of Action in Montgomery. Earlier this week, we met with Dr. Pugh and her team, and we appreciated that conversation very much, and we look forward to meeting with you, Dr. McKnight. You have a talented team, and you get to set the vision and to imagine what's possible for every child in Montgomery County. When my grandchildren were born, my daughter and son-in-law had to pay for pre-K. It was tight, but they were able to weather the cost. But this is not true for many residents in Montgomery County. During Ames listening sessions, we heard from over 1,500 people in the county, and the stories about early childhood education costs were staggering. You're the experts in this, so you understand the benefits of pre-K. But if we keep doing business as usual, we will never solve this problem. We need our school system to be thinking creatively about how to ramp up the formation of more pre-K spots before 2028. We'd love to have a follow-up conversation with you about creative programs MCPS could pilot, and as taxpayers, we want to play a role in ensuring how we can get funding to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Tamara, you may begin.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today and share my thoughts. My name is Tamar Pinto, and I'm here to speak from multiple perspectives as a parent, as a community member, and as a representative of the IAC, the Israeli American Council. As a senior community engagement manager, I often receive calls from concerned parents whose children have faced anti-Semitic incidents at school. We provide guidance on to both parents and schools on appropriate responses. Recently, 2 Israeli families reached out to us after their third grade students were targeted with hateful remarks in an elementary school. Additionally, just a few days ago, a report surfaced about swastikas appearing in a Minecraft video game on an MCPS platform played in the middle school. These incidents represent just a fraction of what we're challenging and we encounter. When we approach schools to address these issues, we often find a lack of awareness on how to effectively handle such incidents. Parents, teachers, and school administrators express concerns about insufficient knowledge regarding anti-Semitism. I urge you to consider a more comprehensive and institutionalized approach to combat anti-Semitism within MCPS. Hence, I'm here today to highlight the IAC's complimentary training program for school teachers and staff. We offer comprehensive sessions to enhance their understanding, recognition, and responses to anti-Semitism on school grounds. While we are providing training tonight for interested MCPS participants, it's crucial to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers. Our next 3 speakers, please come forward. Laura Strashny, Nael Baba, and Lorena Hoya. Laura, you may begin.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm a member of the Montgomery County Jewish Parent Coalition Against Anti-Semitism. We are here asking you to make fighting anti-Semitism in schools a central issue. We would like schools to follow the guidelines that are already in place to treat anti-Semitism like you treat any other forms of hate. If there are planned student political walkouts, we would like you to thoroughly investigate the groups involved to verify that they are not anti-Semitic. Through emails obtained in a Public Information Act request, we have learned of an example of a case at Paint Branch High School where a teacher witnessed 2 students shouting anti-Semitic phrases at a student walkout on November 10th. Specifically, the teacher heard the following phrases: "We should bring Hitler back and kill the Jews." In this instance, it does not appear that MCPS hate bias reporting guidelines were followed. We find no evidence that Form 226 was completed. We find no evidence that police were called. We find no evidence that the student that was identified was disciplined. He apparently denied saying the phrase, and that trumped the teacher's witness testimony. And there was no community letter regarding the incident. To top off, the school affirmed and endorsed this walkout by issuing excused absences. We're here asking MCPS to ensure that schools follow the MCPS hate bias guidelines, that it should have been followed in this instance, and that it should be followed in all future instances. Thank you.
Thank you. Nael, you may continue.
Good afternoon. My name is Nael Baba, and I am a parent here speaking as a member of Maryland Parents for Local and Global Justice. I'm a Palestinian and I am Muslim. Growing up in the Montgomery County school system, I faced discrimination for my national origin and faith. I was a 5th grader at Brook Grove Elementary when 9/11 occurred. I was one of the few Muslim students in the school at the time, and this made me a target in an increasingly Islamophobic climate in our country. Further incidents would occur throughout my education, such as being told Palestine does not exist, Palestine is not real, denying my Palestinian identity when sharing with my fellow classmates. 23 years later, from 9/11, the same sentiment now foments stronger than before. In Chicago, a 6-year-old Palestinian child was stabbed to death in his own home for being Palestinian. In Vermont, 3 Palestinian college students were shot, leaving 1 paralyzed from the chest down. This climate is present here in Maryland and within our public school systems. In MCPS, there have been incidents of suppression, one-sided empathy, and the lack of resources to address anti-Palestinian racism and Islamophobia. At least 4 teachers have been placed on administrative leave for expressions of solidarity with Palestinians, being characterized as anti-Semitic. We urge MCPS to firmly support all students in a time of crisis through counseling, safe spaces, and opportunities to learn. Engage with impacted students and families in a meaningful and frequent manner. To ensure that curricular content regarding Israel and Palestine and Gaza specifically offer historical perspectives that are accurate. To not disregard the humanity of Muslim and Palestinian students to increase retaliation in the hostile school environment. To ensure administrators aren't redefining political speech as hate speech, and to ensure that organizations training teachers on hate speech and Islamophobia and anti-Semitism have respected track records. It's a very heartbreaking time for a lot of communities, specifically within the Muslim and Jewish community, and it's important to recognize all of that, to not distinguish and focus on one instead of the other. And it's not too late to rectify that. Thank you.
Lorena, you may begin.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lorena Joya y soy madre de 4 hijos. Hoy estoy con acción en Montgomery y con la comunidad de Gay Disabled Community, GBCI. Voy a hablar un poco acerca de la importancia del pre-K en nuestro condado. Mi hija mayor no tuvo la oportunidad de acceder a pre-K. Ella tuvo que trabajar muy duro para acoplarse al idioma, al inglés. Y al sistema educativo. Mis otros 3 hijos menores sí pudieron tener pre-K y ellos pudieron adaptarse mejor y estuvieron muy poco tiempo en clases de ISOL. He visto los beneficios de pre-K en mis 3 hijos menores. Con GBCI participo en un programa que se llama Early Step. Aprendemos sobre la forma de desarrollar las capacidades de los niños de los 0 a los 4 años. He aprendido que la estimulación temprana es vital para los niños que alcancen un mayor potencial. En el condado de Montgomery está lleno de personas preparadas, talentosas, multilingües, esperando que abran oportunidades. Miembros de la Junta Directiva de Educación y Superintendente McKnight, entendemos que además de la falta de espacio de contratación de docentes con licenciaturas en educación infantil, ha sido una barrera. Pero, ¿qué pasaría si existieran programas de educación infantil, vocacional en el trabajo de MCPS? Programas flexibles, actuales, que pudieran ayudar y apoyar a nosotros como madres. Necesitamos ser más proactivos y creativos. En MCPS debe implementar unas nuevas ideas. Muchas gracias. Good afternoon. My name is Lorena Joya. I am a mother of 4 children. Today, I'm here with Action in Montgomery and the Gaithersburg Beloved Community, GBCI, and I will speak a bit about the importance of pre-kindergarten in our county. My oldest daughter did not have the opportunity to attend pre-K. She had to work very hard to adapt to the language barrier and the educational system. My 3 youngest children were able to access pre-K. They were able to adapt better and spent very little time in ESOL classes. I have seen the benefits of pre-K in my own children. With GBCI, I participate in a program called Early Steps, in which we learn about ways to support the development of children from 0 to 4 years old. I've learned that early stimulation is vital for children to reach their greatest potential. Montgomery County is full of prepared, talented, and multilingual people waiting for opportunities to open up. Board of Education members and Superintendent McKnight, we understand that in addition to the lack of space, hiring of teachers with degrees in early childhood education has been a barrier. But what if there were on-the-job early education vocational training programs that MCPS could help support? Programs that were more flexible for women and mothers like myself. We need to be more proactive and creative, and MCPS must implement new ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, gracias. Our next three speakers are Meseret Chaka, Wubali Wolde, and Meseret McConan. Please come forward. Meseret Chaka, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meseret Chaka, and I have come here to express my worry on how many other parents feel towards MCPS education curriculum. I have said it before, and I will say it one more time. Like many of us being constantly pressured to send our children to private schools. Even with the amount of pressure exerted on us, we cannot afford to send our precious children to private schools where they can be guaranteed safety and quality of education. We send our children to MCPS trusting the school board and the school to teach them important skills to not only survive in the real world, but also to thrive and become great model for the next young generation of our great nation. This is only accomplished by staying logical, focused, and creating clarity. What our children are being taught in school, on contrary, is constant confusion and sexual fantasies. For the sake of sexual fantasies, for the sake of promoting a certain political agenda. In this process, schools are taking away the rights of parents and working towards breaking up families. When schools are expected to treat everyone equally, they are caught up with including some by excluding others like my family, and with the lack of respect for the Constitution to indoctrinate children as young as kindergarten. This is unacceptable. We work hard and pay taxes to finance our school system. It's very disheartening that we paid back with the denial of our God-given parental rights, our concerns being disregarded, and our children being isolated and held up as targets of ridicule. Therefore, I ask the school board to please listen to our voice and respect our constitutional rights. Thank you, and may God bless America.
Wubali, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Uballe. This is my third time appearing before you, requesting you to treat every identity and value equally in the school system. Time and again, people from my community and concerned parents appealed before this board, presenting evidence that the LGBT affirming policies you integrate in the curriculum are not aimed at fostering equity and tolerance, but instilling values of the LGBT community into the minds of the pupils without parental consent. If you claim otherwise, let's debate the facts in open public sessions, but you choose to use tactics to silence dissent. If a public school system wants to instill values, it should be bound values we will all have in common. Other than that, it's not fair and just for the school system to pick what values to promote in a diverse community that have opposing values in the sexuality. To this day, the United States doesn't have national security identity, ideology, or belief. The law of the land left personal preferences to individuals because that is the basic of freedom. Action of this board threatens diversity and inclusion. Enforcing policies that aim to change what sexuality is normal and what is not something that any public servant should be supporting. This board always started the session claiming allegiance to the flag and the Constitution of the United States. I ask you to walk the talk. Please respect the freedom of religion and parental rights. As a parent of 2 children about to join the public school, I am losing sleep over the prospect of not being able to instill my values to my children. I choose to live in the United States because I believe it is the land of the free. Where is freedom if the state officials choose which values are right and wrong for me and my family without my will? Finally, please stop silencing concerned parents by changing rules to participate in the testimonial session at will and as if it to exclude them. Thank you.
Thank you. Meseret McConan, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meseret McConan. I am a mother of 3 children and residents of Montgomery County. my children goes to MCPS District 4. Today, I have come to express my concern and frustration about how our county schools are invested in indoctrinating our children with sexual fantasy education. This is completely confusing and against my family, religion, and culture, especially with my son's special attention need. We are responsible parents who works hard and pay our tax. We are doing our duties per our Constitution, raising children that respect the rights of everyone as well as demanding their legal rights. When we send our most precious God-given gifts, our children to school, it's with the understanding that the schools would naturally show care for their current life in terms of education as it shapes their future careers. We rely on our county schools to be responsible educators. On the contrary, our county public schools have decided to never listen to and address our concerns and teach our children the skills they desperately need to become the successful, commendable citizens as they deserve to be. I would like that to change. As a responsible parents, it's my firm stand that I and many others like me needs to be heard, and our children needs to be given a stellar education instead of indoctrination. Therefore, I'm here to ask the school board what you plan to do about these pressing matters. Thank you for listening.
Thank you to our speakers. Our next two in-person speakers are Lee Ingram and Lucia Vasquez. Please come forward. You may begin.
I'm Lee Ingram. My church, Bethesda Friends Meeting, is a member of Action in Montgomery. I'm here to voice strong support for increasing pre-K education in the schools. I understand this issue firsthand as head of the Helping Refugees group in my church. Our church has helped an Afghan refugee family for the past 5 years. The family has a 2.5-year-old child who is the face of my awareness of the need for pre-K programs. The little girl speaks Pashto with her mother and other members of her family all day long and knows very little English. With her limited English, catching up to her classmates will be a challenge if she enters kindergarten without substantial early education. In addition, the child's mother is very motivated to learn English and to learn to read since she was given very little schooling in Afghanistan. If the little girl goes to pre-K, the mother will have time to immerse herself in English and reading classes. As they say at international institutions dealing with developing countries, if you educate a woman, you are educating a whole family. In Montgomery County, educating immigrant children early and creating time for their mothers to learn English and other skills can really make a difference. And we have many immigrant families in this county whose lives would be touched. So I urge you to make pre-K education a priority and increase the pre-K slots as quickly as possible. Much is at stake, including immigrant women's ability to learn English and increase their ability to obtain jobs. But perhaps most importantly, providing pre-K education helps level the playing field by allowing more financially disadvantaged children to share in the pre-K experience that makes them ready for learning in kindergarten. Thank you.
Lucía, ¿puede empezar?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Lucía Vázquez, soy madre, líder comunitaria del área de Aspen Hill y trabajo activamente para el bienestar de mi comunidad. Con Acción de Montgomery me he enterado de los beneficios de la educación temprana en los niños de edad preescolar. Queremos agradecer al equipo de MCPS por haberse reunido con nosotros al inicio de la semana. Cuando mi hijo era pequeño, nadie, ni el pediatra, me comentó sobre el beneficio de enviar a mi hijo a prekinder, por lo que no lo registré. Mi hijo presentó retraso en el habla que fue diagnosticado cuando él empezó la escuela. Debido a este retraso en el diagnóstico, el recibimiento de las terapias se retrasaron también. El periodo de 0 a 5 años es crítico para los niños, donde se desarrollan las bases de habilidades cognitivas, sociales y emocionales. Además, los profesores que están a cargo de estos programas tienen la destreza de detectar tempranamente retrasos en el desarrollo, para así intervenir tempranamente con el soporte necesario. He sido testigo de las dificultades que mi hijo tuvo que pasar para poder igualarse a sus compañeros, y aunque estoy muy agradecida por el apoyo recibido de la escuela Harmony Hill, sé que estos esfuerzos hubieran sido potenciados si mi hijo hubiera recibido las terapias necesarias más tempranamente. Hoy quiero decirle a ustedes, miembros de la Junta de Educación y Superintendente McKnight, la educación temprana debe ser una prioridad en nuestro condado. Su plan actual incluye renovar 3 centros infantiles para el año fiscal 2027. Esto quiere decir que los centros van a estar listos para el 2028, siendo optimistas. Queremos prekinder universal y queremos que los beneficios de los mismos se den a conocer a todas las personas. Queremos que usted, superintendente, piense creativamente para poder aumentar plazas de prekinder en nuestro condado antes del año 2028 mediante programas pilotos. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Lucia Vasquez. I am a mother, community leader in the Aspen Hill area, and actively working for the well-being of my community. Through Action in Montgomery, I have learned about the benefits of early education for preschool-age children. We want to thank the MCPS team for meeting with us earlier this week. When my son was young, no one, not even the pediatrician, told me about the benefits of sending my son to pre-K, so I didn't register him. My son had a speech delay that was diagnosed when he started school. Due to this delay in diagnosis, the receipt of therapies was also delayed. The period from 0 to 5 years old is critical for children where the basis of cognitive, social, and emotional skills develop. Furthermore, the teachers who are in charge of these programs have the ability to detect developmental delays early in order to intervene early with the necessary support. I have witnessed the difficulties that my son had to go through to be able to catch up with his peers. And although I am very grateful for the support received at Harmony Hills Elementary School, I know that these efforts would have been enhanced if my son had received the necessary therapies earlier. Today, I want to say to you, members of the Board of Education and Superintendent McKnight, early education must be a priority in our county. Your current plan includes renovating 3 early childhood centers by fiscal year 2027. This means that the centers will be ready by 2028, being optimistic. We want universal pre-K, and we want all people to know the benefits of it. We want you, Superintendent McKnight, to think creatively so the county can increase more pre-K seats before 2028 through pilot programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. We received 3 video testimonies. The first one comes from Jennifer Martin. Please play the video.
Good afternoon, board members and Dr. McKnight. MCEA members were gratified to learn that the superintendent's budget has prioritized fulfillment of negotiated wage agreements for fiscal year 2025. Educators' wages must achieve closer parity with similar professions to attract and retain an excellent teaching workforce. Our pay must keep pace with the increasing cost of living in this region. The wage adjustments for next school year will also enable MCPS to comply with state requirements for a starting salary of $60,000 for teachers. But there is more that must be done to support our students, and we're distressed to see that the superintendent has chosen to make millions of dollars in cuts rather than set forth a budget that addresses their needs. Educators are struggling with understaffing, especially in critical areas like special education. Qualified math, science, and technology teachers are hard to find and harder to keep. Staff are forced to provide countless hours of unpaid labor due to a lack of substitute teachers. All this means students too often get short shrift as staff are stretched to the limit. Meanwhile, the county is projecting a rosy outlook for revenues and general fund reserves. Current estimates are that there will be $225 million in unanticipated revenues. The fact remains that our county is prospering. Moreover, the county currently anticipates the General Reserve Fund to increase beyond the 10% target level to 16.5%. This is not the time to skimp on our schools. MCA calls on the board not only to restore the cuts, but also to look at parts of our system that need greater investment, such as professional support that historically has helped us attract, coach, and retain new educators. We must make sure that we can give our students the excellent education they deserve.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Jax Kobe. Please play the video.
Dear Dr. McKnight and members of the Board of Education, my name is Jax Kobe, they, them, and I am a senior at Wooten High School. MCPS has solar panels at 17 schools, but why don't we have them for all 210 MCPS buildings? Well, MCPS states that buildings with water storage on the roof creates conflict for solar panels, which is why it's so great that MCPS schools have acres and acres of green space and fields around them, which would be perfect to house solar panels. Yes, there is a high upfront cost, but the benefits are clear. With solar photovoltaic systems at 17 buildings, MCPS estimates annual savings of $400,000. Multiplying that to be for all 200 plus buildings, MCPS would save $4.8 million a year. In addition to saving energy, MCPS would also be helping save the planet if we care about that. But another issue related to energy usage is the fluorescent lighting in classrooms. Not only are they more costly than LEDs, but they also flicker hundreds of times a second. This invisible strobe effect causes headaches and has been proven to affect the learning environment. LED lighting, in addition to creating better learning spaces, has the benefit of saving energy, which is another way for MCPS to save money. And given MCPS's emphasis on sustainability and the monetary benefits, it is clear that MCPS should transition to LED lighting powered by solar energy. It's that simple. Thank you.
Our final video testimony comes from Jasmine Woodfork. Please play the video.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Woodfork and I'm a junior at Quince Orchard High School. I'm proposing a high school course for juniors and seniors that provides college readiness and resources and information that is currently not equally available. I brainstormed this idea with 4 other MCPS students on Councilmember Lori Ann Sales' Smart Youth Advisory Council. My proposed electives curriculum will include SAT and ACT information, college essay help, college application guidance, and more. This class would be fully optional and would not be a graduation requirement. By creating a course taught in school, the information will resonate with students more than if it was a one-day workshop and would make this information more accessible to students of all backgrounds, since the richer schools in the county, such as Walt Whitman and Winston Churchill High Schools, have a 95% graduation rate, while poorer schools, such as Gaithersburg and Blake High Schools, have a 1 in 5 dropout rate, as found by an MCPS report from 2022. Financially, this is a tough project to implement since the estimated total cost would be about $2.5 million. The total includes the cost of hiring a new teacher times 27 to include each high school in MCPS, plus a $400 estimated cost of course materials. While this is a large sum of money, it's well worth it. The New York Times found that 38% of children in the richest families scored a 1300 or higher on the SAT, while less than 5% of middle-class students did. This can be explained by the cost of standardized test prep, tutors, college advisors, and college essay writers. These services can cost thousands of dollars that lower and middle-class families may not be able to afford, leaving them at a clear disadvantage in college admissions. Transferring the expert tips of these services into one high school class would even the playing field in college admissions and begin to fix the educational disparity based on socioeconomic status. As this problem is addressed, the ratings and graduation rates of high schools across the county should increase, which would make MCPS high schools a more appealing place to buy into. This should generate more revenue and positive attention for the county overall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This concludes our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Tuesday, February 6, 2024. Sign-ups for public comment will open on Tuesday, January 30th, 2024 at 6 p.m. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person sign-ups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. At this time, I will turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions or comments. please turn your light on. Mr. Said.
Yeah, just a couple quick comments. So first, it's always great to see students testify. It's really good to know that we live in a place where students are really so active. And I want to address a couple things I know a couple students said. I appreciated the testimony about communication in emergency incidents and emergency situations. I just want to say we're now getting a lot of student feedback on safety, as we've recently heard. So that's something that we're doing. And so I implore, any students who have any suggestions or recommendations around the safety practices in MCPS to definitely look out for that. And I also thought it was a really interesting testimony about electric buses and, the grant work that I know the EPA is doing. So I'm sure you've noted that, Mr. Hull. And yeah, so I just wanted to kind of say that was a lot of, good stuff. And so I'm happy to see students here, and I just wanted to reiterate that. And I think we also have a contract around, I believe, solar panels coming to the board today. So that is something that we're going to be discussing. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Mrs. Evans?
Yes. It's always great to hear from all of our community members, but Sammy, Mr. Said is correct that I love hearing from our students, and I'll just say how proud I am to hear from our very last student, Jasmine Woodfork, with her idea. So glad that she came forward with that. And then just wanted to thank our community partners. Action in Montgomery has been really great in working with our families, so I love that they were here today. I think many of my colleagues and I have spoken with them, and they've come to give testimony, and I would just ask them to tune into our work sessions that are coming up. We'll be discussing pre-K. We heard from Dr. Handy. We'll be taking a deep dive into the curriculum, staffing, and then as well as from Ms. Bordeaux. I just appreciate all of our partners coming forward and just letting us know what their thoughts are around the budget. And I promise you, my colleagues and I are going to ask some great questions of the system to really take a deep dive to have an understanding of what's in the budget and why it's there. And, I wanted to just ask the question, and it could come up in the work session too, around our one student that came from Wooten High School around music education. And I'll just say this, and the only reason why I remember this date so well is because my daughter, who is now in college, came here for her Gold Award project around music education. So that was in January of 2019. And the question, I believe at the time, Ms. Mondrosky had referred the superintendent back to Sydney Evans' testimony. And I believe we asked the question of, can we look into what the budgets are for music, right, on an annual basis, just kind of go back and revisit to see how that looks and if in fact is equitable. So that was the one question. The other one, I thought I heard the student talk about sharing instruments, was just looking at what the instruments look like at all of our schools, because some of our schools, the students are able to rent or possibly own their own instruments, and then there are others who are actually renting and or borrowing the instruments from the schools. And what some of the band directors were saying in Sydney's advocacy and talking to people is that they do end up using their budgets to repair older instruments rather than some of the other things that we might think that they're intending to use their budgets for. So I know that happened right before the pandemic. So then we kind of stopped and we're looking more into food insecurity and getting devices in our hands. I'm not really sure if we were able to look at the music budgets on an annual basis, but that was the question that the superintendent had tasked staff with, looking at the music budgets on an annual basis, as well as looking at the instruments and trying to ensure if our students wanted to participate in music and instrumental music, that they were able to do that, and it wasn't due to lack of instruments at the schools, based on giving an equal budget to all the schools.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Evans. So I was here calculating the time. I was not here in January of 2019. However, that's the nice thing about the tape. We can always go back to look at the specific request, but we do have staff who was in the Office of Curriculum Instruction at the time. And so I'm happy to get with them and for us to follow up on what was done at that time. But I know we've had a number of testimony come forward this year just about use of instruments and how schools are using some of their local budgets that they don't have to be able to provide some of these resources for students. So I think this is probably one we should share an update back with the board on and even have further discussion.
Can I just
Right.
say that
Yes.
our staff is so great. So
Microphone.
Come on, send me the lights on. Okay, so our staff is so great. So in me mentioning Sydney's name and saying that she did the operating budget hearing, they picked it up. It was on January the 15th, 2020. If you needed the tape to go back to look at it, I was going to say January. I couldn't remember the exact date.
January 2020? Okay, yes. We'll go back, but like I said, we actually have staff who were still here then and in the curriculum instruction office. So I would like for us to go back and share back with the board as a follow-up and update on, what we had done there and how we'd followed up. But again, I just think it's a bigger area to discover because we've had a number of testimony this year.
Absolutely.
Coming forward. And I think we even had a few music teachers come forward as well, just talking about the need of use of resources and wanting to make sure that doesn't become a local issue for them, but what can the system do more of?
Right.
And I believe it is an accelerator in the
It
district's
is.
budget.
Yes.
So we want to do something about it this year. Hopefully we will.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mrs. Wolf?
I think that's what I was getting ready to say, but I also want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, and I want to congratulate our students that have already notified us that they're interested in being a student member. I'm so excited because it just shows you that we are training them up well. So we look forward to seeing you as you campaign during this season. I also want to associate myself with the comments of the folks that came in from AIM. I too agree with the importance of pre-K. I know it doesn't seem as though we're going to get there fast enough for you, but we are making efforts to add slots each year, which is within the confines of the budget that we have to work with. But I do hear you. I do value the importance of pre-K, and we should continue to work together to move forward in that initiative.
And may I add, Ms. Wolf, if we still have any members here from AIM, if they could just come back and really participate in the conversation or listen to the conversation in the budget work session. This year, I've put over $7 million within the budget to add over 520 pre-K seats, which is significant. And so not only do we want to expand, but we want to make sure that we actually are able to do that within this budget. So again, engaging the community and joining us in the process along of how we can make sure we get these actual accelerators that are important to us and to the community will be important. So I just talk about engagement in this process will be very important around this area of pre-K expansion. And we will continue to be creative. I heard that word in the testimonies over and over and over again. Ms. Wolf just mentioned the fiscal part of it, but the creativity of it is a big part. If you'll remember when Seth Adams and the team came forward, when we were, it was them and the Blueprint team coming together, and we talked about one of the most creative ways that we thought we needed to address the pre-K expansion was looking at how we would utilize space, because we're not going to be able to build our way out of this. And so looking at facilities beyond our own facilities and places in which we're able to do that is something very different that we have not done in Montgomery County Public Schools, but recognizing that's the only way we're going to be able to make those big expansions. So we do continue to be creative, and I think that's why listening to the community also with the ideas that you've, and I heard just some thoughts and ideas in the testimony today as well, that we can take that and go back and the staff work with some of what we heard to figure out how can we make further adjustments in the future. So I just wanted to express my appreciation for that.
Ms. Rivera-Albin?
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but I just want to thank Samantha Ross for her testimony about the Eastland Met students. It's always gratifying to hear the students be so inclusive and so welcoming. And to her point, I really think it's one of the areas of growth at MCPS that we come up with ways to be able to do that at our different high schools specifically, because it's hard enough to be a teenager, and it's even harder to be in a new place, in a new country, in a new language, and to adapt and to feel welcome and accepted. So it's just wonderful to see our students thinking in that way, which is what I think is the beauty of this county, is, of who we are as folks. So I wanted just to say a few words to Catherine, Lucia, and Lorena, who testify in Spanish. I'm just going to say a few words in Spanish for them because I think it takes, it takes courage sometimes to come and testify in a different language in a group of folks. Entonces, para Caterina y Lucía y Lorena, gracias por su testimonio. Gracias por venir aquí. Les hemos escuchado. Vamos a tomar todos sus testimonios en cuenta. Y esta es una prioridad para nosotros como Junta Educativa y es una prioridad para también la superintendente McKnight. Y esto es algo que estamos trabajando y vamos a tener una sesión en el futuro que vamos a hablar sobre el sistema preescolar. Espero que esa sesión la podamos traducir al español para que entonces estas mamás puedan entender la sesión que tengamos para ese tema preescolar. So just in a few words, what I said is I just wanted to thank them for their testimony and to let them know that this is a priority for us and for you, Dr. McKnight. This is something that we have talked about relentlessly. We're going to be having more talks about it, and I hope that those talks that we do have, we can actually translate into Spanish and maybe some other languages where our community pre-K, I think, is no secret to anyone who knows me. It is such the base of bringing an equilibrium and a pathway to success for every child. And as we heard testimony today about the moms who had, did not experience that for some of the kids, and that did experience it for some of the kids, the difference that it made for them to be able to have a more successful long-term MCPS career, if you will, it's significant. So anything we can do, and I also heard from the churches, and that's becoming creative, where, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were offering to be partners in creating these places of learning for the communities because they see the importance, and it is going to take a village because we do not have endless, funding for this. So it is going to take a village, and it's wonderful to see them come to the table and say, here we are, use us, utilize us, we can be partners in this, and that commitment, that deliberate commitment that they brought to the table to be able to do this for our children. So I want to thank them, and I wanted to thank Action in Montgomery. And I was taken back by the career pathway. I was trying to understand what she was trying to say. Are we cutting the career pathway? I think that was Dr. McKnight. I'm not sure if it's written in stone, but we talk about grow our own and creating a pipeline and all this that is so important to actually look in our own backyard. So I just wanted some clarity.
Yes, I think we'll have the opportunity to dig into that more. Mr. Hull, if you wanted to speak to that, I'll ask you to do so at the work session. But I do want to say, Natalie was absolutely right. We in the vision of why we wanted to create this program, it was so that we were able to create a pathway of employees from one association to the next and really looking at all of the roles that we had in the system that needed to be filled in the future and how we would be very intentional about doing that. But I'll let Mr. Hull speak to it, but I'm sure it's something that will be discussed in more detail at the budget work session.
Yep, and so we will be discussing this and human resources more broadly at work session number 2. There were, as we work through this, challenging budget season and try to adjust our budget to where we understand the revenue is going to be, there were some reductions made in a number of areas, including in human resources. The program will continue. The funding, the tuition reimbursement, all of that continues. We do see the importance and the value in this and other pathway programs for our support staff and others to become teachers. Actually, at new educator orientation just this this past fall, I was sitting next to two women who had come through the Pathways program. They had been special education paras for us, and then they were at New Educator Orientation becoming special education teachers for us, and we know what a need that is. And so yes, the need remains, the program remains, the effort remains. The question is, how are we going to do it if we don't have the full complement of staff? And so that is something that we'll work through and again discuss more at work session number 2.
Thank you. Ms. Yang?
Yes, hi. I too want to say I appreciate in today's testimony how much people are offering their partnership with the school system, both from our students and from Ames. And so I look forward to, in our budget session, to talk about the pre-K and our work in that area. And I want to give a shout out to Guri from Northwest. If we haven't looked into that EPA grant, let's make sure we do. We still have time. It's January 31st. And also a special shout out to Jaya from Wooten. What I heard is that they actually are helping students in middle and elementary schools and making donation to Education Foundation. So our students are fantastic and working. You know, when they identify an issue, they're actively working to help. So thank you, everyone.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Harris.
Yes, I just want to associate myself with the comments of all of my colleagues. But I did want to also, and I'm sorry that Ms. Souter left, because I've also had the privilege to work alongside one of the other founding members of A Helping Horn, a young man named Daksh Bowdry. And they are doing amazing work going out, and because of their passion for instrumental music and the experience they've had in MCPS, they're going out and working with younger generations of young budding musicians to encourage them to keep going. Because if there are challenges to your ability to take instrumental music, if you're in one of the, if you're having challenges with your literacy or math, side of the coin, sometimes you're forced to move away from some of these really powerful electives like music, and so they're out there really looking to encourage students to continue and helping to support that in many ways. And a shout out to Phil Barnes, who is in our curriculum department or in fine arts, who's also working alongside these students. And in a meeting very recently, I learned about a program I did not know about that's associated with Summer Rise called Summer Smart. It's relatively new, but they are working with young MCPS musicians like Ms. Souter, like Mr. Bowdry, and they are in the summer, they are giving them some teaching and some training, and then they are having them be the music teachers at a summer camp for other MCPS students. And Mr. Barnes recruited all of those young students to be part of that program this summer. And as I said, when I didn't even know about the program before I was in that meeting, but it's just an amazing way of, one more way our amazing students are paying it forward. And I am going to go to their concert this summer. Oh, and speaking, I just wanted to plug, Mr. Barnes shared with me the schedule for our all-county bands and orchestras. So this Saturday, the 13th, all-county jazz at Sherwood High School. On February 3rd, all-honors band and orchestra at RM. Tuesday the 6th, the North Middle School all-county band and orchestra at Gaithersburg High School. On Wednesday, February 7th, the Southeast Middle School all-county band and orchestra concert at Einstein. And on Thursday the 8th, the Southwest Middle School all-county band orchestra concert at WJ. I will be at all.
All right. Thank you to everyone that testified today. Some of you have brought some very innovative ideas. Some are budget related and some are not budget related. Always appreciative of your real life experience-based suggestions for our school system. We are in budget season, so I heard some related things. The ladies from Ames said, hey, we could help fill that workforce gap that you have, but we need some on-the-job training. And then I heard about the Career Pathways program. And also the issue of let's not undo the good work that we have done. We are in a difficult budget year, but if it was a budget priority for the board 2 years ago, it's probably still a budget priority for the board today. So with that, let's conclude our public comments and move on to agenda item number 6. items of legislation, and I will ask Patty Armstrong to come forward and give us her summary.
Good afternoon, President Silvestri, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. So today I'm going to just provide a brief preview of the 2024 legislative session, which got underway yesterday, just over 24 hours ago. It started yesterday at noon. So while the session officially began yesterday, pre-filed bills came out at the end of last week. Unfortunately, when they were first released, none of them had text, which is really frustrating because when you're going through the list to see what you want to track, and you see a title and think, ooh, that's really interesting, what's that going to say? And then there's nothing there to read. Luckily, the text did come out early this week, so we're in the process of kind of reviewing and seeing what's out there. Some of the pre-filed bills are ones that are making a reappearance after not making it past the finish line in prior sessions, and some are new. Some are old ideas that got a little bit of a facelift, so they're not technically refiles, but similar ideas. So after looking through the list of a little more than 550 pre-filed bills, I've added 63 to my tracking list currently. I imagine that as the session goes on, that will balloon up to 300 and 350 that I'll track throughout the course of the session. That does not mean that I'm going to ask you to weigh in on 300 plus bills. So, you know, you can take some solace in that. Some of what we track just for information's sake. For example, there are maybe some local bills that will apply to other counties or other boards of education. And if legislation like that passes, we kind of keep an eye on it to see how it impacts those county boards, to see if it's something that either we might want to pursue or we think that someone might want to pursue on our behalf. Some we track because they'll have an impact on our school if they pass, but they're not significant enough for us to actually get involved in. You know, something maybe it involves a policy update or something like that, that if it passes, we will have to take action within a certain period of time, but we don't need to get involved with that piece of legislation. And then there are others that we will want to involve ourselves in. They'll have a significant impact, good or bad, or it's a priority point for the board. So those are kind of the three buckets that we will track, and then there's plenty of bills that have nothing to do with us. Not including today's meeting, we have 3 business meetings that will occur during the session. Sine dies April 8th. We have 2 meetings in February and 1 meeting in March. I anticipated each of those meetings I will bring a slew of bills to you. Some will fall within our platform, and some will not. The ones that don't fall within our platform, we will ask you to take a position on those bills. Of course, I will bring the recommendation of the administration along with their rationale or explanation for the recommendation, but in the end, it is the board that determines what bills you want to support, oppose, support with amendment, whatever action you want to take. Again, if it's under the platform, it won't necessitate a vote. We'll just provide a list of bills that are platform bills and what our platform would dictate, support or oppose. After each meeting, I will provide a summary of the board's positions to our elected officials in Annapolis and our partners at County Council, make sure that they know where we stand. When time allows, as you all know, session moves quickly. Our board meetings happen when they happen, so sometimes we don't have positions in time for hearing dates and things like that, but as time allows and the stars line up, I'll also provide written testimony to bills that are priority for us when we're able to do that. Luckily, because the bills have to pass both the House and Senate to become law, even if we miss the hearing on the first side, if we take a position, we can always provide testimony when if the bill crosses over and is going to continue through the legislative process. So this is just a kind of a brief overview. Behind the scenes, there are many, many hours of work by many, many, many individuals. So I'm preemptively thanking everyone that helps with this effort because it is a large effort to get through these 90 days. Regarding some specific legislation that we might see, there's going to be curriculum bills. There always are. In fact, one of the pre-filed bills is a bill looking to add financial literacy to the curriculum that comes every year and seems to not make it all the way to the finish line for whatever reason. We do anticipate that there will be a transparency and funding bill that will impact boards of education. A cursory preliminary review. It seems as though, for the most part, a lot of the the bill has not been filed yet, but there was a draft kind of being circulated, and it seems that many of the things that the bill will do, we already do in this county in terms of notifying the public of the budget and all of that stuff. We know that MABE is going to pursue a bill, or is interested in pursuing a bill that would add an inflationary factor to the maintenance of effort formula and try to reinstate the escalator that the blueprint eliminated. That historically has not been something that this county is concerned with, because we are generally funded above maintenance of effort. But as MABE speaks for all of the county boards of education, that is a priority issue for them. In terms of the blueprint, we do expect that there will be some legislation brought to address some of the pain points that have become apparent during the past 3 years. I know there are some looming deadlines, the pre-K requirements. There are definitely areas that we will have a difficult time complying with what the blueprint requires, and if we have a difficult time, then all of the counties have a difficult time. It's just unclear what that legislation is going to look like and what it's going to try to tackle. But we do anticipate there will be some sort of blueprint legislation. We're also looking forward to legislation aimed at increasing interest in pursuing teaching and trying to further address the teacher shortage. Last year there was a Teacher Shortage Reduction Act. One of the pre-filed bills is a live near where you teach and teacher apprenticeships. So there are some bills already out there that are hoping to look at the teacher shortage and try to address that issue. So this is the very beginning of a fast-paced, frenzied 90 days. I will do my best to keep you up to date on what's happening in Annapolis and keep Annapolis apprised of our interests. I am available to answer questions you might have now, and certainly during those 90 days as the session progresses. If there's any piece of legislation that you become aware of that you're particularly interested in and you want me to look further into, or you would like the board to take a position on, please, please, please reach out to me and keep me up to date on your interests and the board's interests as a whole. Ms. Wolf?
As you know, I serve on the legislative committee for MABE, and a number of the bills have been reintroduced from last year. I think it would be helpful if we could get a listing of those that were reintroduced and those that were supported under the platform and those that we agreed to support. There are a couple, though, that you might want to really take a look at that are pre-filed and new. You may have mentioned them. You were going kind of fast, so I was trying to go down my list. But this House Bill 25 on sexually explicit materials prohibited in libraries is something you might want to take a close look at. And as I said, the rest of the bills are things that we have seen before, but we also have one on student cellular phone use. Mm-hmm. And you know, it's interesting because the students don't seem to have a problem with removing the phones. It's the parents mm-hmm. that seem to have the problem with that. So it's going to be a really interesting session, and I believe I have this document electronically. If I do, I will send it to all of you when I get home. If not, Patty, you probably do too, because you get everything that I get, don't you? You know, I'm talking about the attachment from the meeting on this past Monday. Thank you.
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Patty and appreciate her, because what we've never done before, and we mentioned it at the very last year at the Communication Stakeholder Engagement Committee meeting, was to make certain that we inform our county council members of what legislation we were supporting. We had Council Member Will Jawanda, who's the chair of Education and Culture Committee meeting. He talked about some of the legislation that we had mentioned at our meeting, just not being aware, just not even thinking that, you know, we do weigh in and they want to know, like, what are the legislation items that we're supporting. So thank you for saying that you would double back with them and share that information with them as well. Appreciate that.
Ms. Wolf?
There is one thing that I did want to bring to your attention. It's called the Removing Foundation Program Funding from the 75% school-based funding allocation requirement. They're looking for instances as to how that would impact you if you don't have the flexibility to move the funding around where you need it versus the child taking it where they're going. So if you have instances, please send them to John Woolams at MABE so that he can prepare his testimony.
No other lights? Then thank you, Ms. Armstrong, for this update, and we look forward to your presentation of the bills and the upcoming meetings. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to our next agenda item, item number 7, which is a progress monitoring presentation. Just as a reminder, we wanted to, as a board, keep track of how our students are doing throughout the year by covering different topics in our pathways. And so the milestone for today is Algebra 2 data, and so we are very excited to hear about how our students are doing in the district in reaching and achieving this milestone. With that, I pass it to Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, President Silvestri. So today we're going to be discussing the academic milestones in the pathway to college, career, and community readiness, as Ms. Silvestri just alluded to. And today, the 6th academic milestone indicating the pathway is to complete and pass Algebra 2 by 11th grade. So that is going to be the focus of today. I just want to say why that's important. As you know, one thing that we have been monitoring and watching is that how the state is looking at students' readiness for college and career has previously been 11th grade, now it's 10th. And so as we think about that, you know, we are still looking at where we are in the 11th grade because that will give us much indication in terms of what we can predict moving forward and how we will work with our students, knowing that indicator will be moving, you know, backwards. And so that just, again, helps us to think about how we want to think about the preparation earlier and putting the correct support in place. I know we still getting to budget, but last year, remember in our budget conversation, we were very intentional about how we would put supports in middle school intentionally so that we were not trying to make gaps up later in high school. And so I'm looking forward to the two meshing together over the next few years as we look at how we're going to be monitoring students' preparedness in 10th grade and how those supports put in middle school will help move us toward that trajectory. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. But nonetheless, I'm excited about looking at Algebra 2 for our 11th graders. And thank you so much to the staff. Welcome to the table. We look forward to the presentation. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Collins.
Thank you so much. This milestone...
Could you turn your mic on, please?
This milestone and other milestones that make up the pathway to college, career, and community readiness were developed to support the expectations of the blueprint for Maryland's future to ensure our students develop a strong foundation before they transition to college and work. Algebra 2, as Dr. McKnight noted, is an important indicator for college readiness, a University Systems of Maryland requirement, and a foundational preparation for college-level mathematics courses. Meeting the Algebra 2 measure is determined by the percentage of students who pass the course with a C or higher by the end of 11th grade. This is the first time we will share data for this milestone, which consists of students in grade 11 during the 2022-2023 school year and serves as a baseline for this measure and next steps. I'm really excited that today we will be joined by Mrs. Crystal Brown, resource teacher, and Mrs. Kristen Cole, teacher from Montgomery Blair High School, and additionally, Mrs. Renee Johnson, the principal, Montgomery Blair High School, is also joining us in the audience today. I now turn it over to Dr. Peggy Pugh, Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you both very much. Next slide, please. We have been moving along this continuum to share data publicly and make sure that we're all on the same page with what's available and we understand what's available as we look at this new pathway to college, career, and community readiness. So a lot about Algebra 2 is making sure that students are prepared for their next level mathematics courses. Typically, if they're going into college, there previously had been gaps between a student taking Algebra 2 and then maybe not taking math the next 2 years and then going into college and having a challenging math course right away. So that was my experience as a student. But today we'll hope to give you some data analysis so that you can see where we are on this new milestone. We also are really, really excited about sharing what we're doing to support mathematics, both for caregivers, teachers, and students themselves. And then we have some exciting examples so that you can really see and look into the classroom to see what it's like based on a teacher's perspective. Next slide, please. So again, here I'll orient us to our pathway to college, career, and community readiness. We are almost at the end. We are looking at the measure to complete and pass Algebra 2. And so the data set was students who completed grade 11 last year who took and passed Algebra 2 with a C or higher. Next slide, please. The Algebra 2 is often recognized as a gatekeeper course for college readiness. The studies say basically that it's an important college admission for most states, and that the belief is that the thinking skills that are covered in that course are required and that they'll prepare for the next college level course. The concept and skills obtained in Algebra 2 do provide the foundation for more advanced mathematics. Algebra 2 is our University System of Maryland admissions requirement, which were designed to keep our students' mathematics skills ready for college level requirements. Research has demonstrated that positive outcomes on this indicator within this course is associated with higher education attainment at the end, outcomes such as college enrollment and post-secondary completion. Next slide, please. I'll pass it over to Dr. Addison.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Dr. McKnight, and community members. I'm Dr. Keisha Addison, Director for Shared Accountability. Before discussing the data on the slide, I would like to build on what both Dr. Collins and Dr. Pugh shared. The academic milestone measure in the pathway to college and career and community readiness of completing and passing Algebra 2 with a C or higher by the end of grade 11 allows us to further understand students' skills in abstract reasoning and problem-solving skills needed to be prepared for not only college but also the workforce. As Dr. Pugh mentioned, Algebra 2 is a course included in the University System of Maryland admissions requirements, so our intentional focus and priority on this course and our pathway helps us support our students for post-high school preparation as it relates to mathematics skills for college level requirements. So on this slide, we are looking at the total number of grade 11 students at the end of the 2022-2023 school year, which is 12,251. We look for whenever a student took Algebra 2 and passed the course with a C or higher. More specifically, a grade 11 student from last school year who completed and passed Algebra 2, say in their 9th grade year, is included in the number and percent who earned a C or higher. So overall, we see that 71.4% of grade 11 students at the end of the 2022-2023 school year passed Algebra 2 with a C or higher. And looking at data for racial ethnic groups, percentages range from 54.8% for our Hispanic Latino students to 87.5% for our Asian students. For 2022-2023 grade 11 students receiving services, 34.7% of emergent multilingual learners or recently exited emergent multilingual learners, 55.6% of our students receiving free and reduced price meal system services, and 44.7% of students receiving special education services passed Algebra 2 with a C or higher. I will now turn it over to Ms. Losnek to share more about the Algebra 2 course and how our students experience it in MCPS.
Thank you, Dr. Addison, for the data overview. Good afternoon, Dr. McKnight, President Silvestri, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Jennifer Loznak, and I'm the supervisor for secondary mathematics. And I'm joined here today at the table by Kristen Cole, Algebra 2 teacher at Montgomery Blair High School. In today's presentation, I want to share three key aspects: the state of the curricular resources for Algebra 2, the MCPS theory of action actualized in Algebra 2, and the timeline for our next steps for the future. And before moving into the open discussion, we'll also have the opportunity to allow Kristen to share what she's doing in Algebra 2 at Montgomery Blair High School. Next slide, please. All right. The current Board of Education approved curriculum for Algebra 2, Honors Algebra 2, and 2-year Algebra 2 is the MCPS Curriculum 2.0. And its inaugural year of implementation was the school year 2015-2016. Curriculum 2.0 was written in response to the Common Core state standards that were adopted in June of 2010. At that time, many curriculum developers had authored tasks that were aligned to the Common Core. However, there wasn't a comprehensive curriculum that was being sold for us to purchase at that time. And so MCPS pulled together educators to curate a variety of resources through people who were leading the landscape for what Common Core would look like in the classroom. So we curated materials from Engage New York, Mathematics Vision Project, and Illustrative Math, which is the current curriculum that we use for our middle school courses. However, with time and experience, we realized the need to reevaluate how the curricula are being used and how they're meeting the needs of our current students today. During this evaluation process, it takes time, and our students don't have that time. So the secondary math team is working immediately this spring, and we've been working throughout this school year to update curricular resources for teachers, for students, and for caregivers as well. For example, we have had requests from parents, from MCCPTA, from schools, from a variety of people about how do I support my student at home? My child is in class, they're learning, they get home, and there's not a textbook currently for Algebra 2. And so we have updated MCPS's curriculum page to include what's called a flex book. And in this flex book, it takes each lesson within the curriculum and it shares an explanation of what was taught during that lesson, as well as practice problems for students to do more of at home. And so this is aligned to each lesson throughout Curriculum 2.0, and we are constantly looking about how we can socialize this and so that it's in the hands of more people to support their students beyond the classroom. We've also included Algebra 2 as part of our summer resources. So primarily the resources for the summer have only been around middle school, but we did systemically provide an Algebra 2 summer resource for students to bridge that gap from June through September. As well, it's just a great opportunity when you're entering into the school year to go back and reflect on some of the things that are coming into the classroom. As well, for teachers, we want to make sure that we're supporting them as well through this time, and we have each year really worked to ensure that our pacing guide and the scope and sequence, the things that we are learning, and the time where most of the instruction is happening are the essential standards as identified through MSDE. And so we really made sure that the essential standards that students really need to know that MSDE says these are critical for Algebra 2 students, and what we know that they need for pre-calculus and to be successful further on, we've tailored our instructional pacing guide to allow more time for those standards. We are continuously gathering input from our community and always responding with this in the most timely manner that we can to meet their needs around the curriculum. Next slide, please. The MCPS theory of action indicates that if we differentiate resources, build staff capacity, and implement accountability structures, then student outcomes will improve. The secondary math team has been leveraging these three key aspects in our work to improve student outcomes. On the secondary math team, there are 2 specialists who are dedicated full-time to all the needs of high school. We have 2 additional specialists who share time. They're primarily supporting middle schools because we have more middle schools, but they also do share a couple of high schools to support the 2 specialists. During this time, they are differentiating support and resources. That's their essential work, is going out into schools, supporting resource teachers. We prioritize our newest resource teachers, and then we use data to prioritize the support to all of the other schools. This differentiation of time and frequency of support really reflects the needs of students and schools. In addition to differentiating the direct support to schools, the secondary math team is also building staff capacity throughout various venues. We have monthly high school RT meetings to engage countywide, where our math leaders engage in countywide professional learning. And so we began the year with unit study and lesson planning. We've continued through with how do we support our multilingual students in the classroom, because we know that that should be a constant focus and a conversation that we are addressing. And then our future learning for these meetings will include reasoning and modeling, because our students need to be able to think about mathematics and be critical thinkers of mathematics. In addition to the monthly RT meetings, we also have monthly office hours, and these office hours are optional, and we always invite whoever is the administrator over mathematics to attend. And the first part of this meeting is to talk about timely leadership topics. We've talked about articulation, we've talked about MAP-M, we've talked about course offerings. And so in the second half of this meeting, we talk about the operations of mathematics. What can we do to support the math leaders in the day-to-day operations of this? One of the most recent conversations was really around Algebra 2. So it is something that schools are talking about, something that schools want support on, support in how do we program students to be successful, and how do we ensure that we're putting kids in the right courses and giving them access to rigorous instruction. But our most impactful capacity building really happens when the specialists are directly working with schools. And so this direct support can look like a variety of things. It may mean that a resource teacher, the math leader, and a specialist go and walk through classrooms, they walk through planning, and then they debrief about what are the needs that we see in instruction and what are the needs that we see in planning. This may mean that the specialist joins a school improvement plan meeting and talks about how they can leverage instruction to align to the needs and the goals of their school. As well, the specialists at the secondary level are creating content-specific professional learning. And so some of this professional learning is around differentiation. How do you engage students in language building? Language is a math in and of itself, and kids have to be talking and using the mathematical language. We also know that this is essential for our multilingual students to be successful. They have to be talking, because speaking is one of the components that they are assessed on. And we really want to engage that. As well, we have content-specific professional learning around studying the standards. So do we know the math? And I mean that in terms of, do we know it, like what are kids coming from Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and then pre-calculus? So what does it look like to articulate through all of these? And so we have vertical conversations about the standards. And how do we understand what it means to apply the knowledge? It isn't just about solving quadratic equations, and I can do this, one problem after another, but can I take a word problem, a scenario, and understand why I need a quadratic equation for this? What does this quadratic equation represent for this scenario? And really understanding that piece of the standard and really elevating that. These content-specific professional learnings have started with a small group of schools that we've selected to work with. Our purpose is to ensure that we're meeting the needs of teachers and getting feedback along the way, and then we will be taking this to scale across the county by the end of the school year. We just want to make sure that it is effective before we are just out there providing. We want to make sure it's meeting the teachers' needs. So these are the immediate steps that we're doing to build the capacity of staff around Algebra 2. In terms of the accountability structures, we have something new for this semester. This is the recommended monthly assessments. These are taken on the Performance Matters platform, and we're often asked, how do we know how students are progressing before we get to this district assessment, before we get to the end of the year, the report card? That's an ongoing question that we get. And so we've been working to provide these monthly opportunities for schools to take short exit ticket type questions on the Performance Matters platform. And then the computer, most of these are computer graded, so you get that instant feedback about how students are mastering the concepts that are teaching. And so this data can be used to inform instruction for the next day for the teachers because the grading happens immediately. You can also gather student progress and see how it meets the needs of your goals for the school improvement plan, as well as it informs building and district leaders about the needs of students and how support can be provided. And lastly, for improving accountability, implementing accountability structures through the theory of action, we will be doing learning walks. And so we'll be gathering data on the curriculum usage. What are the instructional practices used to engage students in the learning? More than just receiving learning, but really owning learning and talking about the learning. And then we'll also be taking an opportunity for us to also learn what are the needs of the teachers. And so we will be meeting with teachers and asking them, what can we do to elevate and support you in the Algebra 2 curriculum? This input from our learning walks will also guide the work for the summer learning and a future request for proposal. Next slide, please. So here is our next steps for the future. In the spring of 2024, as I talked, we'll be providing that content-specific professional learning. We will be doing curriculum learning walks and also just reviewing the curriculum review process. So what do our students need? What do our parents need? Caregivers, what do our students need? We'll be getting focus groups together to decide how do we be informed? We want to make sure that we talk to those people closest to the work. So this summer, we will be doing required Tier 1 professional learning for all Algebra 2 teachers. During this time, we'll be bringing teachers back to the curriculum and saying, here are the lessons within the curriculum, here are longer formative assessments that you can be giving to students that align to the written curriculum, as well as align to the progress checks that your students take at the end of marking periods 2 and 3. And we'll also talk about engaging students. We'll be using the book Building Thinking Classrooms and using really this for the foundation of our learning. And so Building Thinking Classrooms has 3 essential components. The first is to randomly and frequently place students in groups. In this step, it is visible to students that these groups are selected randomly. It's not like the teacher tried to program something to say these 2 students work together. The teacher might have cards at the door and say, grab a card, grab a card, grab a card, so they know that they are randomly together. The second is to allow students to work in groups on vertical, non-permanent surfaces. So what teachers are doing is they partition their whiteboard across the room and they say, group 1, you're here, and you're going to work through some problems together as a group. And then they'll continue groups around the classroom. So students are up talking, they're not sitting in their seats, they're collaborative. We know that students need to be talking in order to be learning. Those who can talk and explain, we know that that's how they're solidifying their learning. And lastly, it calls to defront the classroom. And so what defronting is we want to shift from the focus of instruction being the teacher's the sole giver of knowledge, and focus the instructional time on the students. And so how are we making sure that we're getting out to students and making sure that they're the focus of that time? And so Ms. Kristen Cole here from Montgomery Blair, she's going to paint a picture of what this looks like in her classroom and what we hope more classrooms can look like through this Tier 1 professional learning in the summer. In the fall of 2024, we'll move into a request for proposal. So in this time, we'll be looking for high-quality instructional materials. We know that in order for students to be successful, and the first step to supporting our marginalized students is really a high-quality instructional material. They must be engaging in materials and content every single day that is going to be at the expectation of the MCAP, of the next course, and different things like that. So we want something that is high quality. And then upon Board of Education approval in the fall of 2025, all of our students will be sitting in front of a high quality instructional materials and really be engaging and prepared for the future, as we know that what you learn in Algebra 2 has long-term implications for students. I understand that seems like a ways away, but we are always looking between now and then what we can be doing to improve the support for students, teachers, and the community. Next slide, please. It's my pleasure to be joined here today here with Kristen Cole. She's a veteran math teacher and the lead for the Algebra 2 PLC. Seated in the audience are Mrs. Renee Johnson, the proud principal of Montgomery Blair High School, Mr. Aaron Bernstein, the administrator overseeing math at Montgomery Blair High School, and Mrs. Crystal Brown. She's an experienced educator who is in her second year as a math leader, what I've been referring to as a resource teacher. Kristen?
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Cole. I am the Honors Algebra 2 PLC team leader at Montgomery Blair High School, and I'm in my 21st year of teaching math and MCPS. I've been teaching Algebra 2 for the past 15 years alongside with Algebra 1, Geometry, and Pre-Calculus. I've always believed that teachers need to use a variety of strategies to meet the needs of all their students. But when we came back from the pandemic, I found that very difficult. I found that students were more reluctant to have a conversation with me, to ask me questions, and they didn't want to converse with each other. So I thought to myself, how can I fix this? The methods I'm using for the past 20 years haven't been working. What can I do? That's when I found online a friend of mine who teaches social studies posted this book, Building Thinking Classrooms, and called it a must-read. So that summer, I bought the book, and it has changed my teaching methods for the better and forever. So as Ms. Losnick said, the key components, that's where I started. I started the first day last year putting my students in visibly random groups by handing out a card to each student as they walked in the room, and I have been doing that almost every single day since then. Students know that it's random because they can see. They don't always agree with their randomness and don't always like it, but now 3 months into the, a few months into the semester, they're starting to see the benefits of it. I also have multiple boards around my room, so I have 10 groups up at a time, 10 groups of 3, working on vertical surfaces, and then I have taken the focus off of me and more about their thinking and what they're doing. We start every day, like I said, handing out the cards, and we talk about what we've previously learned, some key components from previous lessons that we're going to need for that day, and then I send them off to their boards. I provide them with a task that is thin sliced in terms of starting at a very low level, and it increasingly gets more difficult as they move through the task. And so groups are able to work at their own pace through these problems and meet the needs of their group members. One thing that's great about this is that because they're all standing vertically, they can see the work of all the students in the classroom. So if a moment a group gets stuck, they can take a walk around the room, look at what other groups are doing, get ideas from them. If they're still stuck at that point, it allows me to step in and help guide them in the right direction. In their groups are provided 1 marker per group, and they are told that they are not allowed to write their own ideas. This helps build the collaboration because they have to communicate their ideas, and if they get an idea, they have to pass the marker to somebody else. This discourse between the students has greatly improved their vocabulary. It has made the students more active because they know at some point they're going to get that marker or have to pass the marker and share their ideas. The students not only use each other's work to get ideas from, but they also use each other's work to check their answers. So I'm not answering the question, is this right, constantly. They're looking at each other's work, and they're using each other's ideas to see if they're right. This board work is the majority of our class time. This can take anywhere between 30 minutes to, I've had classes that are up for 75 minutes, and they don't even realize that they're still standing doing math for that long. And it's a joy to see because they're actually so engaged that they're not watching the clock at times. After the board work, we join together around either walking around the room looking at each group's work, or we go to one board to kind of summarize, consolidate their learning, make sure the key marks are hit, and give them a chance to ask any clarifying questions, anything that they did not understand, and for them to verbalize their thinking. So if we go to one group, we might ask that group to verbalize what they did or ask another group to summarize what they think that group was thinking. And it gets all aspects of that communication and collaboration. Once we finish that consolidation, the students go back to their desks and they create their own notes using the examples around the room. So they can choose the methods, the key terms that are important to them that they think they might forget over the next few class periods. This is where they're able to see the big picture, and they can highlight their work, or they can highlight their friends' work, their peers' work. I also provide examples for them that might look a little different than what they've seen on the board, so that we're really trying to meet all of their needs. What I have found most beneficial for me as a teacher in the thinking classroom is my ability to not be standing at the front of the room and walk around the room to have one-on-one conversations and small group conversations on a daily basis. This provides me more time to discuss with the students what their needs are, what they're missing, what they need further explanations on, where when I was standing at the front of the room, I didn't have that time. And so I really I can get to know my students on a personal level and an academic level of what their needs are. And I really like that I'm able to gauge what the individuals are doing and gauge how the class lesson is going so that I can implement or plan for further instruction based on how that class is going. It's provided a lot of flexibility in my instruction and my pacing so that we can adjust to what the students need in each period, not what the curriculum says we should do necessarily. As the PLC leader at Blair, I provide all of my lessons to my colleagues. We share all of our lessons with each other, materials and ideas. We meet bi-weekly to make sure that we're all on the same pace and we're making decisions about how and what we're teaching together as a team. So it's not just coming from me, it's a collaborative effort. During these meetings, we use the curriculum resources that Ms. Losnick talked about, and we use the data from our students to drive our instruction and make those decisions to make sure we're meeting the students at Montgomery Blair the best. I personally have led 2 professional development sessions at Blair High School on building thinking classrooms to engage teachers around the building to use it, not just in math, but in other subjects. Some teachers on our PLC have already started using it, along with a couple teachers in English, chemistry, and social studies. I've also opened up my room for them to come observe me so they can see it in action. And then I also presented on a panel for prospective teachers at the University of Maryland who did a book study and shared my experience of implementing these strategies in my classroom. Our resource teacher, Crystal Brown, has been instrumental in our application at Blair. She consistently supports our PLC by being a sounding board for implementing the new ideas. She helped get us new whiteboards for some classrooms so that we have more vertical spaces to work on. And she has regular conversations with our PLC and our teachers to help us and support us in staying within our decisions of a PLC. The biggest impact I have seen in the classroom is the increased level of engagement because the students are up and they are active, right? I have been better able to sequence their learning based on their needs because I let the students and the data drive my planning. I'm watching them work on a daily basis and see where the path that we're going on and can look to the future. I'm able to affirm their knowledge more consistently and more accurately than with older teaching methods. Students are more willing to converse with each other about the math, and they stay on task for longer periods of time while working on the vertical surfaces. I have also seen students gain more confidence, working independently and checking their own work with their peers or by themselves rather than relying on me all the time. I feel these practices have also helped build life skills such as collaboration, communication, and willingness to take risks and learn from their mistakes. Specifically, my EML students have shown a growth in confidence in sharing their thoughts either on the boards or verbally. In the past, my EML students tended to be more quiet in the classroom, but now I'm able to hear their voice, whether it's in a small group or a one-on-one setting. They're able to explain to me and ask me questions more regularly. Each semester, I give my students a survey to get feedback on their thoughts. Last year, 95% of my students said that the pacing was just right for their needs. 55% said the whiteboard practice was their most effective strategy for them, while only 1% said that it was the least effective or their least favorite activity. Some quotes from students included, "I liked that we used whiteboards because it made class more fun and engaging, and we can learn from other students as well. I liked the board work, especially because it made it less awkward to ask another student for help. I'm also a visual learner, so it worked really well for me." Our teacher made sure we had several methods and resources for learning the material. I am really pleased with the progress my students are making, both academically and personally in the thinking classrooms, and I want to thank MCPS and the board members for having me here today to share my story. So thank you, and I'll give it back to Ms. Losnick.
Thank you, Mrs. Kristen Cole. We hope to provide professional, our goal for the Tier 1 professional learning is to provide this same opportunity for teachers to engage their students. And so that's what we will be working through this summer, and we look forward to the opportunity to get into classrooms next year and see this in action across the county for all of our students. This time, we'll open it up for discussion. And I see the microphones coming.
Julian's here, like, drawing for it.
No, I was.
We'll get to everyone, don't worry.
Family Feud.
Mrs. Wolf.
I just want to thank you. That was excellent. I'd love to come by and see it in action because it was fascinating. But I also have one other question, and it's not really a question, it's a request. If I could get the performance data broken down by high school and demographics. That's it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Said.
Yeah, this was fantastic. I just want to say Algebra 2 is one of those courses that I can now remember taking because I took this when I was in high school. And after a early on in high school. Feels like forever now.
Oh, man.
Back when I was virtual. And I passed just barely after a lot of hard work. So, yes, it seems like forever ago now, but it was funny because I actually went on Canvas and I pulled up my class. I looked at the materials just to give myself a refresher, so that was really, really cool. And so I just want to make a couple comments and ask a couple questions. The first thing, the new teaching methods that you talked about, I mean, to me, that's revolutionary. I've always struggled specifically in math courses, and I think a big struggle for me that continues to be a struggle as I continue high school is I don't learn very well when I'm being talked at. It's just harder, especially over 45 minutes straight being talked at, writing notes. It doesn't stick in your mind, especially when you have 6 other classes you have to worry about. And so having a method where it's student-led, where students are going, like you said, at their own pace, they're learning from others, I mean, that is huge. And I don't doubt that that's helping the students a lot. And I want to really, kind of thank you for, pioneering that program. And I know it's definitely supporting those students. And that's something I wish I had when I was taking Algebra 2. Would have helped me out a lot. And then, another thing that I know you mentioned is you're focusing on those concepts in Algebra 2 that relate to pre-calculus in next year. That is fantastic. That class is really a huge support for when you take pre-calculus later. A lot of those concepts you learn in Algebra 2 carry you through pre-calculus. So spending more time on that, I think, is crucial. And I appreciate you doing that. So that aside, I have a couple quick questions. So the first one is about the monthly formative assessment, which I find really, really interesting. So I just had 3 short questions. So the first is that required for all students to take, or is it like teachers say, hey, there's a formative assessment, it doesn't count towards your grade, whatever, or is it like a requirement for students to do?
Thank you. We can't require it right now because of the 2.2% rule. And so we put it out on a spreadsheet, and it is available for teachers. They can include it in their grade book. System-wide, we just can't mandate and require that they take it. But a teacher.
Explain briefly what the rule is.
So students can only be testing for 2.2% of the school year. And so right now, and so it's a state mandate. And so right now, we can't require it. We would have to go back and reevaluate the time students are spent testing. And so right now, it's just a recommended to progress monitor. But a teacher can choose, hey, at the end of class, open up your Chromebooks, jump into Test Navigator or whatever, and take this.
Okay, thank you. That helps out a lot. And then you said that the teachers get to see answers instantly. Do the students also get to see their score reports on those tests? Are you aware of that?
No, it will come back to teachers. And so part of our learning will also be like, how do you make use of it that next day? And so looking at just how do students do. Sometimes teachers give exit tickets, but at the end of the day, they have 150 exit tickets to go through. They have anything else that they've been grading or doing. And so most of them we have set up to be computer graded. It could be multiple choice, it could be grid in, it could be a drag and drop, but something that teachers can get immediate feedback from.
Okay. I know, I was just asking that because I know sometimes, as a student, it's helpful when you get to see your assessment because then you're like, oh, wow, I'm way behind on this. Oh, maybe I was getting A's on the other things. But look, now that I'm taking this comprehensive formative, I know I'm way behind. And since it's computer graded, I was just wondering if that could go to students. And then my last question about that was, so what does this formative assessment look like? You said it was like kind of a short exit check type of thing, short questions. Is it really reflective of what the students learn either that unit or that month? Or is it really like kind of short and sweet, just a general summary for teachers? Like kind of what does that actually look like when you're taking it?
So currently in the curriculum, there are formative assessments that can be given at the end of a unit or at the end of a topic. And so what we're doing is pulling items from these assessments and putting them in the platform and saying, when you get to this point, this might be a great opportunity for you to give this, one question. It isn't meant to be the entire class period. We find effective is when we consistently gather student data about how they're progressing through the curriculum, rather than saying, all right, in 2 weeks I will, but every, once in a while we do with it. And part of it being on the platform is we know that if everybody gives it, we can sit at the PLC tomorrow, and it's not as though one of my PLC members didn't get to grade it, and therefore we can't have a rich discussion about it. But it's graded, it's done, we talk about it. We can look at it from the district level and say, hey, we didn't do well on this standard or this question. Where does this come back in the curriculum? What can we tell teachers about how to reinforce this? And as well, if you're monitoring student groups, because it's on the Performance Matters platform, you can look at your groups of students that you're monitoring through your school improvement plan and, see, hey, what do we need to do for our students?
Okay. I think that clears things up. And then last question, when you say you're putting an RFP out for high quality instructional materials, does this mean an overhaul of the curriculum? Does it mean a new type of curriculum? Does it mean additional supports? Can you just clarify that for me?
So in the request for proposal, part of our learning walks is to gather information about what are the needs of students, what are the needs of teachers. And so when we write the request for proposal, we'll say, we will ask them, what's the coherence of your curriculum? What's the rigor? How do you balance conceptual understanding, procedural knowledge, application? We will also ask them, what are the supports that you give for your multilingual students? What are the scaffolds and supports you might give for your special education? What's the enrichment that you provide in your curriculum to go deeper for kids who maybe need enrichment but don't need to go to the next grade level? And so we'll put all of those requirements into the request for proposal, and then it will be open to the public to put in their curriculum, and we'll go from there. We would also probably look, and then we'll gather a group of people together and go through them and decide that process.
So it's essentially a new curriculum then?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
We're going from a homegrown.
Yes, that's what I assumed. I was just making sure.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, hi. Is it morning? Oh, no, afternoon. Good afternoon. I think, Ms. Cole, your sharing is one that I'm going to remember. I have to try very hard to keep myself on my seat and not to jump out with excitement. I think you really emphasized the process of learning, and I think that's what help our students to gain knowledge. And what I also see is this is a homegrown initiative. and from the staff, and with support with excellent leadership at the school, and that's what makes this effective. So thank you so much. Tagging on the data request, I would like to see the passing rate for C and above. I want to see how many is first time and how many is multiple tries before 11th grade, if I can get that. Now, I am excited about the IFP for the new curriculum because the blueprint said we needed vetted curriculum that is meeting the state standards, right? So this is a great move. So as you are gathering feedbacks and put in IFP, I have some comments and some questions for you. As I have heard that after the pandemic, our students have holes in their learning. So the diagnostic tools to be able to see where the holes are seems to be important, and wonder whether in our IFP we will have that, you know. And the second thing is, you mentioned no textbook. You know, and I think our family has shared that, especially our family multilingual learners have shared that some guide, right? Some online guides, some that they can switch the language. That is very helpful for them to understand what's happening at school for their children. And then also going with that, are they supported materials for our multilingual learners in terms of the lessons? Now, will this one include IFP included honors, Algebra 2 too, for differentiating learning? Or no, it's just for on-grade algebra, because we offer on-grade and honors Algebra 2.
So when we go through this request for proposal, we'll be looking for both honors Algebra 2 and Algebra 2, but we'll have to work with vendors to distinguish what is Algebra 2 and what is honors Algebra 2, because the MSDE standards are singular. They don't differentiate between honors and on-level. We do that internally.
Okay. Now, my last question has to do with our evaluation. You know, on the board, we talk about program evaluation. And as I understand, our curriculum now is licensure, right? And I wonder, like, how many years, if you ask for RFP, how many years would that be, the licensure, the use? What are you thinking? Because from my perspective, it takes 3 years for us to fully train our staff and to fully implement something with fidelity. And then ideally, we want to track the data for 3 years to see how our students are doing. So I'm just wondering, what's the time frame you are thinking about for the IFP?
Right, so we agree with you, and the 3 years with the opportunity to renew is kind of the model that we've been using at MCPS, so that we have a contract where we can do implementation, look at how that's working, look at how the student outcomes are changing or not changing, and then opportunity to renew at the end of that third year if you're seeing success. Typical RFPs on curricular materials, for the very reasons that you mentioned, are 3 to 6 years.
So I actually, you are the expert, but for me, the first 3 years, we are not seeing the whole real picture.
Correct.
It's the later 3 years that we see the real picture. So I want us to think about that time frame. Yes.
And
we need options, right? Yeah.
So, and I appreciate that you're saying, how you're saying that. I think it's important to note that what isn't changing is the standards. The standards are the standards. They're grade level. They will be the same standards that the teachers know and understand currently. The new learning for teachers would be pedagogy changes and resource changes, like how to get what they need and what assessments to use when, what a pacing guide might look like. So there's comfort in that the whole world's not changing, the whole course is not changing, the resource we're using is changing. But I appreciate that you know, the time it takes to really do something and learn it and do it well.
Yeah, and keep keep that in mind when we request the IFP that's coming up.
Mr. Veraven?
Yeah, no, thank you. This is really exciting, and I think this is why we like to check in. I also want to go back to the main chart with the data, just to have a little clarity. When you have farms and EML students, right? So if you were a Hispanic Latino student, you could also be in that farm's EML, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So piggybacking on what my colleague to my left, my right said, if I could have a breakdown of that, and in both the ESOL or EML and the farms of the different demographics, that would be really helpful for me.
High school, you saying?
By high school, and then just by within, because then you might have some kids who are in 3 places. You might have the same kid be in farms,
Special ed.
be in
Can you do
EML,
that, Dr.
and be in special ed.
So I do want to caution us in terms of our overall numbers, because we're going to get, when you start disaggregating and overlaying, so are you receiving farm services and EML, you get to numbers that are going to be really small, and so we're going to start applying data suppression. So district-wide, we could definitely provide that, but it's going to get challenging for us for this individual school level. So I just wanted to.
But at least district-wide, I think it would give us a better sense for me, because as you said, with EML students, in some areas, as Samantha, testified, like at Blair High School, you have a larger Amharic population, right? Which then it goes to my question for Christine, who are doing amazing work. I think we should buy everybody that Building Thinking Classrooms book, like books for everybody, for all of us. Can we put that in the budget? Yeah, we can do a book drive. Book club. But I guess my question then for you is, because I was very excited to hear about your EML students, because that is, I think, an area that we struggle with math, with higher math, and with English and science. So the fact that you got, that response that you got from the students, but my question is, the challenges that you might face with these populations. I love the fact that, what are the challenges? How can we support whatever it is that you guys need? And this is kind of like a pilot, right now? This with the specialists at the schools? Or is there a specialist at every high school?
Every high school has what's called a resource teacher. And so a resource teacher is kind of, in layman's terms, the department chair. And so they out of the 7 periods, well, Blair's on a block schedule, so it's a little different, but most schools are on a 7-period day. A teacher teaches 5 periods, and a resource teacher only teaches 4 periods. Well, I wouldn't say only. They teach 4 periods, and they only get 1 period off to support teachers, to observe classrooms, to lead planning, to pull data, to work on the school improvement plan, to prep and provide professional learning. So the resource teachers are doing many things, just as a classroom teacher would, and many leadership responsibilities within that 1 period.
Okay. So do we then implement the same kind of recipe for every high school that might have, like, you might have a high school that has the kids higher farms, EML, METs, special ed, versus a school that doesn't have as many? So how do we divide those resources so to ensure that we are supporting in the best way to get these kind of results in those, in all those schools?
So at the system level, the formula for this is the same for all high schools. When you get your staffing, you would get an allotment of, 7, 10 resource teachers, and they would all have budgeted the 1 class period where they're not teaching. Some high schools try to be creative in how they support and differentiate their resources, but the system level, we have 1 formula for that.
I'll just add, it's 1 formula for that resource, but we also have ELD coaches, we also have special ed teachers, so we have additional resources. But I hear what your intentionality is do we have enough in the places where we need them?
Yeah, so do we?
Well, that is that is how it was designed, yes, but it is something that we're exploring as well, based on the student data. You know, what is it telling us that the students need?
And I guess that's what I'm trying to drive to, because we are in the budget, right? And as we were very intentional last year of putting the math coaches, right? Because we know and we see the results, and this is an area that it seems that this formula is working. I just would like us to be cumbersome and intentional about supporting something that is working and working so well across all spectrums of students, not just with certain populations.
Just wanted to piggyback on what you're saying. The pilot that you mentioned earlier in your presentation, that's not the methodology that Ms. Cole is doing, right? You said you're testing out a pilot that you want to roll out system-wide.
That's why I was getting a little confused. That's why I was asking that question, because I guess I also got a little bit confused. You said so you were testing
mentioned a pilot.
Yes. Her methodology is the pilot, isn't it?
Yeah, we're gathering information in, this summer we'll have Tier 1 training. And our hope in that Tier 1 training is to provide teachers with the practices from the book that she's reading, because we have seen that she's had success with this, and we hope to scale this across the county through that Tier 1 professional learning.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say that this, with what Mrs. Cole is doing, is a pilot. She took this upon herself. We've seen the success that she is having, the engagement she's having, and we are moving this along.
I was like, can we make it a pilot then? Because it seems like it's doing very, very well, and it seems like we can apply it to a lot of our other schools. Which again, I would like if you could answer my question about some of the challenges that you may be having, even though this is working, but some of the things that you might need in the classroom to even make this even better for some of those students that have because between farm kids and EML kids, we have a high absentee rate. And that could also be a challenge. So the fact that you're engaging these students is awesome. But what is it that we can do as a system to ensure that, this could work?
Thank you. Some of the challenges still revolve around the absenteeism. It hasn't fixed that problem. Most of my students who are absent from all their classes. So I do think that my students who are coming are enjoying what they're doing, and they're getting something out of it. What's nice is that when students do miss a long period of time and they do come back, they have their peers to help catch them up, and they have me walking around the room to fill in any gaps that they might have missed. And that's one thing I think is very beneficial about this method, is that it frees up my time to have conversations with students about, why haven't you been here? What can I do to support you? What do you need right now? What are you not understanding? And invite them to come for more academic support and come use our other resources that we have provided to them. So that is still one of the biggest, things that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Some of the other parts is with the EML students is the diversity in language at Blair that's been talked about. And so a lot of times we have students who do speak the same language in the same class, so they have the freedom to leave their group for a moment and walk around the room, maybe ask a friend to translate something for them or explain it in their language, and then bring that back to their group and try to reword it in English or show it on the board by doing the work and by doing the math. And that's helped some of my EML students really bridge, as they're learning English and learning math content vocabulary, bridge that gap so it's not so separate, and they're doing it together at the same time and making progress in their understanding.
Thank you. And the last thing I was going to ask is, when I look at your table of the students at Blair, so the current enrollment is 3,200 plus students, right? One of the things that I, again, would like to know is if you also have a farms in here, and the overlapping thank you. I couldn't think of it. And the last thing is that this have any budgetary implications for this year's for us to be thinking about? And I guess that is something that I will throw back to the team to let us know if there's something budgetary that we can do to support this, because you're going to be done, I think, by the fall, right? Looking at, when I look at your whole year. So then we want to be ready for next year to be able, and that will have, I would think, budgetary implications.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. The budget implications would be to fund what was requested in the superintendent's budget around curriculum, because although it's a general category, that would allow us the ability to move forward with an RFP to pay for a new curriculum resource. So the curriculum funding is there. In addition, would be the professional learning funding. Again, that's another broad category, but the professional learning is what allows us to have all teachers come in over the summer to learn new strategies and receive, the training that's needed to keep them moving. So those two big areas support the math initiatives.
That training includes also the whole area of focusing on special populations like special education and EML. Is that part of the training as well? That's already included in that?
So as we're designing the training for summer learning, yes, that is included in it.
Thank you.
I had a question for Dr. Addison. The outcomes that the 2023-24 Algebra 2 performance outcomes, I always like to know the trend, because this is just a snapshot, right? So are these better, worse, about the same? Some went up, some went down.
So I can get that to you all. We do have analysis from prior years. And just to clarify, this is from 22-23. So yes, we can get you trend data to tell the story in terms of how this is compared.
Some have increased, some have decreased?
I will be honest, I do not know off the top of my head, so I'll get that back to you.
Thank you. Is this one of the courses that students take a test for the blueprint in order to be college and career ready?
They can. It's one of the courses that they can use to satisfy that requirement. It's Algebra 1, Geometry, or Algebra 2.
Okay. All right, and my other question was the budget question, so Ms. Rivera-Alvin already asked that. Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. Just to quickly clarify, so Ms. Cole, this is a teaching strategy that you developed yourself after reading Building Thinking Classrooms, but it is a teaching strategy that's not math content specific, so you've shared it with colleagues who teach other content areas. And did I miss, so is this the first year you've been using this strategy?
So this book was written by a Swedish professor. He came up with these strategies. He did a lot of research on it, and it's kind of taking off worldwide. This is my second year implementing it. I started it last year, did it for the full year, and so now I'm slowly trying to dive deeper into it. He has a lot of strategies that work, but the recommendation isn't to throw them all in at one time. So working on what pieces would go next and how they fit into our curriculum and our policies here in MCPS.
So just, and I apologize if you went through this, but so this is year 2 and of using this strategy that you've put together using Building Thinking Classrooms. So when you're looking at trend data, so how are the outcomes for your Algebra 2 students changing with the implementation of this kind of teaching strategy?
So the data right now is hard for me to compare because 3 years ago I taught on level, and these last 2 years I'm teaching honors. So the data doesn't match exactly. Plus, from the pandemic, things were a little skewed. So I haven't been able to fully track the data, but overall, watching these students, I'm seeing more understanding, I'm seeing more comprehension, and I'm hoping the numbers over the next year or so will follow that. But just on a day-to-day basis, I see more growth and confidence in my students.
And so this is a strategy that you have shared informally with others. And Ms. Losnak, you were saying you're looking to develop some professional development for this summer for all content area teachers to do a dive on the strategies from Building Thinking Classrooms?
Currently, what we proposed in the budget for Tier 1 training was only Algebra 2 teachers for this.
Okay. Okay.
But if we're making budget requests, we could do all math teachers across the county.
Or making it an optional thing. I mean, you could do a TED Talk on this, and anyway, okay. And a question I have, and this builds on what Ms. Wolf was asking earlier about sort of the data. So we're looking at last year's 11th grade students who were taking Algebra 2. And I was just reflecting back to our December 5th meeting when we were looking at middle school data and picking up on the fact that by 8th grade, we have at least 35% of our students who are not taking on grade level math. They're taking more. And so this is just looking at this year's, the class of 2024 who, no?
No, for clarity, the slide, and if the communications team could
So this
put
is
the
a
slide
percentage
5.
of grade 11 students who earned a course mark of C or higher in 2022-23. So that's last year.
So it's last year's grade 11 students.
Right, so this
they
year's
weren't
seniors.
necessarily, yes.
So
but
they're
they
seniors
weren't
this year. This is looking at last year.
Yes.
No,
So
last year, they
Hold
passed.
on. Dr. Edison, please complete your sentence.
No, I was just saying it. I wanted to clarify that they weren't necessarily taking Algebra 2. You mentioned that they were grade 11 taking Algebra 2, so I wanted to clarify it's just end of 22, 23 grade 11 students, and have they completed and passed Algebra 2 by the end of grade 11. But they could have taken the grade Algebra 2 in 9th grade, middle school, 10th grade. So it didn't necessarily have to be an 11th grade completion.
Got it. That was a question I had. And so looking at these numbers, though, who in this year's, the class of 24, isn't there? How many people how many class of 24 members are taking Algebra 2 as seniors?
So we would have to do that calculation because the focus of the milestone is by the end of grade 11. I will tell you, and what we provided here is that when we looked at the students who attempted, regardless of that, there are only 3 students that aren't in this number. So there were 12,254. So there were 3 at the time of this. But if we have students who've come in that might be new, grade 12, then we can look in that. But we can get that number back to you.
Thank you. And do we have, so I know, for instance, like Algebra 2 is your go card if you want to take math courses at MC through dual enrollment. You have to have Algebra 2 under your belt to go on there. And there is no substitute, right? Algebra 2 is a graduation requirement. So you can't take something else like AP Calc instead of Algebra 2.
You can't get to AP Calc before without Algebra 2.
There's an algebra requirement for graduation, and it would be most beneficial that students take Algebra 2 before taking pre-calculus. That would be quite a jump in content knowledge for a student to go Algebra 1, geometry, pre-calculus. Pre-calculus, if you talk to any student, is a class that really pulls together all of the knowledge that you learned. And I would say Algebra 2 is very essential for the success of a student in pre-calculus.
So we were just having this conversation about, is Algebra 2 a specific graduation requirement? I guess the answer is no, but we do require students to take math every year they're in high school. So that's not, because we do have students who graduate after 3 years. So what overall percentage of our students in their high school career take Algebra 2? If we know that, I would guess it's substantial, but.
Yeah, we can get that number back to you in terms of the overall percent of students who take Algebra 2 by the time they graduate.
Yes, and because I'd be very interested to see if there's any data, what our data looks like, if you break this down by when, at what grade a student was accessing that Algebra 2 course. Were they in 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade? And do we see information in there that tells us when outcomes are better?
Yeah, thanks. So I can verbally tell you some of that now because I came prepared with the answer to that question. In terms of when, of this group of students that is being shown on the screen, when did they take Algebra 2? So less than 1% of our students took Algebra 2 in middle school. meaning, so of that 12,251, about 75 kids took it. When we look at grade 9, of the 12,251 students, 26%, which is 3,179, took in grade 9, 42% took in grade 10, which is 5,131, and 32%, which is 3,863, took in grade 11. So you kind of get an understanding
It's
of that. We can
scattered
definitely
out.
make sure we get that information to you.
Yeah, I would be interested to see if this general breakdown is consistent, regardless of when a student actually took the course, or if it's if not, if we're seeing data that shows if you take the Algebra 2 course earlier, your outcomes are less robust.
So again, we can ensure we get this information to you. And looking at the data that we prepared connected to these 12,251 students, pass rates, meaning completing and earning a C or higher, looks better for students in 9th and 10th grade, right? So we see higher pass rates. There were lower percentages of students meeting that C or higher for those who took it in 11th grade. And again, we can get that information to you.
Yeah, thank you. And congratulations, Ms. Cole. I wish I was taking your class.
Ms. Yang.
Yeah, I have a last comment. Since we're talking about, we heard at our last board meeting, heard about we are doing social study in the elementary school curriculum RFP and English language RFP. I know, Dr. Addison, you are putting programs on evaluation, helping to develop that schedule. I would like to see that our evaluation can align with, renewal or extension of the curriculum. That way, we get an idea of how well something is working and or whether something is working. Identify the issues. So when we need to issue new RFPs, we know what the existing issues are, then we can address them in the next RFP. Okay. Thank you.
Dr. McKnight.
Yes. Whew, I was waiting my turn. Patiently, that was so difficult. It was. I mean, first, I'd like to walk over and give you a hug, Ms. Cole. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is the first time that I can remember that we've had a teacher at the board table that is describing the significance and the difference of what students need as a result of the pandemic. And the way you so clearly and coherently explained it in a very simplistic way, I really hope that everybody heard it. And not for the reason that I don't think everybody acknowledges that the impact was great, but we can't forget, because we are not now wearing masks every day, that we are very much in the space of recovery, which is good. We are recovering, but the impact is great. So as we look at the data and we project, and Ms. Yang, you talked about the 3 years, right? There is going to be a story of the 3 years after the pandemic, and we're not there yet, that really does speak to a whole evolution in the change of education. And so as we think about the differences in the student data, we also have to remember teachers like Ms. Cole walk back into class. Ms. Cole, how many years do you have?
21.
This is my 21st year.
21st year. That's why I want to go over there and hug her, because in her 21 years, she said what sometimes many people are afraid to say, which is all the training and all the experience that I had prior to the pandemic has been turned on its head. And walking into this classroom, interacting with students in the way that I have to build trust, in the way that I have to re-engage them socially, in the way that I have to help them understand that a topic like mathematics, and Mr. Saeed is shaking his head because he and I have had that conversation, that builds. And for 2 years, they didn't have the classroom experience with whatever mathematics they were taking to build in the way that they had historically. That is massive. So when we look at our data and we're trying to discover and dig down into what it is and why it is what it is, there is a whole story in that, quite frankly, the cover story of it is we're in recovery still. And so I thank you, Ms. Cole, for coming and sharing how you acknowledged as a 21-year veteran that you and your craft of teaching had to be examined in a very different way to serve the needs of our students who need to be served in a very different way. And I'm sure you spoke probably for 99% of the teachers, 100% I'll say, that are out there, but I'm not sure would be willing to say that. So I thank you for modeling that level of vulnerability, because that is the level of vulnerability and honesty we have to have for us to really talk about the changes, the challenges, but the opportunity, which is what you presented today, that we have. And I just want to say, I went to her classroom. I had the pleasure of going to her classroom earlier this year. When you sat down, I was like, this is Miss Cole. Her husband is an educator. I remember, right? When I went to her classroom, but this is what I remember. And I said it to Principal Johnson, who's sitting over here on the side, and I want to thank you for creating the culture in your building where teachers feel comfortable taking risk and reading and figuring out what's needed right now, because that's exactly what it takes. So this story is a story of, multiple facets coming together in a school that make a difference, and I want to thank you for that. But you took me to Ms. Cole's classroom, and I remember walking in and saying, now this is a classroom that speaks to students feeling comfortable taking risk. I think I was in there for 10, 15 minutes, and that was evident in how they were engaging, how literally, and this was earlier in the year, how comfortable they felt. And that's what's needed for us to make the progress that we need. And so, Ms. Cole, thank you. I appreciate you sharing your story. I know I saw the assistant principal, Mr. Bernstein, here. Tell him I'm sorry that I wasn't able to give him his shout out and kudos in person. But this is the story of teachers really feeling like it's comfortable for me to go out and figure out what I need to do to address what's needed right now. And I wrote down an idea. I was over here while I had to exercise patience to wait to say all of this. I wrote down an idea because the theme today has constantly been creativity. We heard it when we were talking about pre-K and all these other things. So I'm sitting here saying and thinking, Ms. Cole is a 21-year veteran. The power in which she just shared her story, that is professional development for teachers. And so as we talk about how we provide that, I'm interested in how we engage in the discussion with Ms. Cole and the other Ms. Coles in the district to really think about how can we utilize some of the experiences that you've learned and tried in your classroom over a period of time that have led to success that can be replicated as professional development for other teachers within the system. I mean, when I think about that, there's power in that financially, there's power in that culturally, so many pieces. So we look forward to following up with you, Ms. Cole, about that. But thank you to you and Principal Johnson for sharing that very powerful story that you shared today. Thank you. Yeah. Thank
you. We applauded already, but I did have one more question. But I'm sure it's going to be great. Dr. Pugh, well, we've talked a lot about math content coaches in the last academic year. Does Blair have one supporting them?
So they have their resource teacher. There's not a math coach that was put into the budget last year. That intentionality was really to address the needs more at our elementary and middle school level, because we don't have that resource teacher structure at the elementary.
And that's right. You mentioned that the resource teacher has one period to do her resource work.
That's correct.
And Mrs. Cole, like, what does that support? No, and central office works with the resource teacher. So how would your central office support, I don't know who could answer, Ms. Cole, maybe Mrs. Cole, like, how does the central office support reach you as a classroom teacher?
So our resource teacher, Ms. Crystal Brown, we have a monthly meeting with the department where she brings back the initiatives or shares the materials with us that have been shared with her. She runs some professional development sessions within those department meetings. For me as a PLC leader, we have specific one-on-one conversations about Algebra 2 and how I can support my teachers. So it's kind of just a chain of command that goes through her and then she delivers it to me.
PLC stands for?
Professional Learning Community. So our Algebra 2 team, we're a PLC together.
And you said you're the lead for that.
I also want to add that the specialists from central office do support the resource teacher, and if the resource teacher, they may walk through instruction and they have a collaborative conversation about how can the specialist maybe come in and support a professional learning community during planning, or they might collaborate on professional learning for the department. And so our specialists do support the resource teachers, but there is opportunities for them to work next to teachers shoulder to shoulder.
And the specialists, how many specialists are there for all our high schools?
So the secondary math team has 5 specialists. 2 are solely dedicated to all the needs of high school. And then we have 2 specialists who are primarily supporting middle schools, but do have a couple of high schools that they support.
Okay. Trying to get a sense for how much central office, the capacity, right? It's a big school system, and to reach hundreds and hundreds of teachers, it takes more than 5 folks, but you're doing wonderful work with the resources that you have. Mrs. Yang.
I just want to comment that we did, as a school system, put in staff development teacher, and I saw a recent evaluation of that position. So I think in the future, I really do want to hear about, because that is a significant, that's like $29 million of investment we made. I do want to hear about their work in different subject areas in professional training capacity.
Thank you. All right, well, another fabulous presentation. You can tell by the engagement of the board that we're very interested in Algebra 2 performance and everything that you have brought to the table today. So very grateful for your presentation and for being here today. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to agenda item number 8. It's January, but it's time to start thinking about summer school. And so this is a board action where we'll be approving summer school fees, and we'll be hearing more about our plans for this summer's program here at Montgomery County Public Schools. So with that, I will pass it on to Dr. McKnight.
Right. So thank you. I am going to be brief in my comments, but we have talked before about the importance of having the conversation about summer schools start early. And so here we are in January. It's almost like we're following the schedule of summer camps. Yep. Getting ready for summer in January, because this is when they start to release their applications and such. So today we're going to share the proposal for our 2024 summer school programs for elementary, middle, and high schools for the board approval. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Collins.
The 2024 proposed summer programs will prioritize opportunities for students most in need, and for the first time since the pandemic, tuition will be charged for some of the programs. In accordance with Montgomery County Public Schools Regulation CGA-RA, Summer School Program, tuition fees are established annually by the Montgomery County Board of Education. Over the past 4 years, Montgomery County Public Schools has provided extensive summer programming to elementary, middle, and high school students, meeting various students' interests and needs due to pandemic-related grant funding. Summer programming for 2024 has been redesigned in response to program evaluations and changes in funding and consultation with school-based staff and the community stakeholders. I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Peggy Pugh, Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you, advisor and officer. I am really happy that we're talking about summer school this early because your approval of this item today actually impacts our planning for subsequent meetings that we have with stakeholders to really refine the vision and complete the plan. So next slide, please. The approach that we took today to share the information with you so that we were really clear about the intentionality of the planning that has been done with the stakeholder engagement that's already occurred is that the plan is in line with your strategic plan, our strategic plan. It's also important, we thought, to go back to a model, go back to look at what was done in Montgomery County Public Schools prior to the pandemic and all of the ESSER funding, understanding that the ESSER funding ends in September of this year. The proposal before you today for your approval will look more like what it did prior to the pandemic. Next slide, please. The alignment with the strategic plan clearly is on improving the focus of math and literacy, making sure that students do earn credits and that they're able to continue moving forward, and also to increase the percentage of students graduating from high school through a variety of the creative designs that are held at local school programs as well as centrally. Next slide, please. With that, I will introduce to Dr. Irina LaGrange, who will share the rest of the information.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. So good afternoon, board members. Dr. McKnight, President Silvestri walked away, but good afternoon, everyone. So again, as Dr. Pugh just shared, while we introduced you to the proposal for Summer Programs 2024, we think it is really important for us to review the pre-pandemic structure, to go over the structure that we had for the past 4 years, and then to take all of that into consideration when thinking about the programs for 2024. As we look at the slide, in 2019, this was pre-pandemic, elementary schools and middle school had an option to run independent, budget-neutral programs. During this time, we had 4 regional in-person sites, and at that time, we served 3,400 students. It's important to keep in mind that this past summer in 2023, we served over 13,000 students. Next slide, please. During the pre-pandemic times, again, it was optional for elementary and middle schools to participate, and the student tuition covered the cost for both staffing and program fees. The cost for the high school courses was structured around a tiered system, and the full cost for each course, so session A and then session B, was $300 and $40 for emergent multilingual learners who participated in English language development courses. Now, Title I and the extended school year did not include a tuition because both come from a different funding source. Next slide, please. Also, for the past 4 years, as was mentioned, we had access to COVID-19 emergency relief funding that allowed us to run programs for elementary, middle school, and high school students at no cost to families. This included MCPS transportation and meals at qualifying sites. This past summer, we served over 28,000 students in all of our programs. In our local programs, over 7,000 students participated in elementary and middle school programs at 64 different sites. 8,000 students participated in our central virtual high school program, and over 5,000 high school students participated in their local high school programs, where we offered high school graduation requirement courses in the core areas. In our local programs, the most popular courses were Health A and B, Algebra 1, and English 9AB. During this past summer, also, over 1,400 credit courses were earned through credit recovery, and close to 200 students took advantage of earning credits in CTE programs and work-based learning. It's also important to note that this past summer, 13 high schools offered English language development courses, mostly in math, history, and English, with a few courses being offered in technology and science. Next slide, please. For our elementary and middle school students, 33% of invited grade 1 through 8 students attended their local summer programs, and the attendance over the course for 3 weeks was at about 75%. While we noted that there was growth for elementary school students in their pre and post tests during the summer program, there was no statistical difference found in fall MAP-R and MAP-M assessments between summer participants and non-participants. Next slide, please. Now, looking at our central summer programs, these are the virtual high school programs. Approximately 80% of rising grade 9 through 12 students participating in virtual online programs earned credits in at least one of their courses. 96% of grade 9 students earned summer credits, and 67% earned all attempted credits. We offered 114 courses through central virtual summer programs in all course subjects, as well as technology, computer science, health, world languages, art, and CT courses. Now, most popular courses for central programs were health, and the health was 5 times greater than any other course, with 2,000 students taking health, honors English 9, honors Algebra 2, and foundations of computer science. Next slide, please. Now, also for our Title I and ESY programs, it's important to note that for Title I, we had 37 programs that were able to provide services to over 7,000 students in our elementary schools, and ESY programs for extended school year for students receiving special education services. Those were available for K through 12, and we had 3,300 students who participated at 150 different sites. Next slide, please. Now, here we go, summer 2024. Moving forward, we have 3 areas of foci. The first one is to ensure that we're supporting high school students in meeting their graduation requirements. The second one is to provide elementary and middle school students with summer programs with a focus in math, English language arts, and science through Title I and ATSI programs, so those are funded programs. And 3 is to continue ESY programs for students receiving special education services. Next slide, please. For summer 2024, we looked at gathering data. Can you go one more slide, please? Perfect, thank you. For summer 2024, when we gathered data from various stakeholders, we determined that it was going to be critical to support parents with the various program options. Currently, we're in process with collaborating with different offices to create a website that will explain the difference between regional and central programs, guide parents with registration and payments, as well as course requirements. Our plan is to begin sharing summer school information through different modalities with families as early as February. Next slide, please. For this upcoming year, we will also need to reintroduce fees to cover the cost of central and regional high school programs. The tiered system is slightly different from 2019, while the cost for emergent multilingual learners remains at $40. Students taking courses at the regional in-person sites will be able to take 1 course per session, while students taking courses through our central virtual programs will be able to take up to 2 courses per session. There is no cost for students in ESY, Title I, and ATSI programs, as those programs are supported through a different funding source. Next slide, please. Our goal is also, in terms of the elementary and middle school programs, to ensure that those programs will again be at no cost to families. MCPS transportation will be provided, as well as meals. And as mentioned, the focus will be on math, ENL, and science. We're also recommending our early childhood program, which is a 5-year program for pre-K Head Start students. What did I say?
5 week.
I said 5 years?
You did.
5-week program for our pre-K to Head Start students at no cost, and meals and transportation will be provided as well. Next slide, please. Now, looking at the high school regional and central programs. Our recommendation is to have 3 regional in-person sites at Blair High School, Richard Montgomery, and Seneca Valley High Schools. Students would be able to select the site of their choice. We picked these sites strategically because they have easy access to public transportation and they're accessible to walkers. Public transportation through Ride-On is available to all high school students at no cost, and meals are provided. The suggested dates for Session 1 are June 24th through July 12th, and Session 2 through July 16th through August 2nd. Those dates are based on our synergy flips, so we're not able to start sooner. And the nice thing is that this year we would be able to end before the fall sports begin and before pre-service. Last year we were right back to back, so unless we have many, many snow days, we should be okay. I hope I didn't jinx this. The in-person, I'm Croatian, I love snow, so it's good. So the in-person sessions were 4.5 hours, which is why students who register for in-person regional programs are only able to take 1 course because those are in person, while students who do the online courses are able to register for up to 2 courses. We're also recommending for local high school programs to run non-credit courses. These are the unique programs that students have, that schools run. Again, these are non-credit courses, and these are application and cost neutral. So students would pay for the course, which then pays for the program. We are also recommending credit recovery. So this is per MCPS regulation on grading and reporting. And we're recommending no cost to credit recovery because credit recovery allows students to make up the 1 marking period that they failed to allow them to get the credit. So for example, if a student received a D, first marking period, failed second marking period, they can engage in credit recovery, which will then allow them to earn a D and pass that course. This is something that most high schools are taking care of during the school year. Last year, as I mentioned, over 1,400 credits were earned through credit recovery. And again, the local programs are optional. For central virtual programs, these are for original credit and credit replacement. They're open to all high school students. And these are online learning independent structured modules that require students approximately 3 to 4 hours per day of independent work. So approximately, we're expecting students to spend 40 hours on asynchronous instruction and 10 hours on synchronous instruction with the teacher. MiFis are available to families who do not have home internet options. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. So for Health B, based on parent and student feedback, we made it a priority to offer Health B in both regional and central virtual programs during both sessions. Graduates of class of 2025 will be able to take the course at no cost, and they will be provided with a registration opportunity 2 weeks prior to everyone else. All the other students would have to pay. Now, what's really important is that we will continue to inform families that Health A and B are offered through dual enrollment at Montgomery College at no cost to any student during the school year. So 1 credit at Montgomery College fulfills both Health A and Health B graduation requirements. This course is available in person at 3 Montgomery College sites and through distance learning. So students who are graduating after 2025 and who are not able to pay, they can take advantage of the course through dual enrollment as well. That is available to them. Next slide, please. In terms of additional opportunities during the summer, there will be programs available to students through George B. Thomas Learning Academy. There will be various rec programs, and we will continue to provide families with our free online resources. Next slide, please. In terms of the proposed timeline, what I wanted to focus on today is that the communication with principals and families should go out in February. That way, both families that we've mentioned earlier have enough time, adequate time to explore other options. We also are prioritizing, again, hiring of special education teachers and those in Title I programs. And then our goal is to begin student registration in March. Next slide, please. Perfect. This is the opportunity for questions.
Thank you. I will see if my fellow board members have any questions. Mrs. Wolf.
I just wanted to understand the selection of the regional sites, because you indicated that they were chosen based on transportation being a primary factor. But if you live on my side of the county, you have no transportation. So I'm trying to figure out why there is no location sort of all around the county. They all seem to be kind of, except for Seneca Valley, kind of, they're close together.
So I can speak to that. So we looked at a straight line and really we're trying to come up with a structure for the 3 programs that would be equitable. So when we looked at East Silver Spring, one of the options was Blake. And we know that Blake in 2019, when we had the in-person regional programs, Blake had very low enrollment. And the issue with Blake is that there are no sidewalks leading to Blake. Then we looked at Paint Branch High School. And with Paint Branch High School, we also have to go off Old Georgetown Road a little bit. And so we felt that Kennedy was a really good option. We did not pick Springbrook because Springbrook also requires the long walk. And so we wanted Kennedy because when we offered a site at Kennedy pre-pandemic, they had a really large enrollment numbers. However, Kennedy's going through remodeling and Kennedy was not available to us. This past summer, we used Northwood. Northwood was a really good option. Northwood housed both Blair and Northwood. They were great hosts. They're not available this upcoming summer as well. And so we felt if we look at those schools, we felt that Blair was the best option, and we do have different transportation. Again, it's a long bus ride for students from Paint Branch, Springbrook, and Kennedy. They have to go down Old Georgetown Road or down New Hampshire to get there, but we felt that that was the best option for that area. Richard Montgomery, we felt it not only offered access to buses and ride-on, but it also was one of our sites that had access to Metro, which we thought might be an option for students who might be working, and then Seneca Valley, also up county for that area. We know it's not ideal, but that was the justification for those 3 sites. If you have other recommendation, of course, we will consider them.
You have to forgive me. That just doesn't make sense to me, because those same students get to school every day. They have to walk on those streets with no sidewalk. They have to walk down the mile from New Hampshire Avenue to Springbrook. It's not really a mile, but it's quite a hop. It just makes no sense to me that you don't have some sort of situation over on the side of the county that does not have the transportation support that the middle of the county has.
Okay, we'll consider that. Thank you.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation and congratulations, Dr.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing on slide 7 about that no statistical difference between summer school participants versus non-participant in fall academic assessment. If we fast forward to slide 9, I understand ELO and ESY are separate funding, but I'm just curious if you have data to share whether there is differences in terms of fall assessment.
So we can certainly provide you with that data. My understanding is when we did the analysis, we combined all the groups and we were not able to find that statistical difference, but I will double check on that and I'll make sure that you get that data.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
The groups were combined.
Okay, that helps us in our understanding. Thank you.
Mr. Vera-Oven.
Okay, so I have a few questions for you. I know you said that there was no growth in student performance on the pre and post test with those summer school participants, so there was no statistical difference. But I guess I'm looking at it a little bit different, because if they took summer school, for me it's like they were staying on track, versus what would happen with those students if they did not take summer school, where there be a difference of not being on track. So for me, I looked at it differently, that it's not like, for me, summer school, and I think I said this with you guys, it should not be seen as a punishment, but it should be seen as an enrichment tool to help these kids stay on track especially those who we know usually have a lot of challenges and not a lot of opportunities besides summer school for academics. So when the online learning, it would be really helpful for me to understand that percentage of kids where they live, that geographically where they are taking those classes. And I know you said there's opportunities with students who don't have Wi-Fi, which is a population that I work a lot with. And when they are registering for summer program and they are doing that application, is it on the application with red letters saying if you have no Wi-Fi, such thing would be provided for you, so that should not be a barrier? Because if we're looking at not providing transportation, if we're looking at not providing a site in the East County, I'm just seeing a lot of barriers, and we're consolidating 26 high schools into 3. So I am not a fan of this proposal. So I'm just trying to see those other opportunities where there might be some barriers where we make sure that parents understand there's some things that we can work with them on. And then with the other programs, if you can give me a list of where geographically the B. Thomas Learning Academies are, geographically, like where exactly they are in the county, that will also be helpful. And as you know, as an up-county resident, I know that public transportation in Up County versus Down County are two very different animals. So you have public transportation in Damascus, it's not the same thing as public transportation in Rockville or Bethesda or downtown Silver Spring, right? It's rarely, it's not all day, it's like, so in some of those areas in Up County, it's challenging to have public transportation access, even from, for Seneca Valley. So I'm really concerned about the whole access to summer school for the kids. And I'm thinking of the kids at Kennedy High School, where we had a high performance rate in summer school, and they have a very high truancy rate, right? So we're expecting some kids who already have a high truancy, who already have some of these challenges, to actually get motivated to get on a public transportation and travel across to be able to go to summer school. I'm having a really hard time with this proposal.
Or they can do the centrally offered services online.
Right, which is my ask is how proactive are we going to be to ensure that information, especially, not so much the kids, because the parents are the ones who know whether, they have Wi-Fi or they don't have Wi-Fi, and how to use it, and right? There's just a lot of challenges that some other populations don't have. And in my mind, summer school is a way to keep equilibrium and to keep kids on track, to ensure that they don't get behind, but at least they don't lose what they have learned, and they're not behind starting in the fall.
So if I could just respond, we do have an opportunity to upgrade our application processes, because as Dr. LaGrange shared, we're hoping to do it in a more streamlined way, everything all in one place. So that's a great suggestion, that we can make sure that it's read and highlighted. Do you have internet on the application? The other piece is, thinking through, sometimes an online application is not going to be the best way to reach the families that we're trying to reach. So we have to think about multiple ways that we can do this. The same with payment. A virtual or electronic payment may not work for the very students that we're looking for. So thinking through those, I appreciate you advocating for them. We'll work on the plan.
I just wanted to also just share with you that we have started our cross-office teams. And so those meetings for summer school started in December. And so these are great recommendations, and these are conversations that we're having already in developing the plans. So thank you for the recommendations.
Dr. McKnight.
Yes, so thank you for all the comments that have been made, in regards to some of the barriers. And that's why this is positive that we're bringing this presentation this early in January so that we do have time to make adjustments. And so that's why we wanted to come here and get the feedback. But as you were talking, I felt like, in some ways we were probably trying to share the narrative of what some of the challenges would be for all the families in Montgomery County. And I always feel like the best way to get around that is to ask them. So we have time to do that. So for our students who will be invited to summer programming and for others, let's go ahead and figure out a way to canvass our community, to ask them, what have you found to be the biggest barriers to attending summer school? Is it transportation? So that we know exactly if it is, and if so, in what specific areas. Is it the fact that this is conflicting with an enrichment opportunity for students? And I'm thinking about our younger students in this case, because if it is, then of course we have enough partnerships where we can connect with those enrichment opportunities to let parents know there's an opportunity for them to do both. Many of the enrichment programs offer half-day options as well, so that we can know exactly what that is and what is impacting any specific areas. So why don't we do that? If I am not mistaken, I believe, do we bring this, do we come back for this in March, is it?
No, but we were not going to come back, but we can certainly survey the students.
So we actually don't have to come back, but we can send the board a memo, with a number of these considerations and updates to share with you how we would have gotten down to some of the specific detail of what's impacting families in certain areas of Montgomery County, and how then that will inform updates and changes. So I just wanted to raise that because that's the positive thing in us having this conversation in January. We have time to make some adjustments. Thank you.
A few questions as well. Going back to the outcomes piece about this, and Dr. Addison's not here anymore, but we want to do things that we know work. And I want to make sure I'm understanding your point here about the outcomes. So your pre and post showed that there was some growth for the kids that participated, but come assessment time in the fall, there was no difference between similar populations that took summer school versus did not. So why are we doing it?
So the summer programs in the past was 15 days long. We had 3 weeks. And also, if you noted, only 33% of the students that we identified for the programs actually participated. So attendance was a significant issue. So, and even of those who came, only 75% of the students in grades 1 through 8 actually finished the programs. And so what many principals needed to do was to open up enrollment because the students that they were inviting based on the need in math and ELA were not registering for the programs. And so now in looking at moving forward for 2024, the programs would be recommended through Title I. And so through Title I, the programs are structured a bit differently and there is more support. We would be offering those programs for both elementary and middle school through that format.
More support to get the students to come? Or
so students to come, their relationships, they will have math, ELA, and science concepts. There's more hands-on learning, just different structure to the day that we are hoping will allow for some of those positive results.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted, you used the word, the category ATSI, and that's not something that everyone's familiar with in terms of what that means, and how do you look up what the ATSI schools are?
I think there's one of my colleagues, Becca. Oh, Michelle, come on.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Michelle's here, she can also help us.
we'll let the experts speak.
Well, just
but
briefly,
yeah,
'cause-
targeted support schools that are identified for very specific reasons, where they have a subgroup of students underperforming the lowest 10% of schools.
And how does the public look up what school is an ATSI school?
Sorry, I sat in the wrong seat. Good afternoon, everyone. Nichelle Owens, Director for Title I in Early Childhood. The public can see an ATSI designation on the MSDE report card. And ATSI means, I'll talk a little louder, ATSI means Additional Targeted Support and Improvement Schools. These are schools identified by MSDE where a student group performed below a certain target. So in many of our schools, and we only have 30 schools in the district that are identified as ATSI. They are elementary and middle schools, and their identification for the most part is based on the student group of students with disabilities and emergent multilingual learners.
Is that on our website as well? Which schools?
I don't know if it's on our MCPS website. I can check. It is on the MSDE website.
Yeah, I'd like to know what schools those are, because I have no idea. If somebody asks me, I would know. So
we can definitely get that to you.
And just for transparency, you should think about putting that on our website somewhere.
Sure thing.
I asked during my briefing about the $40 charge for EMLs. Do you have any utilization data from previous years to know whether this is going to be a barrier for students or not?
So we do not have that data from 2019. That I can try to see if we can find it from 2019, but my understanding right now is that we do not have that data available.
So we're just hoping it doesn't become a barrier, or is there a pot of money they can apply for a waiver? Is there any recourse in case they can't pay $40?
I think we can explore the waiver option. That's something that we can certainly look into.
Okay.
You want to?
Yeah, so the $40 was what the board approved the very last time that we were asking for a fee structure, and so we didn't change it. So hopefully at that time, the discussions were around whether or not that would be a barrier. We knew that if we raised it, it would be a barrier. So at this point, our recommendation to you in the resolution is to maintain the $40 for the EML students. It did have to increase because obviously teacher salaries have increased, supplies have increased, and we needed to account for that in the modeling. And so that is why you see the bump up for the other categories.
Yeah, if you could just look up to see, how many students paid that amount back when it was last approved. Did you describe how the tiers are decided? Who pays tier 1, who pays tier 2?
There's a form that families are able to see, and it clearly outlines the tiers are based on a salary for a family of 4, and the tiers outline family income, and that's going to be available to families on the website as well. And parents are not asked to show proof for their family income.
And finally, the health slide that you showed, does that cover the students that got caught in the change of the 1-year requirement?
It covers all of the students graduating in 25. So those students who are graduating in 25, they will be able to do that at no cost, and they will have early registration. And then, as I've mentioned, what's also nice, we have the dual enrollment option as well for any other students. If a student is choosing to take it over the summer, they can't. If they want to take it during the school year at no cost, they can do that as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harris and then Ms. Yang.
Yeah, thank you. So just a quick clarifying question. So you mentioned that we have 30 ATSI schools. We're going to make sure that those, the information about which schools those are is shared. And can you remind me again, how many Title I elementary schools do we have?
Total, just regardless of ATSI, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I assume there's overlap.
Yep, 39, 40, I have to look over. 40 Title I elementary schools and 5 middle schools.
Middle schools, okay. And the ATSI schools overlap with the Title I schools? Are there any ATSI schools that are not otherwise Title I?
Yes.
Okay. And a question, just building off of some of my colleagues' questions. So when you talked about last summer, 33% of invited students actually enrolled in summer school. So we know cost was not an issue because it was all free. So do we know why, 66% declined?
We did not survey students or families, so we do not have that information. We can make assumptions, but we did not provide any type of survey.
Because I think...
Hazel knows.
Oh, here comes Vicky. Come on down.
Well, I'm sure principals can give you some data, right, in terms of what they were hearing from their school communities.
Yes. Good afternoon. We have been working with NAACP, Identity, MCCPTA, so they've also been giving us a lot of feedback about why many families turned it down. In some cases, it was just the length of the day. It's not convenient to have to go pick your child up in the middle of the day. In some cases, it is a lot of families surprisingly just said, we want our children to have fun and rest over the summer. I was very surprised how many families told us that. The other piece was, for many of our families, the time in which we were able to get the information out. We know that, as Dr. McKnight said, summer programs, they start advertising very early, and so just making plans for summer became difficult for some families. But the majority of our families said, we just want a different type of experience for our kids during the summertime.
And I guess just getting really down to brass tacks, this is going to be a very tight budget year. And, you know, I think the board is very committed to, we want to make sure that when we're making decisions to spend public dollars, we're spending on things that we know are going to work, but also that people are going to show up for. And so because, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we stand up, the goal is providing summer school at a total about 40 and change elementary schools, 5 and change middle schools. The cost of standing up each of those sites is a fixed cost regardless of how many students show up, since they're free. Is that?
Yeah, it's all. So we typically have about 50% of our children from Title I schools attending our summer programs. And that cost is, we start with the base cost, as you indicated. But there are some schools that have a higher percentage, and we therefore allocate more teachers. So we have set up in the Title I budget, which is a federal budget, some flexibilities to allow for increases in enrollment. So the cost is somewhat fixed, and then there's flexibility based on the schools.
Now, are the cost of other programs that are not coming from other funding sources, are those fixed, or are those dependent on the number of students who actually enroll?
What we're proposing to you today is for that to be dependent upon the students that enroll. So if a school who wants to have a program at their school, they would design the course and the day and the staffing, and their enrollment of students pays and makes it neutral. So students are paying for the program and for the teacher.
Okay. And is that same in the central online courses?
Central online would be more fixed, right? Because the number of students who apply, that's the number of staff we hire. So yeah, that's more.
So the hiring is after the enrollment piece?
So we start, yes, we use the number to do the allocations. So having the students apply first and early gives us what we need for staff. We actually start special education staff earlier so that we can make sure that those things that we have to offer, extended school year, required by law for those students whose IEPs say they need it, that we are able to meet that need first.
Okay. And then just one quick question. You gave a list of other options outside the school system for students, recreation programs and things like that, George B. Thomas. Now, is George B. Thomas summer programs, are those free or sliding scale, or?
I believe they have a sliding scale, but we can get back to you on that. I believe there's a sliding.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, just one quick comment. Dr. Manai mentioned surveying the need in the community. And when you do that survey, I think because we have different options for high school, like in person or online, I think maybe that's a critical question to ask so that we don't open a lot of in-person site if the demand is not there. So I think it's good to know, so it's smart to know what we are getting into ahead of time. Thank you.
And I visited some summer schools sites last summer, and or maybe 2 summers ago. and some had very low attendance and some had higher attendance. And it seemed like the trend was those that were paired with a recreation program after summer school had higher attendance because now the parents could have the kid there the full day and they were doing something fun. So I want my kid to decompress, to de-stress a little. So is the goal still to try to do that, or has the funding dried up for that after school, for lack of a better word, resource?
So for our Title I schools, we start a conversation with the recreation department very early, right around now, to start to pair our sites. I think you did visit one of our schools. I might have been there when you were there. And so that is always our intention, to offer a full day. So most of our schools have that partnership, and if they don't, there is also transportation that's allowed to go to the local rec center.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I also,
go ahead.
Just very, very quickly, last year, in elementary school, middle school was by invitation only. We're getting rid of that requirement this year, correct?
Because this year it's going to be offered through Title I and ATSI. Future and current enrolled students will have access to those programs.
So, selfish, I'm going to be a little selfish, just with this community that I have in mind. That whole community, they're all Title I. So will they all then be eligible, and unlike last year, they will all be eligible then for summer school?
Yes, our Title I schools, any student enrolled in a Title I school is eligible for our 22-year-old ELO program.
Okay, thank you.
And I also just wanted to add, in terms of level setting for this upcoming summer, as we've shared, last time we did this in person for high school, for example, we only had 3,400 students participate. This last summer, we had 13,000, right? So it's going to be interesting in terms of us. We're making all kinds of predictions, but it will be interesting for us to see what kind of enrollment we get. Do we get a higher number of students who are interested in in-person regional sites? If that's the case, then we're going to have to be flexible and consider opening another site. If we note that we're not getting a lot of students registering for in-person, more students are choosing central virtual programs, that's also going to be something we're going to have to take into consideration, because with the limited total budget, we don't want to have a site with just a couple of hundred students, because that's not going to work for us either. So again, we're predicting and expecting a level of flexibility that will allow us to adjust as those enrollments come in.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just one follow-up question. As we move forward with this, I'm forward focusing to next year and the year after that and the year after that, as decisions like that have to be made. Up until 2019, we had a tuition fee structure for summer school. 5 years is a long time, everybody forgets. So now we're going back to pre-pandemic, processes. As we collect information about the enrollment numbers, central online versus on-site, the local programs that are non-credit bearing versus the central, the other programs that are credit bearing. If we collecting data around what the true interests are and what barriers there are or aren't. Because again, we want to be really sure that we are really adhering to our kind of fiduciary duty to the public, that we spend money where we need to spend money to accomplish good things for kids, but we don't spend money where we don't need to spend money. So.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. The summer school program at MCPS for the last few years has been huge, a huge undertaking, serving thousands and thousands of students in new models and being innovative. So I really want to thank you for your work. I know we have a resolution to vote on today, so I pass that on to you.
Thank you. So did you want to read the resolution, or did you want me to do it?
You have it. I don't have it.
Certainly, sure. And should I begin? Is it okay if I begin with the resolution?
The result.
I'm sorry?
With the result?
Yes. Result, perfect. Okay, so the resolution is that the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools approve the 2024 summer school program tuition fees and plan.
Move for approval.
Can I get a second?
I have a question. So does that mean that there will be no changes to what we've already heard today?
Yeah, that's my question too.
I think that the main concern was for the East County site, and so I think that that is something that we're definitely going to explore. There were questions also in terms of getting some more student feedback for central versus virtual, so I think that is definitely something, as the registration comes in, it'll be interesting for us to see where the numbers are, but certainly we heard your request for the East County.
Well, I can agree to approve the fee schedule, but I can't agree to approve the plan as is. So I don't know how you.
Are we just approving the fee schedule? Is that what the resolution?
No, she said the plan.
The plan.
The fees and the plan.
So may I propose?
Dr. McKnight?
Yes. May I propose that there was a lot of feedback given today that was great. I'm going to propose that we bring the resolution back for approval after we've had a chance to look at this. At first, I mentioned us doing a memo, but I actually think we should add this in as an update. It should be a pretty swift one, given the changes that are made, and then we come back. We could approve the fees today so that we don't get in the way of communication, because it is, we've heard from our families that it's important that they prepare and understand that. And I want to put up front that the fees are important because, as I shared last year, it was our last year of paying all summer school fees because we no longer have ESSER funds. So this must be done. We can't have a no-fee summer school that we've had the pleasure of having before. So if we do that today, then I'd propose again that we bring it back with the update so that you feel comfortable with the resolution that's addressed the feedback.
Then can you modify your?
Hold on.
I just have one thing regarding the fee. Regarding the fee, we did ask for them to look into the fees for the EML students. So then, if that is a burden, do we then can go back and amend the fee for that group? Or is it written in stone once we vote today?
Dr. McKnight?
Can I just insert myself? I thought that what we were going to do was put some red on the application. That way, if people need to have additional assistance on the fee, that they can get back to us and we can provide that to them. So if there is a barrier to the cost. Did we talk about that? Did we talk about?
Yeah, no, it was more for the Wi-Fi notification, but the fee would be also fine with me. I just wanted to know if we gonna assess these families and they said that it is a burden, can we then go back and amend it? That's all I'm asking. So because if it is, then I'm gonna abstain from voting, but if it's not, then I'll be happy to do that. I just want a clarification on that.
I think in all that we do, don't our principals take into consideration what the needs of our families? And so whenever our families have issues in terms of resources to make payment, they reach back out to their school and accommodations are made, right? So would that be enough, Mr.
My question is more
Vera?
holistic as a county than by school. So I just want to know, once we vote on this, maybe help me out.
If there's any need to change the fee structure, say we come back at the $40, nobody signed up for ELD courses last time because we don't know why, but nobody signed up, then we might have to do something different around the $40 fee. Couldn't we amend that fee structure, Dr. McKnight, at the next meeting along with the plan if necessary?
Because we are updating a prior resolution today.
Let Dr. McKnight.
So we're proposing that if we need to amend, we can come back and do an amendment. Would that be okay?
Yes. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Regarding to the fee.
Regarding the fees for EML students, yes.
Okay, so I have a question. In the past, and I'm asking the team to verify, if a family was identified as farms, they were automatically considered as a family who wouldn't necessarily have to pay fees for summer school. That is what it had been. Is that still the case?
So my understanding is that in 2009, sorry, Nikki, please go ahead. that in 2019, we had the tiered system, and the tiered system still required families to pay some portion of the fee. So that's the breaking down the tier system. So there was a fee.
Even for the farm family?
For high school students, yes.
Okay, so that
But
was.
not, right, so middle schools and elementary schools, they ran non-credit bearing programs. So those programs had a lot of flexibility, but for high school, there was some type of fee.
Yes, well, I'm actually talking about across the board. So for elementary and middle, if they are identified as farms, they are not expected to pay a fee at all. Because those are programs like the, name is not, the SAIL and, you know, the programs that are to help support them, that it's not a credit-bearing course.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to verify.
Yes, that is correct. They did not pay.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure we had that context. So for all of our students who are in elementary or middle, if they are identified as farm,
All of them. So, yes, I think we're confusing everyone, so I apologize. So right now, for 2024, the elementary school and middle school programs that we will run will be through Title I and ATSI. So the nice thing about that is for those families, there is no cost, there's transportation, and meals are available. For summer 2024, the only cost that we're looking at is for high school students who are participating in regional, which is in-person or central programs. And for those, there is a tiered system. We have the application form lists, again, the family income, but it's not something that we ask proof of. We do run audits at times, but we don't ask for proof. And the tiered for the cost for our emergent multilingual learner is that one fee of $40 that has not changed since 2019. And so I think the question was if for our emergent multilingual learners, if the fee of $40 is a barrier, could we consider some type of waiver? And that's something that we will, we'll have to explore.
well, that's exactly what I'm saying. So I wanted to first clarify, this applies to high school only, not everyone. So that's the first clarification. The second part of this is, at this point, I think it's fine if we want to explore that, but going into the budget, we should have a conversation about what the cost of this is going to be. That's why I highlighted prior to this, we didn't have to worry about this because we have been using ESSER funds the entire time to fund all of the summer school needs, because we do not have that as a stream of funding anymore. Then we have to provision for that differently. And if there is a change that we are proposing to this, then that means there will have to be something that is a budget line item that addresses it.
So just for clarification, we do not charge elementary, middle school who are farms or Title I. Okay. However, we do for high school.
Yes.
$40. I guess my question is, if we don't for elementary and middle school, and they're farm kids, why do we charge farm kids in high school?
Because we don't get state money.
Yeah, and they just talked about credit bearing.
So for our elementary Title I schools, we use our federal Title I funding to pay for the programs, and that's why it's free of charge for students who are enrolled in those Title I schools.
And you don't have that for secondary?
That's correct. We have
That's why
that
you
for the identified middle schools that are Title I. We do have that. We will have that.
I'm thinking of like a Fox Chapel school, that it's not a Title I, kind of should be a Title I, but it's not. And just help me answer, would those kids will have to pay if they're farms and not Title I? I guess that's my question, and I'm not clear on the answer.
So the Title I office would not have any programming for Fox Chapel unless it was an ATSI school pending approval from MSDE.
So the kids in that school will have to pay?
No, there's no summer.
There's no summer. So they had a program this past summer, so they will have no program this summer?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Only if they are a TSI school. If they are not, then they will not have summer school.
That's awful.
That's different than the $40 for secondary ELD. We didn't really get into that, but that's the reality that we're in with our budget, available budget.
And I think this is important for the public and those who make decisions for a budget to understand that there are going to be schools like Folks Chapel that have very high in need impacts and high poverty levels that are not Title I because of certain things that, enrichment programs that we have that are not going to be, those kids are not going to be getting any enrichment over the summer.
I just want to say, I know next week we're going to start talking about the budget, and it is going to be a deep dive. And this is difficult. I think for 2-3 years we've been talking about we're going to have to prioritize. Today we heard a public comment from a number of our associations talking about changes that are having to be made in terms of cuts in Central. These are all hard decisions. But we are not going to have $125 million next year that we've had this year, and more even for the previous years. So it is also important, and as we get into our budget discussion, I think it compels us to continue to come back and say all of this is important, but how are we going to prioritize? And I feel your pain, Ms. Rivera-Oven, because we knew this was coming, but this was a big part of the discussion.
So I think I'm hearing that we're going to approve the fees in the resolution, given that we, if necessary, could amend it next time you come back to us, and then we'll approve the final plan at the next meeting as well.
But isn't there a motion on the floor that's different from that?
No second. There's no second.
Oh, okay.
Because we have questions.
Okay.
So you're going to reread the reworked resolution. Can we do that?
It's only the fees.
Let's see what it says.
So the resolution is the Montgomery County Board of Education and the Superintendent of School approves the 2024 summer school program tuition fees.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Thank you. I look forward to hearing the update next time. All right, we are moving on to our next agenda item, a very important agenda item number 9. We will be talking about our English language development update, student data, and English language development action plan. Dr. McKnight.
So I welcome the team to the table. Essentially, I just want to say that our ELD program is one of the fastest growing programs that we have in the district, no surprise to any of us, which is why we're constantly looking at the impact within the data in all of our board meetings consistently. Today, the board's going to hear about not just how our students are doing, but really our commitment to making sure we provide an inclusive and equitable environment for those students. I think we heard some examples earlier about the power, that our teacher from Montgomery Blair was sharing, the power in making sure that we're utilizing student strengths in those spaces. And I think that's something that we have to consistently be cognizant of as we look at different ways to support our students who are in the ELD program. I just want to remind us that back in July of 2020, that seems to be the theme today, it's going back to 2020, the board did direct us to do an external review of the ELD program and specifically focusing in on the achievement of our Hispanic Latina students. And so, we've done a lot of collaboration. We've done collaboration with other districts across the state to really look at best practices when it comes down to ELD achievement. And we've also been looking at research to constantly push us to think about ways to be creative and thoughtful in how we're supporting the students. So the team today is going to come and talk about some of the structures and processes around attendance, special education identification, and essentially tailoring the instruction for those students in the program to meet their needs. So I want to thank them for that, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Collins.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Today we will share emergent multilingual learner student achievement data and the short and long-term goals in response to the Center for Applied Linguistics report, as well as the Montgomery County Public Schools Anti-Racist Audit and the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Workshop on English Learners Public Schools report. As of November 1st, 2023, Montgomery County Public Schools enrolled 31,706 emergent multilingual learners into the English Language Development Program. More than 1/3 of our total student population has received English Language Development Services in their school career. Improving academic outcomes for emergent multilingual learners is our shared responsibility across classrooms and offices. The recommendations from that review conducted by the Center for Applied Linguistics were previously shared with the board. Now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Peggy Pugh, Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. Next slide, please. One of the key pieces is for us to hear, yes, that one, thank you, is to hear how the work of both our department, but then all of our teachers in the system is aligned to the strategic plan and the priorities. Today, you'll hear an overview of the services and programs that we provide that are aligned to evidence-based practices, the major areas of work this year that the team deduced from a variety of sources, along with the data that we have that informed the short-term and long-term action goals. Next slide, please. The next slide indicates where this crosses over many of the board's strategic plan goals. So the larger goal for achievement in math and literacy rates, but then again specifically in each of those areas, because those are the learners that are impacted the most. Every presentation we've been before you in all of our pathway data shows us that the attention is needed here. One quick piece, as Drs. McKnight and Collins shared about the Cal report, I'd like to share a quick update. We also know that we did not ask for a benchmarking study across districts, and that is an interest of the board. So I'm happy to report that Dr. Keisha Addison and her team are almost completed with that study. We also received some of the benchmarking studies from other districts, much smaller districts, so not peer districts, but all of that information will be used to continue to inform our planning, and we'll be happy to get that to you as soon as it's available. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Tamara Hewlett. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, President Silvestri, members of the board, Dr. McKnight. My name is Tamara Hewlett. I am the Director of the Department of English Learners and Multilingual Education. And as I sat in my office when the board meeting started, I was listening to the board testimony, and Ms. Sam Ross, who just stepped out a little while ago, it's almost as if we had a conversation and she summed up what needed to be said about our focus on emergent multilingual learners and the complexities of the students that we serve. So I just wanted to acknowledge what she said in terms of the varying layers of our students, the needs, and the shared responsibility that has to happen in order to move our students and have them be successful in program. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Collins outlined, at the beginning of November 1st, we prepared what you call the student enrollment file that goes to MSDE. Every year we have to do that after we screen new students as of a certain date. And by November 1st, we were over 31,000 strong for students receiving English language development services. We run internal data, and so it's January. A lot has happened in 2 months. We are 34 students away from eclipsing our June count of last school year. We see our highest numbers in June because students continue to enroll in program. And so in June of last year, we had over 32,000. We are 34 students away from that as of January 1st. Our students are coming in and they're speaking over 162 different languages. You will see our top 7 languages on the screen. And then we have, and this was a count from December, but again, things continue to happen. We have updated numbers in terms of how many newcomers we have in program. And I did want to make sure that we all had the same shared understanding of who and what a newcomer is. So a newcomer, as defined by the United States Department of Education, is a student family who comes to a U.S. school for the first time. Our international office, who are partners, we have to work together all the time, talk about shared responsibility. They welcome the majority of our newcomers to our school district. Our newcomers, they come in, they're enrolled, they're processed, but then they have to be cleared and registered. So sometimes we see our students come through the international office. The international office processes them, but they never make it to the school to actually enroll. So when I talk about the 2,200 newcomers, so that number is different. It's been updated since January. 2,200 have been cleared and have enrolled into our schools. And those are just students this year from July until the beginning of January who have come through the international office. About 80% of the students who come through the international office become eligible for ELD services. So not every student who comes through the international office is an EML, but the majority of them are. And the majority of them are coming in with a proficiency level, a lower proficiency level in English, but some of them are coming in with some proficiency of English. So we have to understand that newcomers are complex and they're varied and nuanced as well. Of those students who have come through the international office, right now on the screen we see 1,994. At the point in time of developing this presentation, 153 of them were identified as students who had limited or interrupted formal education. And so these students, for whatever reason, where in their home country or the multiple countries they've been through, they have not had sustained academics, and so there's been an interruption of 2 or more years in their programming. That number is now about 166. And we see our enrollment increasing every year. But what we are also seeing is that we have shifted to more English proficiency level 1 and 2 students. So 54% of our student population are in the beginning stages of adding English to their linguistic repertoire. Next slide, please. So I'd like to spend a little time talking about our program and how we program for the students at the various levels. So at the elementary level, we provide instruction in a variety of ways. Sometimes instruction can look like a plug-in model where the teacher is pushing into the classroom and pulling them aside and providing English language development. Sometimes it's a pull-out. You see that mainly with our newcomers. So they need, a smaller sheltered space where you're providing instruction. And you might see co-teaching, where the English language development teacher and the content teacher are team teaching. There are different ways to do that depending on what the data tells you the students need. But the ELT teacher is in the classroom, just like a teacher, teaching language and content. At the elementary level, or a matter of fact, at all levels, grade level standards are what are prioritized. So it's not about lessening rigor, but it's about making the language of the content visible and ensuring that the academic language of the content is centered and students are learning that. Another model at the elementary level is around two-way immersion. These students we have 6 two-way immersion schools. They're learning 50% of their day in English and 50% of their day in Spanish. That is the target language of all 6 sites currently in MCPS. Students, over the past 2 years, we've made very intentional shifts in the program model for two-way immersion. So now our students are learning language through the content of social studies. So it's social studies and literacy, science and literacy. But instead of switching off every other week where you would learn social studies in one language and then learn it in the other, it is sustained for the year because we know that oral language has to be built, the consistency of being immersed in the language has to be built. And so language and literacy is happening every day in every content. And the language shifts every other year. So if this year the students are learning social studies in Spanish, the next year they're building onto it with learning in English. And so we partner with the Center for Teaching for Biliteracy as our consultant to help us ensure that systems and structures are in place to move two-way immersion forward. And then we have what we call SLIFE instruction, formerly METS. We have students with limited or interrupted formal education at the elementary level. I think our count is 54. I haven't checked in about a week or two, but we're in the 50s of students who have demonstrated interruption in education. These students go to their home schools, and they are learning alongside their neighborhood peers, and they're provided with additional support. So we have 6 life coaches, which was funded by the board a few years ago, with the county council and the board. And the coaches go into the schools, they build capacity of the teachers, they work with the students, they support professional learning communities, and provide a lot of professional learning outside of the classroom for teachers and staff members who support the program. Yes.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm understanding you. So on slide 4, you were indicating that this academic year we've had, of all of the newcomer students coming through the Office of International Missions, there were 153 SLIFE students, but only 50 of them have actually enrolled in schools? Did you just say we have 50?
Those are at elementary level.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we're going to get to secondary in a second. Oh, so next slide, please. Okay, yes. No, back. 1. Thank you. So at the secondary level, we approach serving our students by teaching grade level content and language simultaneously. The students enrolled in ELD courses at the levels 1 and 2 spend 2 periods of the day in ELA and ELD. So ELA, English Language Arts, and English Language Development. When they are at a level 3, those students receive 1 period of ELA and ELD instruction by a certified ELD teacher. And then students enrolled in co-taught English classes receive instruction from an ELD and an ELA teacher with their non-EML peers. So language models, when they're at higher proficiency, they're in the standard English class, but they're supported with co-teaching in a co-teaching model. At the high school level, there's an ELD seminar class where students can receive an additional period of language support and instruction as needed. Our team has provided professional learning for co-teachers from some of the co-teaching gurus, Maria Dove and Andrea Honigsfeld, and there have been opportunities for small group teaching as well. We know that there's METS, the METS program, but we are shifting our language. So we are calling it elementary SLIFE and secondary SLIFE because that is what is the national term. So we are shifting from using METS to SLIFE. So in our secondary SLIFE model, we have over 400 students who are accessing classes specifically for SLIFE that helps to build the foundational learning that students missed before coming here to the United States. This learning is part of their schedule. These instructional approaches, in addition to collaboration that happens in the content environment, are where we see our students learn and grow in their English, and where we see they are able to navigate the language of the content in order to achieve success. Next slide, please. So one way we measure our success of our English language development program is through our results for our WIDA Access for ELS Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. Yes, the WIDA Access for ELS is a Maryland Comprehensive Assessment. So I didn't break it down, I just said there are over 400 in secondary, middle and high school, spread throughout middle and high school. So they're not all new this year. We have some continuing in the program. So we have close to 500 students altogether at the district who have been identified as SLIFE. I do know it, and I'll get it to you in just, yeah. Okay, thank you. So we have entered our high stakes testing window. Every January, our EMLs show their language prowess as they take the assessment. And just a reminder, as we're in the state of Maryland, which is part of the WIDA consortium, and so they've established a framework for language development that we follow. It's important to know that in this framework, there are 6 levels in which students move through in order to demonstrate their English language proficiency. A level 6 is where students are set to be fully English proficient, like their native peers who are career and college ready. But in the state of Maryland, we provide services until they get to a level 4.5 or higher. So once a student takes the test and their overall proficiency score is a 4.5, they are exited out of services. We continue to track the students for the first 2 years after exit, but know that language continues to build even after they exit. So a 4.5 is the state's exit, but a 6 is truly where you're fully English proficient. And so supports continue to need to be put into place, even for our exited students. But we do see, once they are like year 3 out of program, they start to catch up and surpass our non-native our native English speakers in their academic proficiencies. And so that's good to know. So.
Can you say that one more time? That last piece about surpassing?
Okay, so what we've noticed, and the state of Maryland has also shared this in their data. When students have enough command of the language, they've exited, and we closely follow recently exited years 1 and 2. Our team continues to follow our students. By year 3, for example, if I were to talk about the MCAP scores for middle school, in ELA in 6th and 7th grade, in all the 6th and 7th grade, by year 3, our EMLs, year 3 plus, our EMLs are surpassing in proficiency our students who are native English speakers.
If I exited in grade 5, you're saying by grade 8 I am surpassing?
Yes, if you exited in grade 5, by grade 8 you would surpass.
Thank you.
3 years out, so whatever, you know, our students exited at varying grade levels. And the state has also presented data across the state of our EMLs following that trend. So in 23, we take the assessment in January into February. We get the results in May. So we have not presented the 23 data to you, but here it is. So we see that our EMLs in 2023, we had 2,784 students exit the program. That represents 9% of our ELD program. These students demonstrated their ability to use the academic language of the content successfully through reading, writing, speaking, and listening for each of the content areas. The language assessment and why we have to ensure our students are in grade level content and learning the academic language of the content is because the assessment is connected to how well students have a command of the academic language of social studies, science, ELA, and math. So you have to understand, it's not, hey, say your name. You know, the assessment is connected to content, and we have to ensure we do not exclude students from learning that content. So on the screen, you'll see the data broken down by levels. Next slide, please. And on the next slide, you will see it broken down by race and ethnicity. I'll give you a second to just take a look.
Whoops.
Next.
Dr. McKnight?
Yes, I was just wondering, there we go.
We were stuck. You were helping.
No. I was giving some wait time. I was practicing my ELD strategies. Okay.
Sorry, can you go back to the previous slide for a second?
Please go back.
And just explain to the public what we're looking at.
So what we are looking at is, of the test takers, if we look at the chart, we see the first column is the race and ethnicity. The second column is how many students in each race, racial and ethnic category exited services versus how many test takers were in that racial or ethnic category to begin with, and then the percent of what that is.
So, let's just say, so for the age.
Your microphone, Ms. Rivera.
Oh, so sorry. For the age of students, you had 583.
Exit services.
But they were a total of 3,072.
There were a total of 3,072 test takers. 583 of them exited because they scored a 4.5 or higher. And so that means 19% of the 3,772 students exited services.
Okay. At one point, or maybe I missed it in previous, are you going to talk about, because I think I had asked this question, students born here who are ESOL and students who are the ones you were talking about, the newcomers, and the difference?
So I am not able to provide that information because we no longer track country of birth. So we cannot distinguish between which students are born here centrally and which ones are not, and then how the students are doing in that way.
But we know how many newcomer students we have.
We know each year how many newcomer students we have. We then don't, like, we know how many are in, and then we know they're in program, and we don't know how many, we don't know their status, because once they come through the international office, it's not as though we say, you are tracked because your country of birth is this and that way.
I'm not so much talking about that, but I thought you said we tracked them, and maybe I misunderstood. When you said, that they reached that 4.5, I thought there was a tracking system afterwards, and then you were talking about some kind of support. So, but I guess my question is a little bit more technical in the sense, you said that the kids who come through the newcomers are kids who had never had education in the United States.
So they're, yes, correct? They're new to, yes.
So we know how many of those kids we have had. Do we not?
We know how many we have.
What you're saying is that once they go through that office, we don't know anything about them ever again? Like, I'm trying to understand if there's no tracking at all. Like, we don't know where they ended up, but I'm trying to understand the mechanics of it.
So I'm going to have Ms. Bajorquez come down from the International Admissions and Enrollment Office. Come down and talk through it.
Did you get the question?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So yes, this is a question we've received before, and we are starting to monitor our newcomers up to 2 years. And we worked closely with the Office of Technology to create a flag that tracks students that come through my office with a code 18, and we're starting to monitor them 2 years out. So this is something that started late last year, and we're perfecting it this year and starting to monitor them so that we can provide additional supports.
Why 2 years?
So 2 years, we picked 2 years not because of any federal mandate, but 2 years is what MCPS recognizes as someone who needs to come through the office if they've been away from us for 2 years. So 2 years seems like a reasonable amount of time to track them, to check attendance, to check proficiency.
The program in 2 years.
No, this is just how long do we consider them a newcomer and how long should we provide those supports, orientation, social emotional supports, and things of that nature. And the newcomer initiative comes through my office as well. So we're constantly connecting them with community resources and different organizations when they need legal help. A lot of our newcomer families come in with court dates, so legal assistance is something that they need greatly. So those are some of the things that we provide as they come in.
What is the source of your question in trying to differentiate native-born versus foreign-born?
Because, and Margaret, correct me if I'm wrong, kids who are born here, they go through ESOL a little bit faster statistically than kids who either had interrupted education, the first-time newcomers, or they are for the first time learning or hearing the English language. So it's a different track. So I'm trying to understand how that affects the rate of graduation and who and how that is connected to that track and how it differentiates the track for those who are born here versus those who are not, and the state of when they're in ESOL, because then there's the different needs that they have, right? Yes. To be able to support them in schools like Gaithersburg High School that has a METS program, but they have an ESOL program. So for me, it's kind of like, so that where is that? The alignment on that.
Answer, yeah.
So there's definitely an impact, of course, a student who's born here and starts with ELD services in kindergarten versus a 19-year-old who just arrives and has interrupted education. And I think that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
Or even a kid who starts in kindergarten who just came to the United States versus the kid who was born at Shady Grove Hospital and who was, hearing whether it's Mandarin or Amharic or Spanish at home, right? There's a different, and who was exposed maybe to other enrichments or the pre-K or whatever other programs that we might have. So that's I'm trying to just.
Yes, so I think what you are talking about are the complexities of what we deal with every day. And it's very hard to just provide a blanket answer because there can be a student who is coming from Sierra Leone who has been in school, has strong academic knowledge, and all they have to do is transfer language once they get here. And their rate might go fast. 2-3 years, they might be English proficient because they understand language structure, they understand syntax, they understand the English syntax. They start to learn like the differences between their language's structure and English. And they're coming with a lot of content. We have students who come sans content and English language. And so their path is a little longer, but their rate of growth might be very different. But I think if we go to the next slide, I could talk a little more about the pathways to English proficiency.
And same with native-born. Native-born doesn't mean, just because you're native-born doesn't mean you have all the advantages of acquiring language in pre-K and so forth.
Correct. Even if they are here, did they go to pre-K? Were they born here and then moved to another country and then came back? So there's not a blanket answer that we can provide, but we do know with language acquisition, younger students acquire language faster than the older students who come in. So you'll start to see kind of how our program is building. And if we could go to the next slide, we will learn about how Maryland State and ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, talks about how students are to grow in their proficiency. But I see Ms. Harris.
I do have a quick clarifying question. So when I look at this high stakes testing data here, how long do I have to be enrolled and taking classes before I take that test? Or is it everybody at once takes it if it's your first day, or you're going to get a 4.5 and that go out?
If you are, so a student enrolls in MCPS. There's a home language survey that has 3 questions that determines if you are a potential EML. If 2 of the 3 answers indicate a language other than English, you are screened for ELD services. So just because it says it doesn't mean you are an EML. Once you're screened, if you qualify for services, then you are enrolled in the program. Parents have the right to refuse the program. We do not encourage that because we know that our students in program are actually doing way better than our students who are not in program, especially at the secondary level. But it's a parent's right to choose. The students are in ELD services. They take the assessment. If they come January, what's today, 11th, they will be screened. And because the window for WIDA access for ELs is open, they will take that assessment. So if they come into our program at the beginning of February, they will take the assessment. So we know our enrollment continues to roll, and our enrollment actually picks up from January to April, because we know that some of our Central American countries end their school year in December. And so we start to see an uptick. So some students will have data, some students will not, some students will take the test, some students will not. And as we go to the next slide, we'll talk about the pathway.
Dr. McKnight.
Oh,
then we're going to let you finish the presentation.
Right. Okay. I wanted to defer to Dr. Collins. Did you want to say something? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, as we are having this discussion, we're talking a lot about, how do we help these students become successful, and the importance of the exposure to language early. We know that is a huge impact. There's so much research out there about it. And so, I think as we think about early care education, why that actually is the pivotal point. I feel like it's a theme that we've been discussing today, because the earlier we can get students exposed to the language and in those environments where they can have that conversation, become acquainted with, all of these pieces that we're talking about, then, then we're talking less about how we close the gaps. Yes, that doesn't necessarily apply to students who come to us in the secondary space. And so a part of this is constantly looking at strategies of how we help them catch up, and working with, I continue to say, the Maryland State Department of Education, because I will continue to say this, for a student who comes here in the 11th grade and is expected to meet the same requirements of the student who has been here, since elementary, it's difficult. So this is where the creativity has to come in with us, as well as, in some of those state requirements that allow us to differentiate. But I just wanted to recognize that theme here of exposure to language. The earlier that happens, the better.
So let's finish the presentation. Jot down your questions. We love this topic, so we could be here all night.
I love it too.
Go ahead.
Next slide, please. So according to ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, and the Maryland State has adopted this. Language acquisition is nuanced. And so when a student takes the assessment, their very first assessment actually sets their path as defined by MSDE and the report card that we all examine. It sets their path as to whether they are meeting their target or not. So if we look at the red box, that first assessment that the student takes, say for example, a student scores a 2.4 on their very first assessment. And I'm referring to their overall proficiency level. So that's all the domains that they took, their overall score. If a student scored a 2.4, the ESSA pathway says the student has 5 years in program to meet and build enough language acquisition to score a 4.5 or higher. In their 6th year, they then become considered a long-term EML. If they scored a 1.8, they have 6 years. So their first assessment really sets their path for language acquisition. And so again, it's so critical that we look at our students one by one. They're all on their own journey and their own path. And we have to know where they are and know what their needs are in order to move them along in their progression. So that's kind of the pathway. And so if you go to the next slide, we will see how many students are on target for proficiency. And so you see 11,084 students out of our total test takers. They are on their pathway. They have met the ESSA target. They have grown the amount that they needed to grow based on their baseline year and where they are in their process. And then we have 11,060 students who have not met. The 9,907, curious. We have so many students we don't have data for. Well, I'll explain to you why. Kindergarten students take the test for the first time. In order to measure, you have to have 2 years. So when you think about our K students from this year, and this is data when we look at all of our students currently sitting in the program, that's what we're looking at. So K students from this year are sitting in that yellow-orange box. First graders are sitting in that box as well because they were last year K students. So that's about 5,500 kids right there that we're talking about. We then had over 4,000 students come in through the international office. So some of those students are caught up in that number. We have about 600 students who took the assessment, but they did not have an overall proficiency. So if you don't take all the parts of the test, you don't get an overall proficiency. So the number is what the number is because we have so many students in different categories. So I wanted to make sure to explain why we have such a large number of students where we don't have data for. And so if you look at the table, again, it's broken down by racial ethnic groups. And so you'll see how many for each racial or ethnic group met their proficiency target, did not meet the proficiency target, or we didn't have a calculation for them. Next slide, please.
Can you hold on for a second there, so let me see if I understand. So you had, let's look at the Hispanic students. You had a total then of over almost 17,000 kids, and out of that, 7,000 plus met. But the total was about 17,000?
Yes.
So less than 50% out of Hispanic kids met then.
Well, you have to also take into account the ones who we don't have a calculation for.
Oh, how many of those are?
I am.
Okay. Okay, so then there's more. Okay, hold on.
Because I'm trying to see what the total is out of it, and I'm trying to do the math.
I think
So-
you have 23,000.
So it's over 23,000 Hispanic kids, and 7,800 met, and then there's 7,215 that we have no calculation.
Yes.
Okay, so in there right now, there's over 16,000 Hispanic kids.
There's 23,000 Hispanic students.
But
7,870 met.
And that means they exited?
No.
They either exited or met their growth. So the pathway, they're on their path.
Okay.
They are on the path and ready to go.
Okay, and 16,000, they still
Yes, 16,060, we can't say they still, 7,000 of the 7,000 of the 16,000, we don't have the data on because they're either first-time test takers.
Okay.
We don't have 2 tests to measure their growth from, or they did not finish the assessment. The majority of them, it's because we only have 1 test or no test at this point to measure their growth.
Gotcha. Thank you. I was just trying to understand.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there.
My daily existence.
Yeah.
I get it. So in informing our actions, we had, the board requested this, the Cal to do an audit. But I want to make sure that you all understand that we have a few bodies of research and work that we rely on to inform how we move our program forward. So yes, we have the Cal report, but we also have the anti-racist audit that highlighted many areas around our emergent multilingual learners. And then we have the Maryland Blueprint Work Group that spent a lot of time with experts from the field. We had representation from our district who served on that work group. And so we use all of those as the what. And our theory of action is kind of our how. So if we differentiate resources to meet specific needs of schools and communities, build staff capacity to create anti-racist learning environments in which all students can learn and thrive, and consistently utilize structures of accountability, then our student outcomes will improve. And so through that lens, next slide, please. We were able, as a department, to come up with 4 major areas of work. This is not the totality of our work, but these are 4 major areas that we need to address with some urgency in order to shore up our program and ensure that our students are getting what they need. So the first area that we are focusing on is around our students who are identified as emergent multilingual learners and their students receiving special education services, so they're duly coded. Number 2 is around addressing parent refusals, our long-term EMLs, and chronic absenteeism. Number 3 is around the professional learning that all staff and stakeholders need to engage in order to provide the best services to our students and the best instruction. And number 4 kind of goes with number 3 in terms of that first instruction and the collaboration that needs to happen in order to make that first instruction happen and the accountability for it to be put into place so that all students in a classroom, regardless of if you're an EML or not, you are receiving that targeted instruction to meet your needs. Next slide, please. So I'm going to explain kind of how the rest of this presentation is going to go. Okay? Just go with me. So I'm going to present some data. I'm going to tell you how it's linked to the Cal audit, what priorities it was linked to, and what we are going to do about it in alignment with our theory of action. So the first major area of work I told you was around duly coded students. So on the screen you see some data that we have. The Center for Applied Linguistics reported that EMLs are slightly overrepresented among students with disabilities, and we must adhere to federal guidelines. Oftentimes, we hear about students or it being communicated that if you are a student receiving special education services, then you have to forego your ELD services. Well, students have a right to both services. They are for different purposes, and so we have to ensure that we are following federal guidelines and that there's a clarity around protocols for identification. So Cal said these are the things that we need to address. And so as a result, we need to provide some professional learning and implement some accountability structures in order to ensure that our students are not being over-identified and that they're receiving the services that they need. And so as a district, our department, hashtag shared responsibility is the name of the game. We are working with the Office of Special Education to do just that. We have to develop and communicate and implement clear guidelines around identification and placement for our students who receive ELD services and then are suspected of needing some special education services. Most of the time, you are an EML first, and then you are identified as a student receiving special education services. And it's just because of the order of enrollment. You enroll, your home language survey says what it says, and then you're either screened or not. So within 2 weeks, 3 weeks of a student's tenure, if it's at the beginning of the school year, they're identified for ELD services. Within a year or two, we start to see that there might be some special education concerns. And we, as a district, we're going to be working on developing those clear guidelines. And then we have to provide professional learning opportunities to all EML staff. On the chart you will see, we see an uptick in our dual identification starting in 5th grade, with 23% of our EMLs are identified as students also receiving special education services. So these numbers are those slight overrepresentation, and you see it build in the grades. So as a total, we have a total of 18% of our EMLs are identified as students needing ELD services. Next slide.
Can I ask a really quick question? 'Cause I guess I'm not understanding the flow of it. Because you have the highest identification of dual special ed and EML in 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and then it jumps to 12th grade. What does that mean? We're not identifying them early enough, and identification is later? Like, I'm trying to...
The 12th grade?
Well, yeah, it just... Do you know what I mean? Like...
So,
because your numbers are so much higher in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, but then in 5, 6, 7, 8, you have the dual number that is high. So my question is the identification for these kids being done at a later rate than...
It just takes a long time to get there.
Yes.
But is that the same as other populations?
In terms of identification? I am not, you mean like racial ethnic groups or?
EML kids versus white kids, or just Latino kids who are not EML, or versus the other groups?
So we can have the breakdown for you by racial demographics, but I do want to, the scary P word that we don't say, pandemic, if you notice the pattern. So think about those 9th, 10th, and 11th graders and back them up 3 years ago.
So then it would be useful then for me to look at 2019 statistics and compare them to now.
Okay.
If we could do that.
Yes, so I know that my Office of Shared Accountability friends are listening in, and we will note that and provide that for you. Okay, next slide, please. So our second major area of work is around chronic absenteeism. We heard the teacher who was at the table talk about the fact that, yes, it's still, she's experiencing it, even with her wonderful creative instruction. It is just something that as a nation, as a district, as schools, we continue to experience. And so Cal noted that almost 1/4 of EML students had unexcused absences of more than 20 days. And I just want to remind us that the report came out in December of 22, but they had to use data from before then. So this is more like 19 through 21 data for the Cal report. So that was of December 22. The national rate for absenteeism at the point in time of the report was 13.7%. But we saw that there was a higher rate of EMLs who are also Hispanic Latino students who were chronically absent. I want to make sure we draw the distinction between our EMLs and our Hispanic Latino students. Sometimes they are both, but they are not one and the same. And so our national rate says 13.7%, but what we found was our EMLs had a higher rate, and when we broke it down by our EMLs by racial ethnic groups, our Hispanic Latino EMLs had a higher rate.
And what was that rate?
I would have to look in the Cal report. I have it handy for you. I'll find it. When we look at our data, and I think this data is from, let me tell you the date. It's December, I want to say. Our Office of Shared Accountability was able to pull the data for chronic absenteeism. My tabs aren't quite helping me right now. Yes, this was as of December 4th. These data that we're looking at is as of December 4th. As of December 4th, we saw that our rate overall was 20%, but our EMLs were at 27%, and our non-EMLs were at 18%. And so, as a district, the actions we have to take is around those differentiated resources and the accountability structures. We have to implement an absenteeism response centering EMLs that addresses potential barriers to school attendance. And so it's going to be critical that we're partnering, not going to be, it is critical that we partner with, and we do, with our Office of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement. And we have Steve Neff here, who is the director of, why don't you introduce yourself? Pupil Personnel Services and something, you know?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, President Silvestri, Dr. McKnight, members of the board. I'm Steve Neff, Director of Pupil Personnel and Attendance Services. I'm happy to be with you this afternoon. I also was listening to the Board of Education meeting earlier before coming down to my office right upstairs. And words that I heard in both the public testimony as well as the earlier presentations, I heard creative a lot and I heard relationships a lot. And those very much relate to our work around chronic absenteeism and attendance. Also, Ms. Hewlett mentioned shared responsibility, and it truly is a shared responsibility addressing attendance, between schools, central office, caregivers, and the community. And so we are taking a comprehensive approach to addressing attendance. We know that it must be data-driven. We know that it must be collaborative with the caregivers in the community. And it has to be multifaceted or multi-pronged. There is not a single strategy that is going to fix things. It also needs to be both proactive and responsive. And I say responsive because there are just many, many barriers that students and families are facing that every morning when they wake up and do we go to school or do we not go to school, there are some of those barriers that are just right there in their face that we can help them through our school-based services as well as our community partners try to address. Next slide, please. So we're tackling this in a variety of ways. You've heard a lot in previous board meetings about the school improvement planning process. This year we've added student well-being and school culture and climate goals. And within those, many schools chose to make attendance as one of those goals. But even if they didn't, it stands to reason that if student well-being and school culture and climate are improved, students will be in school more often. We do know through our data that Ms. Hewlett just shared that our EML students as a group are attending school less regularly than the rest of MCPS students. And so we ask ourselves why in an aggregate sense, like why is it that we have that data from a group standpoint, and what can we do to better and more proactively engage those communities? And then when we drill down further, and I mentioned those barriers, there are individual students and families that have significant barriers. Barriers in the community, barriers in the home. And so we have our student well-being teams that you've also heard a lot about. Pupil personnel workers, parent community coordinators, social workers, school counselors, many other school staff members who are there to do collaborative problem solving to determine what, for that individual family, what is the barrier or what are the barriers that need to be addressed? And then what resources do we have as a school system? What resources can we connect with in the community that can address that? And when we implement formal interventions, we document those in our MTSS platform. Schools are looking at both quantitative and qualitative data. We heard, and Ms. Hewlett referenced, the anti-racist audit as well as action plan. We know that not all students and families experience MCPS in the same way. And so we know from that data, and we know from data that schools get directly from their parents and their students, that there are classroom and school culture and climate issues that either motivate students to come to school or class more often, or maybe they don't. And what can we do to try to address those? Schools look at their data regularly in terms of what are the trends. They're looking at their groups. They're looking at the reasons behind the absence. They're looking at days of the week or just days before a holiday. The 2 half days before Thanksgiving, you can imagine attendance dipped significantly across the county. They're looking at the secondary level, period by period attendance. Which classes are students going to and which are they not going to? And then within my office, and then working collaboratively with the school supervisors, we're looking at data regularly. I'm looking at it daily, and I'm meeting with directors and associates bi-weekly to share data. And the real-time data is helpful because it gives us an opportunity to look at schools that we want to get out to and say, we've noticed this trend, and how can we provide support to that? We also bring data to roll call meetings with the deputies leadership team. And again, it's real-time data meant to identify. We don't want to wait till the end of a quarter or a semester to figure out which schools need additional support. So we're looking at those on a regular basis. We also have some irons in the fire related to parent outreach and notification. We're working with our technology team to try to build automatic push-outs, notifications to parents through Synergy. We'd like them to be both email and text to a variety of email addresses and phone numbers, and we are going to have them be at certain absence thresholds per quarter. They're going to be in the family spoken language, and they're based on our collaboration and research. They're going to be informative, they're going to be concise, they're going to be encouraging, and they're going to offer support and problem solving. We also are working with our our technology partners to develop an attendance data dashboard, much like the data dashboard that we have already available. And that data dashboard will provide easy opportunities to drill down into student groups, grade levels, service groups. They'll also allow schools to compare how they stack up against similarly situated schools in terms of maybe schools in their cluster or schools with similar demographics. Next slide, please. So we're doing some consultative work with Attendance Works, and I love this slide from them because it seems pretty simple. If we build better relationships with students and families, and if we create positive conditions for learnings in our school and classroom, students will come to school more often, and parents will send their children to school more often. And so these are just 12 foundational whole school supports that if they are prevalent in each school and even more importantly, in each classroom, they are going to motivate students to want to be in that school and in that classroom. So when we presented to principals in the fall, we challenged them to look at these 12 and think of 1 or 2 that you would like to ratchet up your efforts to do, and then monitor your progress to that. So those are the wide-ranging efforts that we're doing to try to address chronic absenteeism, and the work will continue. So I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Hewlett to discuss our long-term EML students.
Thank you, Mr. Neff, Director of Pupil Personnel Services and Attendance. Yes? Yes. Okay. Got it. Next slide, please. Long-term EMLs was not addressed in the Cal report. And that is because if you remember the pathway that I showed you where students were on a particular path, then they became long-term EML. Well, we have to remember there was a pandemic year where students did not take the assessment. And if we think about our shortest path, which was our level 4s, after 4 years, then you become a long-term EML. We did not have enough data. Cal did not have enough data to be able to say, yes, this is an EML who's long-term. But we do now. And so we don't need to wait for an audit or a report to say that this is something that is important and urgent that we need to address. And so 17% of our EMLs this school year are now long-term EMLs. About 40% of the long-term EMLs are chronically absent. Those are some data that we've uncovered as we are looking at who our students are and looking at the complexities. And so as a result of that, we definitely need to start to work to address that. And so we're in the beginning stages where we need to work through the accountability structure where we are notifying families. Families should know and schools should know when their students are long-term EMLs. We have notified our schools through our ELD profile, but we need to work on communicating that and the status to our families and conduct a deeper study because we are now in the era of where we have enough years out to identify long-term EMLs. So as a department and as a district, we do need to study a little more about who our students are, what patterns we're seeing, what grade levels they're at. Are they duly coded? So we're going to conduct our own study, but one of the first things we need to do is make sure that our families know that their child is now considered a long-term EML. There's, you don't get put out of the program or anything like that, but it's important to know that that the student has not developed and grown in their language as the pathway said they were supposed to. And so they should know that so that we can start to provide targeted supports.
I am not clear on who these kids are. I don't know if they're in elementary school. I don't know if they're in middle school. I don't know if they're in high school. Geographically, I don't know where they are. You know.
So we're going to work to provide you with all of that information. I know you're going to ask for it.
Yes. Because for me, that's, and I appreciate your words, but for me, it's what is the action, right? Like, if we know, and I guess I'm going to use the MET kids, right? We know exactly how many they are. We know where they are. There's what, you just said 900 of them altogether, like 50 in elementary.
Close to 500.
Close to 500 altogether. So we know where these kids are, and we know exactly then how many kids we have in METs in high school, for example, right?
Yes.
So for me, it would be, I would like to know their graduation rate of the kids who are in high school, right? How many actually get to graduate? But for the EML kids, I would like to know also the truancy levels at each level. Elementary, right? What is the truancy level for kids who are EML? And then you add the dual, right? Then you add the EML with a special education, right? That's another factor, right?
Yes.
So then you have different data. And then you have middle school, and then you have high school. And then for me, it would be how many of those kids actually get to graduate in those different groups. The kids who are special, some of them with special education don't actually get a diploma, but they get a certificate, versus the kid who actually graduates versus, so I need more.
You need and you want more, and we're going to give you what you need and you want. Promise. What I hear you asking for is historically how our EMLs have done through graduation.
Yes.
And I hear you also asking for a breakdown for our chronic absenteeism by level Yes, by school level.
Yes.
By school level, by school. It's going to be a massive spreadsheet, but you got it.
That goes to Dr. McKnight's point, right? That we want to be, and to Lynn's point, right? That we want to be very deliberate with the funding we have, right? And very strategic of how we're going to be helping the students. And to Dr. McKnight's point the other day of being deliberate of where we're going to be able to target some of these groups to be able to elevate them. Because if we elevate them, we elevate everybody. So it just kind of makes sense.
You are speaking my language.
Oh, thanks.
Yes. So, yes, we know internally who our long-term EMLs are, and our schools know who they are. So again, we'll just make sure we get you the data. Broken down by level, broken down by services as well.
So I just want to thank you, Ms. Rivera-Oven, because I think as we have these conversations and make the connections, they become really important. I know that Office of Shared Accountability is not here, but I did want to say that is some deep suppression of data there. If you get down to the school level and the level, right. I'm afraid that that could become too identified.
Yes.
So let's just, so I don't want to make a commitment that we actually can't fulfill. So I want to say that we'll work with you, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Yeah, the best that we can give you.
Yes.
Without suppressing, we actually can give that to you. Not only will we give it to you, but to your point, that's what we want to be looking at. That guides exactly how we differentiate services for our different schools. So thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. So our major area of work for major area 3 is around professional learning. And so throughout the Cal report, in just about every priority, they talked about the need for professional learning. Our ELD teachers get a lot of professional learning. Our content teach around EMLs and strategies and best practices and instruction. Our content teachers do not get that designated professional learning. Our curriculum teams incorporate and embed some learning as best as possible, but Cal did point out that professional learning needs to happen to a variety of stakeholders, and it's important to understand that our EMLs are not a monolith. So it's not like this one thing works for everyone. So it's really around learning various ways to provide language development and making sure that we provide targeted instruction for the students who are in front of us when we have them. So our approaches must be varied and responsive. We do want to highlight that we have started this work. This past summer, our department trained over 2,000 teachers and administrators. So every elementary instructional leadership team participated in a professional learning opportunity. So that's 137 elementary schools with their administrators. And then the administrators had a separate professional learning opportunity where they engaged in learning around best ways to support EMLs in the classroom and build their language. So giving them professional learning around the WIDA framework, around strategies for instruction, the importance of oral language proficiency, all of that happened for our elementary schools. Our goal is to be able to do something similar this summer for our middle and our high schools as well. So we are also engaged in some central office learning. So as the teams who go out and provide professional learning to our schools, we need to build our capacity as a central office. So some of our central office colleagues are engaged in a professional learning series around emergent multilingual learners and what they need to do to incorporate those language development structures in and through the content. We also have designated professional learning for two-way immersion. We train the dual language coaches. We have a professional learning community for the 6 reading specialists. We work with our math team to provide learning for math representatives sometimes who are the dual language coaches. So we are partnering with our curriculum teams to be able to tailor the needs to our two-way immersion schools as well. And from kindergarten through grade 12, all ELD teachers engage in learning. We have a first-year cohort and a second-year cohort at the elementary level. So this work that our ELD teachers do is very technical and adaptive, and we have to teach them how to do the job right. So the first and second year teachers have a cohort at the elementary level. We have first year learning at the secondary level, and we are providing professional learning to all ELD teachers K through 12. At the district level, we have our district-wide leader learning that is supported by our team that works on professional learning, and they are intentional with the small team that develops the professional learning to ensure that ELD, English Language Development, and best practices are incorporated for our leaders. So our administrators, our staff development teachers, they're experiencing learning around what it means to provide professional learning to provide adequate and intentional supports to our EMLs. And again, we had our summer professional learning. When we go to the WIDA conference, we sometimes take members from other teams with us as well. So there's a lot of professional learning that's happening, and there's a lot more to be had. And it's just a commitment that we are going to move forward, and is supported by the Cal report. Next slide, please. And so our last major area of work is around focus on Tier 1 instruction. And so it's at this point I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Greg Mullenholz, who's also going to introduce himself.
I was hoping you would introduce me.
You do it.
Good afternoon, good evening, President Silvestre, members of the board, Dr. McKnight. Thank you for having me here today to talk a little about what this work looks like in the schoolhouse. Ms. Rivera-Oven, I'll start by saying that your comment about if we elevate them, we elevate everyone is exactly the focus of our office and our work across the system. We are responsible as principal supervisors, so I should share that I'm the director of one of the directors in the Office of School Support and Wellbeing. I supervise the Kennedy High School cluster, the Magruder High School cluster, as well as Rock Terrace School and Carl Sandburg Learning Center. So we have a wide variety of schools. I've heard time and again through this presentation, our students are not a monolith, our schools are not a monolith, and we are tailoring that support in a differentiated manner to all of our schools. And so when we think about our work as an office, some of the work that we did over the summer through the professional learning, which I will say received a tremendous amount of positive feedback from those who participated, was really about elevating content and language and not divorcing the two. And so our teachers worked with their administrators, their teams, to develop the capacity to work more collaboratively in a co-teaching setting while supporting our emerging multilingual students through their language acquisition in the classroom, rather than seeing emerging multilingual services as a set aside, right? So recognizing the complexity of the access assessment, we recognize that there's an important body of work that has to be done to ensure that our students have access to content, grade level standards, so that they graduate. We can keep them on track to do so. So as MCPS has reimagined the school improvement process as a result of the anti-racist audit, many of our structures, especially the ones within my office, have been aligned to that exact idea, that we have to think and act differently about the way that we ensure high quality first instruction in all of our classrooms across the district. We've leveraged professional learning, as Ms. Hewlett talked about, from the summer through the school year. And our role as principal supervisors is very much to ensure that we're holding schools and ourselves accountable for making sure that that learning is implemented in a highly effective way and it's having a direct impact on students in the classroom. And so we've talked a lot about the anti-racist audit over the years, and we're seeing a lot of action being taken as a result of it. Our equitable teaching and learning framework, which is a great document that outlines what it looks like in a classroom if we're to say we're teaching in an anti-racist way, in a culturally responsive way, outlines these essential habits for our school teams that include being in classrooms regularly, providing written feedback to teachers on their implementation of the summer professional learning or other work that they're doing under their SIP, as well as ensuring that we're providing that professional learning to our principals and to the offices across MCPS. That framework also outlines that we have to, where content and language leaders may have been separate in the past, we bring them into the same spaces. They are responsible for the same work. It's the same students that come into the building each and every day. And so some of the hallmarks that we see are when we walk into schools like Kent Mill, Belpre, Arcola, some of the ones that I supervise, it's often difficult for us to tell who the English language development teacher is and who the classroom teacher is. And that's a positive sign of our work, and we're moving in the right direction there. So I talked a little bit about the equitable teaching and learning framework. I'll talk a little bit about what it looks like in the schoolhouse with a couple of examples. I do want to say that these are examples from my supervisory capacity, the schools that I support and that I supervise. Dr. McKnight, I know you got to spend some time at Belpre.
Waiting for you to bring that.
There you go. It is an amazing place. Dara Brooks and her team have done incredible work to meet the needs. There are 42% emerging multilinguals at Belpre. They've created and rolled out a series of data monitoring meetings individualized to teachers focused on emerging multilinguals and their progress. So it's not about let's look at the spreadsheets on the screen and then go back to our rooms, but it's really about how am I changing my instructional practice as an adult? How do I tie it to the learning that we've been doing with our staff across the system? They've used that and that data focus to really drive what they're calling an accelerated instruction for all model, recognizing that we eliminate bias by saying that an emerging multilingual needs a lot of remediation. And so they're using the data to say we can actually accelerate their learning, which puts them even closer to graduation as they go from there to Strathmore. Strathmore Elementary picks up in very much the same vein. Their core team deploys daily into classrooms, focusing on the work that's being done to support our emerging multilinguals. They provide written feedback to teachers. They process it through a coaching lens, where they meet with teachers individually and have targeted conversations, again, to make sure that we're not just saying the same thing to all teachers, but really meeting the needs of our individual teachers to help them meet the needs of their students. We talked about the need under the anti-racist audit to increase our family engagement work as well. Simply changing adult practices it's one component of it. Mr. Neff mentioned the work around chronic absenteeism in very much the same vein. We've got to build those relationships. And so Dr. McKnight gave our schools the charge early on in the year to say we have to be innovative and we have to break down some of those barriers to our families that are engaging with the school, changing the paradigm from they have to engage with us to we need to engage with them. That's right. And so you see Flower Hill Elementary, instead of having the typical stand and deliver, here's what the curriculum looks like for your child in first grade, they actually had community circles. They provided interpretation services based upon the language needs of their community. They engaged parents in building that relationship. And it was powerful to see parents actually who live in the same neighborhood introducing themselves for the first, sometimes the very first time to some of the other parents in the classroom. So really fostering that sense of community. And we saw very much the same thing at Kennedy High School not too long ago. Miss Adamson and her team have developed what they call Cavalier Cafe. It's a meeting structure where there's a town hall style event with the principal. There are community partners that engage with the parents that come to provide resources and support. There's a meal. The entire thing is conducted in Spanish. So it decentralizes our the status quo in our school system to make sure that we're better meeting the needs of the parents, the families. So this is a series of meetings that have gone on through the course of the year, and they're growing in size. Last time we had more than 100 families, close to 200 people attend. So we're really appreciative of the work. We also recognize that there are positive things happening. It is not perfect, right? We continue to grow. We continue to hone our approach. Our office has developed a standard supervision protocol that focuses on emerging multilinguals. It focuses on chronic absenteeism. And overall, it focuses on ensuring that we have high quality first instruction in all of our classrooms. And again, to Mr. Rivera-Oven's point, because if we elevate them, we elevate everyone. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Ms. Hewlett.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And so those were the schools that were highlighted just now.
Oh, I forgot next slide.
Yeah, next slide. Next slide, please. So our department has developed some long and short-term goals. It's they're displayed on the screen. I'm not going to read them all to you, but with our 4 major areas of work, we know we have some actions we have to take, and we have some other actions that we have to take because the work isn't summed up in those 4 actions. It's just for major areas of work. It's just the ones that we are attacking with fierceness. But we do have some short and long-term goals. And I'll give you an example of taking one of those actions from beginning to end. So if we look at the first action, examine the way in which the home language data is populated into the central data systems. This seems like, oh, yeah, sure. Why? What's the importance? Well, again, when a student enrolls into our school, they complete the new student information form. There are 3 home language survey questions embedded on that form. That data populates into our database, but right now, currently, those fields are not locked. So if a family comes in and says, oh, I made a mistake, after we've already screened the student and they are eligible for services, oh, I want to make a change. And or if we have schools recommending to families, your child should be in ELD, but that's really not how it works. There is actually a process. We need to be able to ensure that the data that we are collecting is solid and it is secure. So we are working with our Office of Technology Innovation to ensure that that accountability structure is sound. And so in around March, we are going to be able to have those data fields locked. So when a family completes the home language survey information the first time, that is what carries our students through. And what we have accurate data around who our EMLs are. So it seems like a very simple thing, lots of layers, but really impacts our accountability. Making sure we are providing services to the students who need English language development services. And of course, we have a fail-safe in place that if something is keyed wrong, we have a mechanism to be able to correct it. But we just don't want any, like for example, registrars to just be able to change it. 2 years down the road, the student's been receiving ELD services and I change my mind, or 2 years into the school, 2 years into being schooled, we say, oh no, actually now I do want ELD services. We do have federal guidelines we need to follow. So that's just an example of taking an action through the process, but how each one of these actions helps to ensure that our ELD program is solid and secure and doing what we need to do for our teachers. Next slide, please. So our key takeaways. So I started with the student, Sam Ross. I think she's back. Hey, Sam. Sam talked, she gave her board testimony, and then Ms. Mansal, the sophomore at Richard Montgomery, she talked about how, as a student coming from another country, her unpleasant experience that affected her mental health and her academic success. And so that is very important. It's one of our key takeaways from today. Belonging is critical. So we know that our EMLs are working hard. We want to celebrate them. They're learning language and content. And that is a heavy cognitive load that our students are undergoing. So our EMLs are working hard. We need to provide guidance around students receiving special education services who are who end up becoming duly coded. And belonging is paramount for our EMLs. It helps with our absenteeism. It helps with their mental health. It helps with their academics. So we have to ensure that schools are a welcoming place and they are providing the supports that our EMLs need. Our fourth takeaway is that professional learning for all staff is critical in order to shift the mindset and practices that we employ. And lastly, accountability in schools to implement learning and guidance is a must. # shared responsibility. So I know you asked questions, next slide. But we are now at the discussions part of the presentation.
I'm sure you've answered all the questions.
You're welcome. So if you have any questions.
Ms. Yang.
Yeah, so thank you for this detailed presentation. And I just want to say how grateful I am to our staff and our leadership for working with our students. You know, in the buildings, I have seen our ELD teachers not only provide instruction, but provide the care that help our students solve a lot of logistic issues that are barriers, you know, for them to get a successful education. So I have seen them helping students find, you know, like and PPW and everyone working on housing, meals, and all that issues, right? So truly, truly grateful. And I am looking at the chronic absentee slides 13 and 14, and it has been identified as one of the big issues that's preventing or holding our students back in being successful in our schools. So on slide 13, so there is saying that partner with the Office of Wellbeing, Learning, and Achievement to differentiate resources and accountability structure. So can you share with me one impactful action of this partnering with that really have raised the capacity of our school-based leadership and teachers?
Sure. So one of the ones that I would highlight is we have, as I mentioned in my presentation, we are sharing data regularly with the schools. We have provided a strategy, or I guess a process by which they can look at their students who are on the cusp of chronic absenteeism. So I think today is like the 77th, 78th day of school. So if you have anywhere, from 7 to 8, 6.5, 8 absences, you are either just below or just above being chronically absent. And so we've been able to provide that data to them and suggested strategies, and they've sort of taken them and run with them, of ways that they can provide outreach to students and families who are on the cusp. And we take it a little further. So if you are a student who has, let's say, 8 absences as of today, but 5 or 6 of those were in September or October, you're trending in the right direction. We're probably just going to monitor you. But if you have 8 absences and 6 of those absences are from December and January, something is going on. And so we're encouraging schools to do positive outreach and then to ask, what is going on and is there any support needed? So we're constantly trying to help schools support those, because sometimes we spend an enormous percentage of our time on those students with a significant number of absences. And I would never suggest that we forget about those, but I would argue that we also need to be focusing on those students who are hovering. And if I could just squeeze in one more strategy, we're also partnering with Everett Davis's office to do some parent information and empowerment for the parents of our youngest newcomer students, like our 5 and 6-year-olds, because when we're meeting with parent community coordinators and PPWs, we're hearing that the parents just need to know what the expectations are for kindergarten and first, it's raining or it is a half day or like everyday school attendance, because a lot of them, their experience may have been different in their country. So those are a couple of examples.
Thank you. And I think you share about the parent piece. It's important. School cannot do attendance alone. And I also think in our school buildings, I really would like to look at, I know that we have an attendance team, intervention team, but those are the administrators, counselors, or PPW, PCCs. But I would really like to see how can we explore ways to really encourage people have personal relationship actually with these students, be part of this intervention, right? Administration is a leadership, but to really engage the students, we need relationship, established already relationship. I also have a question about your slide 14. You say that addressing school and classroom culture and climate. Great. So when you address the school culture and classroom culture and climate, can you tell me how is this being inclusive in identifying the EML needs and what do we do about that? How do we do that?
One of the things that we encourage, and I'm sure Mr. Monholz does as well, is participating in walkthroughs and classroom visits, and just looking at how students are called on, how students are seated, how students, we heard from the teacher at Blair, the students are significantly interacting with each other and not just sitting and listening to the teacher. So we're looking at those things, because you mentioned the word inclusive. We know that students feel more inclusive and engaged when they are participants in their learning, active participants and not sort of recipients. So we're as part of our teacher evaluation process, as part of our school-wide analysis, we're just looking at how are our spaces encouraging the sense of, you mentioned sense of belonging, and Mr. Mullenholz did, that students feel like they see themselves and they belong in that classroom and in that school. And we know at the secondary level, if students are choosing, I am going to go to this class, I will sometimes go to that class, there are reasons behind that, and a lot of it has to do with how much they feel welcomed and they belong in that classroom.
I think the reason I asked that question, I thank you for your answer, is I wonder if we know what will make for this group of students feel included, and do we know the specific they are looking for, right? I think each different group, to make them feel engaged, welcome, and safe at school, they might have something different need that we need to meet. So I think the word creative or intentionality need to be there when we say, safe culture and climate, or welcome. But what does that mean for EML students, right? What does that mean for special ed students? I think that's something I'm looking for. And then slide 16, if we take a look at slide 16, I think this is, speaking English as a second language myself, I can just imagine if I'm stuck with my language capacity for a long time, how difficult that can be. So I'm wondering, chronic absentee is mentioned, but so what have we identified as the barrier for that cause their chronic absentee? Are we working on specific actions, to address that, just particular for this 17% of the EML students?
So on this slide, it's addressing the long-term EMLs, but we know that about 40% of those long-term EMLs are chronically absent. It is important to know who those students are, know how long they've been in program, because some students may have just become long-term EMLs. Find out if they're duly coded, what grade levels, and so that's why we need to do deeper study, because we are now taking a look at these students, because we now have that marker to maintain and to take a look at.
So I know the school system, Dr. McKnight just walked away, is really realizing, the work there is for our ELD students, and just in the past few months, we have this topic in different aspect multiple times. So I thank you for your work, and I hope that we will be more specific and intentional, that we'll start seeing the trend going the other way.
Thank you.
Mr. Veraden?
I just wanted to say a couple of things with the well-being of EML students. EML students come with a lot of complex emotional and mental health issues, especially the newcomers who have interrupted education. And I know sometimes when they actually get into a program, into a VETS program, and they complete the program and move on to other levels, they have to move from their school. And to me, because I have seen it, that is something that we need to look at as a system, whether it's in their best interest in the mental health of that young person, because they already came with so much trauma, and they're finally putting roots down. They're making friends, and then we take them away from that, support system that they have, or that familiarity, and then we put them in another school to kind of start over again to make those transitions. So that's one. And the other is, I'm still very concerned about the overrepresentation of special education and EML students. And not so much with the kids that are getting, but with the parents that are not getting the support. I know that we have in the organization that I run, we have a few families who the parents don't know how to interact with their kids at home, like the tools they should be using, especially with kids with autism. This is something totally new to them, and they are very lost. So I wonder, when we're talking about that parent engagement, what are we doing as a system to support those parents that are truly struggling to deal with a situation that is very foreign to them, and whether we have any support systems that that we have for those parents regionally, or and whether we need to support budgetarily any positions in the special education department to be able to support some of these parents that are, by looking at the numbers, one of the areas of growth.
Good evening. Your question is timely. Yesterday, I had a meeting with an autism advocacy group, and please forgive me, it's 6:05, so I cannot remember the name of the group right now. But we're forging a new relationship. They were not previously in Montgomery County, but we just talked about ways that we can support our students who are both EML and receive special education services. We also have a partnership with an organization called X Minds that focuses on students with autism. So we intend to pull this other group in so that we can do some collaboration with them to support families. And they really focus on our older students, whereas X Minds is more grade level. The other organization works more on the side of our students transitioning out of school. We also, in terms of positions, we continue to have one of our wonderful retirees that's working in our Parent Resource Center. She does a lot of not professional development, but parent workshops to support families, and we ensure that those are available to our students who are Spanish speaking in particular, just because we, in some respects, may not have some of the resources that we need for students that have some of the other languages, but we do try to reach out to those families.
And if you could share that with us as board members. Literally yesterday, I had a parent who has a child with autism. She's a nurse, and she said, I was born and raised here, but I don't know where to go for support for me on how to deal with my child. And so if you could share those resources with us, that would be great. But if there's any budgetary implications that we need to support your department with, I think this is the time that it needs to be said, because we know that special education is an area of growth, and we know EML is an area of growth, and now we know that both of those together is an area of growth. So if we can, again, going to Dr. McKnight's being deliberate about how we're going to tackle some of the situations. And the last thing I'm going to say is we have communities, especially in Dieppe County, where they're orphaned of some of these with EML students, where they don't have these services, that are probably some of the most needy kids that don't have that kind of support. I'm thinking specifically of the kids in EML in Clarksburg that mainly come from the Middlebrook community. That is probably, it is the poorest neighborhood in Montgomery County. And that wellness piece that is missing is so critical. And I would like this team to please look into it to see how we can give that support, especially when it comes to wellness and mental health to those families. Because they should be at the Wellbeing Center at Seneca Valley, but because of redistricting, they were sent to Clarksburg, and the lack of advocacy from that community as well. And they were promised that they were be giving wellness services, but that has not been the case. But it is a great need in that community to be able to receive that. So I will leave that to you guys, but thank you. It was a great presentation. This is, I get so excited, so thank you.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, I will try to be very succinct. We are way over time, and there are a lot of hardworking staff in this room that want to go home. But I do want to just say how grateful I am to see the way we are moving this work, because it has taken a very long time to get MCPS to let go of the failed ways that we were serving our emergent multilingual learners. Very long time. And so everything I see here, I'm just very grateful for the way we're evolving our practices into best practices. But I did want to have a question about how to understand placement. And if I come through Rocking Course and I am 9 years old and I have significant limited or interrupted education, 9 years old, that's about a fourth grader. So I come through, I get assessed, I go to my home school. Here I am, a 9-year-old, about a fourth grade level, with almost no prior education. What grade am I enrolled in?
Do you want me to take it? You're in fourth grade?
I'm 9, but I've had almost no prior education.
So 9 is fourth grade.
Go to fourth grade.
So you go to fourth grade.
So you go to fourth grade, even though you are basically not even a kindergartner.
Yes.
And how does that work for me as a fourth grader when I am 5 years behind?
So here's what I'll say.
Yeah, and the teacher.
Here's what I'll say. Think about that fourth grader being put into second grade. Research shows the older you are and you are not with your socially aged peers and academic and language is not built, the sooner you drop out of school. So it's not, we have to ensure that we are meeting the needs of the students and not the students meeting the needs of the district. We have to meet the students' needs in fourth grade. And so that's why we have those life coaches. That's why we have everyone wrapping services around, and we're building capacity of teachers in the schools. We have reading specialists in the schools who know how to build language in terms of the reading goals. Now, will the student go to fifth grade and be on grade level? No. However, I caution us to be very careful that if this student was not student identified as an EML and they were below grade level, we would not be having conversations about these students in the same way. So we don't want to make language be the reason why we don't provide grade level instruction, and you are adding the layer of SLIFE. So we know that. I know you're adding the layer of SLIFE, and that layer is very critical, and we do have to pay attention to it. But we want to make sure that the teachers and the schools meet the needs of the kids at the grade level that they're supposed to be at, because the gap will only widen. And as they get older, we have had some instances where we have students who are so I went to a school to address a case where there was a 14-year-old in 6th grade. So that presents a lot of other challenges. And so we have to, at some point, interrupt that and make sure we're providing all the supports that we can at the grade level. It doesn't mean that we're not building foundational skills and reaching back. That's exactly what we have to do. But we don't want to place the students further behind by trying to interrupt another practice. So as we think about our anti-racist, anti-bias, language development practices, you know, we're working on policy. We're going to bring that to you all soon. That is going to incorporate that. But we do have a memo we send out yearly to our schools around placement, because the research really does not support placing students further back, because the dropout rates increase for a lot of those students.
Interesting, because it seems interesting to say if we can take a 9-year-old who's never had any prior education, and they also have the dual challenge of being a very new English language learner, and we can move them through the system. So you're saying this kid's going to graduate on time?
So I'm not making any claims about graduation rates and the kid graduating on time.
Okay.
But their chances of catching up are better being placed in their grade level and providing the intentional, adequate supports than if we put them in a lower grade or retain them multiple times. The mental health we're talking about, the social aspects of it, those start to take precedence over the learning, and we see those students drop out of school faster. So their outcomes of staying in school and getting education and becoming career and college ready are far greater if we put them in their grade level and provide them with as much instruction and acceleration, because at that point their learning needs to be accelerated, reaching back and providing those supports, as well as giving them access to grade level content.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rivera.
Very quickly, this is why I asked for the high school graduation rate. But when Dr. McKnight spoke earlier, there's the other side of the coin. When you put kids with interrupted education, like for example at Blair High School, where there's some of the classes they're honors, right, and they don't have any of the context prior to that, and you're trying to jam 10 years of education into that's the other side of the coin. So that's why I wanted to know the dropout rate as well for those kids, right, when they actually start medicine, how many of those kids in high school, when they start that, they actually get to graduate or get a certificate. So for me, that would be very telling, because it's not a large number, but it would be, what is it then? Because these are sometimes state mandated, right? There's something that we have no control on. So maybe this is something then that, you know, we're not just seeing, but other bodies like these are seeing around the state, and something that we need to advocate with the state to be able to do what is in the best interest of those specific students, and not expect that, right, they're going to be able to do the same as their peers when we know they're not. So in a sense, it's like setting them up for failure because there's nothing we can offer them, right? And yeah, the expectation and that kind of is huge.
Correct. So. And just so you all are aware, the state the state is just beginning to define SLIFE. So MCPS has been identifying SLIFE and providing those services, and in the Maryland work group, that is now an initiative. So a lot of people come to us to find out what we're doing for our SLIFE, and the state has worked with us around that, and it is now part of the Maryland Blueprint to work through guidance and what that means. So yes, it's a both and.
Yeah. I had 9 questions, but I'm gonna save those for another time. I'll ask 2. Well, 1 question, 1 comment. We need some urgency around the content, the training for our content teachers. When I joined the board 5 years ago, the first ESOL site I visited was Gaithersburg High School, and that was the issue that teachers told me. Social studies teacher has no training, no professional development in terms of how to handle this level 1 or whatever, the levels, different levels in their classroom. I know we had a pandemic. 5 years later, we're still planning, hoping to provide content training for the secondary teachers. So that needs to be really ramped up and prioritized, and needs to happen this summer, because that's a huge number of our teachers are the content teachers in secondary. That's how the model is built. And so if they don't have the professional development, then we're not going to see the gains that we want to see for their secondary students, which I think are probably some of the most needy students in our system. That's my comment. And then the Bienvenidos initiative was a huge investment by the county to support MCPS with our newcomers. So I hear that you're tracking students, but I guess my question is, what are the major indicators of success? Like how has all that effort helped student achievement for our newcomers in MCPS?
So like you mentioned, it was a huge investment that gave us a newcomer coordinator, which has been a huge upgrade for us, who can work with the community and the schools to provide services and connect families and schools to resources. We received SLIFE coach positions, which I know has come in very handy to support our SLIFE students in the elementary. And we received several ETC or EML therapeutic counseling positions. We have a team of almost 30 ETC professionals who support our EMLs with their mental health. And they're bilingual, bicultural, even more than 2 languages, 2 cultures, and they support our EMLs as they come in. They're meeting with them at enrollment at the Welcome Center at Rocking Horse to start speaking with them and trying to identify if there are any, if there's any trauma, if there's any acculturation, reunification issues that need to be identified right away, so that we're automatically connecting with counselors at schools and letting them know, here's a student coming to you with severe trauma, some of the concerns that were raised at intake, so that the counselors can step in right away to support students. But the newcomer initiative continues to be strong, and our collaboration with DHHS and the community really coming in to support our schools and our students.
So what are you tracking to measure success? How do you know all this is being
So we're tracking the intakes that we do when they first enroll. We are working very closely with counselors and making sure that ETCs continue to work with those students in classrooms. We're looking at how that's affecting engagement, how that's affecting attendance, and making sure that the teachers are also working closely with the ETCs to create climate, to create better relationships with the students and supporting their mental health. We're also tracking families. We work very closely with organizations like CASA, where navigators are tracking families after enrollment to make sure that they have their needs met, whether it's housing or job location or food or if they need legal services. So we're tracking those families and following up with them to see if they're having their needs met.
So a lot of effort tracking.
Yes.
Not so much outcome tracking.
Well, we are tracking the families that are being employed, families who are able to receive housing, receive food. Housing is a huge problem in the county, so that one's a little bit more difficult. But food and clothing, and whether they're getting connected with organizations like the Gilchrist Center to receive legal services. Because we are seeing that families who receive legal representation are able to avoid deportation and other legal repercussions.
I'd like to see more outcomes around
Sure.
Things that are going to support student achievement, like outcomes around attendance. How can all of these services support getting kids to school, and engagement? Are they still here 2 years after they enrolled? Because I think that the data used to be that if you came as a ninth grader, one of every 2 students dropped out. So I would hope that with all this investment and engagement, that those numbers have increased significantly, but I don't know if we're tracking that at all.
Yes, yeah, and at the secondary level, you bring up an excellent point. Some of the upgrades that we've made at the International Admissions Office over the last couple of years is proper grade placement, and Ms. Hewlett referred to that memo that's coming out, but properly placing students in the right grade, making sure that we're creating accurate and complete credit evaluations, that we're honoring all the courses and the credits they bring with them from their countries, making sure, following up with counselors, making sure they're scheduled correctly. Sometimes we see schools and a student is taking PE for the 3rd year in a row when they really need biology or they really need. So we're following up with schools, making sure that they're scheduled properly, making sure that they're getting graduation plans. And I have folks on my team that are going out to schools to provide this coaching and this PD. And we work very closely with the counselors and the registrars. Ms. Hewlett and I speak on a daily basis to really support the students from all different angles.
Thank you. So I think, Dr. McKnight, you have the final word.
Yes, thank you so much, President Silvestri. Thank you to the staff. I mean, I think you have touched everything that we possibly could in this presentation. It was a deep dive. I just wanted to take us back here for a moment, because literally as I was sitting here going through the presentation, I was going back in time. So we brought up 2019, 2020, which were 2 years right before the pandemic started. Pandemic started in spring of 2020. 2019, 2020, we've consistently talked about some things that we said we were bringing forward. And here we are now. I would consider this our second normal year out of the pandemic, right? Because the Omicron year was not a normal year. We can all agree, okay? So this is our second year of a normal school year. There is a connection here. We talked a lot today about preschool and how when students are exposed in preschool, that is the pivotal point for us not to have to worry about making up gaps. They get exposure to language earlier, and it just prepares them so that when they go into kindergarten, they're at that point in which we want them to be, or we're more familiar with their needs, that we're able to direct the family and work with them around what it is that they need. My first year, I remember in that budget, that would have been FY 23, 2 years ago? 22, it was in 22, but it was at 23 budget, that there was designation there for expansion of pre-K. Around the same thing. This last year, that was a big budget, right? And I remember we had a lot of conversation at the table about what are we going to do to make sure we are addressing literacy and mathematics needs. If you remember, I proposed in our budget, it was going to be the first ever two-way immersion for Chinese, and we were going to expand our two-way immersion programs. And so we were having conversation about how we were making the connection between the two. Well, here is the connection. We've talked about it today.
those students who go into those programs are exposed to the language. So it benefits those who want to be bilingual, as well as it benefits those who don't know the language and need to be around the language. We propose expansion of Spanish and the First Chinese Immersion Program last year in the budget. I wanted to make that connection because there is no disconnect between how does this support math and literacy, because the language is really rooted in those models that says for students who particularly need to have more exposure to the language, and that's built into how they learn, this is what we need to do. Tamara, if you remember, we were at Rolling Terrace, I believe, and the team was saying, and there are some things that we need to do differently in our immersion programs. And you know what? I was like, absolutely. You know why? Because all these things that we're learning now after the pandemic will help us make amendments or adjustments in those programs so that we're taking all of this into consideration. Unfortunately, last year, we were not able to implement any of those pieces, but I wanted to bring it back to how the resources become really important. And I don't think we've forgotten that these were priorities. It really has come down to a lot of the funding initiatives. You understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, here this year, we do have pre-K back on the ballot, right? And so we know the importance of that being there. I think we should continue to come back and talk about how the model of two-way immersion really works. We talked about family input and what the parents want. If I had to guess, I would imagine there is a wait list for Rolling Terrace and some of our other programs. I mean, that's what it had been in terms of parents trying to get into those programs. And so, you know, that also takes into consideration the parent interest in these programs. So I wanted to bring all of that together and then to tie the knot on looking at all the things that are needed to help these students who are learning language. And I always say this is the asset. The students who need to learn the language, if they have exposure to the language, we know that works. We also know we are living in the most diverse county, one of the most diverse counties in the nation. All of our students at some point should be leaving this district at minimal bilingual, if not trilingual. That's the community that we live in. And so if that's the goal, how are we going to get there? And then the third leg of it is exactly what you said, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Last year I had a conversation with the state superintendent. We know there has been a shift since then, and this year we actually started out a plan in the fall of how we were collecting the data of all the students who come to us in secondary and looking at the deficit that exists between them and graduation requirements, requesting that the state really look at how those requirements should not work for the same student who entered MCPS as a kindergartner for a student who in secondary. That's an issue. And so, you know, I volunteered us to tell the story of that because there needs to be an adjustment at the state that honors our students' talents that they bring. And so that's why, you know, I bring this all together because we have to constantly look at what is it that we need to expose them to that keeps them engaged and invested in having a successful future. And so that goes into these CTE programs and a number of other things that we know are important. And this is where the creativity comes into place. We're not talking about this right now, but the apprenticeships, the internships, all of those pieces become critical because we want to expose them to education in so many different ways also that keeps them engaged and keeps them working towards meeting those high school requirements until we get the state or work with the state to make the adjustments. So I share that with you because it has to be all of this happening simultaneously to address students coming into the district, being prepared, that track of pre-K, looking at the success of our programs that we already have that exposes language to students throughout the day, and then the work to work with the state on how do we make those adjustments and honor other types of experiences to make sure students are meeting high school graduation credits. That's the story of how we have to get there across the board from pre-kindergarten to graduation. The hard part for us is always the investment. You know, and so the prioritizing of all of that, I think, really becomes key for us. I'm sorry, it was just No, that was perfect. I just wanted to say one thing, and hopefully that investment won't be difficult for us to convince our funders based on our presentation, based on us doing the CAL, like having the audit done, like that really is going to be helpful to ensure that all of our schools, particularly the ones that are have the immersion program, that they're all, I don't want to say on the same level, but they're all doing the same thing, right? Because some of them have been doing this for so long that, you know, we try to give our schools autonomy, right? And doing whatever best practices they feel like is best for their schools. But in this instance, I think there should be something that we should be following to ensure that our students are all brought along. So
yes,
appreciate the presentation, all the work that's being done, the thinking to incorporate various things into our budget, and just the work overall. So I just wanted to add that. But thank you all for being here this evening.
Yeah.
So late.
Dr.
Appreciate you.
McKnight said this was a deep dive, and you know, I think that this is something that maybe we should revisit, maybe when the appropriate time is in the next cycle of the agenda setting, so that we can digest all of this information. I have to do it in one sitting. I do want to, and I can ask my 7 other questions. I do want to thank you for your work. I mean, you are all champions for all of our students, and in particular for our EML students, and you've been doing this for years. And I want to thank you for that, but we can all agree we can do better, and we will do better. So thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Yes. Info and endurance.
All right, we're almost there. Agenda item number 10, we are moving on to consent items. I asked if board members want to pull any consent items. Ms. Harris.
10.3.
10.8. 10.3, 10.8, Mr. Said.
10.7 and 10.1.
1. Ms. Yang. No, okay. All right, can I get a motion to move all in block except 10.1, 0.3, 0.7, and 0.8?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay, let's begin with 10.1, please.
Let me pull up my notes here. Okay, so for 10.1, I'd like to focus on item 9472.1 specifically. And I'm pulling that up right now. So I believe that's the two-way radios.
What is your question?
And so my question is, what will they basically be used for? Like, what are the two-way radios? I didn't get enough information.
So just to be clear, Mr. Said, you're talking about the emergency responder two-way radio?
Yes.
Amplification system?
Yeah, I have it up now, yes. That's the one.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll let Mr. Adams respond to that.
Yeah, so these are, bidirectional amplification systems. They allow our first responders to better communicate in our schools. It's become a code standard for all new buildings, but this is an initiative to go back into existing buildings and start to add those systems into it. So it's basically a boost for the emergency communication radios for our first responders when they go into schools.
So what situations are these used in?
Pretty much any time a fire event, a firefighter has to go in, police officers, if they were to need to go into a facility, they're able to communicate within, outside the facility, and this is a system that boosts the ability to communicate.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wasn't clear on exactly what that was.
Okay, 10.3?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to pull that briefly as a kind of a companion piece to the procurement item I pulled at our November 8th meeting that was for the installation of new artificial fields at Paint Branch, Wooten, and Gaithersburg. And then this gets to grass field maintenance. And this is a kind of an emerging area. We're hearing a lot of advocacy about concerns around artificial versus natural fields, and just wanting to reiterate a request that we kind of do a 2024 update on our understanding of the pros and cons of each, and not just on the money side, but also trying to get a good sense for who's on first when it comes to maintaining our grass fields, and especially how we're partnering with parks, since they have gone all in on sustainability and professional development, training, equipment, funding to do natural grass field installation in ways that make them, playable 12 months a year.
So I'll start and just talk a little bit about the overall difference between artificial and natural grass. But there is a Office of Legislative Oversight report. They were commissioned by the County Council to start and review the 2011 report that was created. So they're going to do an update. And that update is to really do an assessment of current state, right? What makes the most sense for the county? They're going to look at it from fiscal impacts. They're going to look at it from operational pieces. But one thing I'll just point out is that our artificial turf program focuses primarily on our stadium fields. So one of the things that we've talked to OLO about as they go through their report is truly differentiating between, what a park looks like and how it operates, and what our stadiums look and operate. Physical education activities, our sporting events, our practices, trying to keep kids on campus. So we're actually looking forward to that report. It's actually, I believe it's right in line with what you talked about before in terms of an update. So we are very excited about that. In terms of the maintenance, Mr. Sullivan is definitely the expert, and he is definitely on first. In terms of what's happening there. So I'll kick that one over to you if you want to speak to that.
Yes, I'd like to echo what Mr. Adams said. We're lockstep in working with OLO on this report to get all the facts and the needs out there about artificial turf and natural grass. The artificial turf fields are very important to the high school programming in particular. And as Mr. Adams mentioned, the needs between the parks fields and our high school campuses are very different. And we did highlight that when we met with them on Monday as an initial meeting. In terms of our natural grass fields, the item on the consent tonight is for the natural grass maintenance. And we have a series of vendors that our schools use, not just for the 13 stadium fields that we have, but we have our baseball fields, our softball fields, our practice fields that need to be maintained. A bulk of that $1.1 million, about $650,000 of that is for that natural grass stadium field maintenance. It's about $50,000 to maintain on an annual basis those natural grass fields in terms of the mowing, the lining, the fertilization, et cetera. They're all Bermuda grass fields. But those fields can't be used for the practices. Those are primarily our game fields. We stay off for practice. We stay off for physical education to preserve those fields for the games. Knowing that they're going to be used 5 or 6 days a week for those games in the fall and spring seasons in particular.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 10.7.
Yes, so this is all about the solar panels that I see here being installed, I think, or at multiple schools. I just wanted you to talk more about that. So first thing, I just want you to kind of explain the contract further and kind of talk about what work you're doing, because I know that this aligns with a lot of the sustainability work that students are very passionate about. As, Lynn, I definitely know you know. So I just want you to kind of expand upon that.
Sure, and this is what we're bringing tonight is just a modification of a previous contract. This is for primarily rooftop solar. What we've, the direction we've moved from a solar perspective is that we're not ready to necessarily own. At the time at these, we're not necessarily ready to own and operate solar panels, so we've worked with partners to own and operate, but we buy that power back. So you can see there's significant savings by producing energy on our own buildings. This has been the trend for probably the past 10 years, working with these third-party partners, for them to own and operate, for us to buy the power. As we move forward, we are exploring the opportunity to own and operate our own solar. But for us, this is a really important contract because it's not only rooftop solar, but there is a one ground mount in this particular contract. We're looking at Rockville High School for canopy solar in our parking lot. So this has been a really good evolution for us because we've really truly understand now what the background is in terms of how to own and operate these types of systems through these partners. So this has been a good stepping stone for us as we move into the direction of net zero for our buildings.
So are we installing solar panels at schools, or are we just wiring energy? Like, how is?
No, these are all solar panels that you will see on roofs. I mean, we already have many schools with solar panels on roofs. It's just we are signing these contracts with those providers for them to install, own, and operate on the school roofs, and for us to buy power from them.
And what's the timeline for this installation?
So this is an amendment. So we have been working through the permit process. The installation for these should be happening in the next month or two, and will continue into the summer.
Okay. And so are you expecting them to be complete by that time, or are you expecting it to take?
No, we expect these to be operating. This particular contract, we already have, I believe it's 14 sites that already have solar on roofs that are operating. We expect these to be up and operating by this summer.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, 10.8.
Yes, so we avoid a flood of calls. I just wanted to pull this so you can just explain that this is very preliminary, because I think if our families in Massachusetts see this, they're going to think that this is a final kind of approval from the board. So this is just preliminary, that we're just starting the process, talking about the whole issue with the automotive shop we're still talking to the community and looking at other avenues.
Yes, this architectural appointment for Damascus is sort of the second phase of the first. The first phase that came to you was because it's part of our major capital programs project. The architects look at it from a feasibility study. They start to look at some of the nuts and bolts around just some of site constraints, stormwater management, those sorts of things. This is to allow them to move into the next phase. The architects have actually been doing this work, and this is to enter into contract to continue. So this is not a decision-making point. This is just to allow the architectural team to continue with their work. Obviously, up through the point where we will come back to the board, present the project for your ultimate approval to allow us to move forward.
Okay.
And then just real quick, just one last thing. Mr. Sullivan, I want to congratulate you for being elected as the president of the MPSSAA. Seriously, congrats. I saw that. So I know you've been doing great work. I've seen it firsthand, and it's just great to have someone here in MCPS, be helping us on the state level.
Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate that, and very blessed to be here in Montgomery County and take some of what we're learning and doing and spreading that love statewide. So again, thank you very much.
That's right.
Very good. All right, so can we get a motion to move 10.1, 10.3, 10.7, and 10.8?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present. Okay, item 11 is for informational purposes only. Item 12, can I get a motion to move 12.1 and 12 through 12.3 in block?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay, 12.4, we had a previous new business item. Ms. Harris presented a new business item on December 5th at the board meeting. We are now presented for final consideration. If there's any questions or comments, if not, then we will take a vote. Ms. Yang.
No, that wasn't for a question.
Oh, okay. Any questions or no? Okay, so then we need a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any comments or questions? If not, all in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay, do we have any new business items today?
Yes, we do. We have, I'm proposing a new resolution to look at increasing internship opportunity for our students. I think our school system is visionary to include core skills, right, such as career development, teamwork and collaboration, professionalism, there is the graphic right there, work ethic, we're so familiar with this one, leadership, critical thinking and problem solving in our pathway to success to prepare our students to be college, career, and community ready. Okay, so the opportunities we provide are not only restricted to classroom settings or classroom instruction, but also include meaningful experiential learning, particularly in the workplace. So as a school system, I think we are all constantly looking for ways to better engage with our community at large and also to have partnerships with local businesses. Okay, this resolution is really to ask the school system to look at ways to increase the listings on our MCPS internship portal for our students, and specifically engage with the businesses during the procurement process. Now, this proposed resolution came out of our collaborative work. Dr. Pugh from the Chief of MCPS Curriculum and Instruction, and Mr. Hall right here, our Chief of MCPS Operations, provided important information and feedback. And our ongoing conversation with Dr. McKnight and all my board colleagues are actually the inspiration for this resolution. So, and last night, and I participated in the very famous and often mentioned Smart Advisory Council meeting. That had a great turnout and energy, and I conducted focus groups with the students, and they all stated, their desire for this real life working, opportunities, and by far the biggest barrier for them is how to find those opportunities. So this resolution, I'm really excited to work with everyone on this resolution. Yeah.
Any questions before we? Oh, this will sit at the table until our next board meeting, but any questions or comments right now?
Yeah, just a quick comment. First, thank you, Julie, for coming to the Small Advisory Council meeting and getting that input. I was listening to some of those focus groups, and she's exactly right. And I know it firsthand. Students want internships. They want opportunities to get on the ground and do the work. And, this aligns with, our goal of not just being, college ready, but also being career focused as well. I think that's a big part of it. And, of course, it aligns with everything. It aligns with college, community, and career readiness. But I think there's this new focus in today's world, especially to be able to work and to get jobs, right out of high school. And I think that this really aligns with that work. But it also aligns with the work of just being involved in the community. We have all these different, companies and organizations that are willing to offer support to our students. Willing to offer that, that hand of support. And we simply need to give students that opportunity. So, thank you, Julie, for getting that input. I really appreciate you going to students and hearing from them firsthand, and using that to help develop this. So that was great, and I just want to say I think this is a fantastic, resolution.
We do need a second, so that as a procedure-wise, for this to sit on the table.
Did you have your?
I just had a comment, but
yeah, sure.
I just wanted to say thank you, Board Member Yang. Mm-hmm. This resolution was done in collaboration, and it excites me. And the spirit of which you bring this to the table, I could come over and give you a hug. I'm giving out hugs today. I was talking about teacher. But if you could put that graphic back up there, I had no idea you would even bring this graphic. But it is so pivotal to this resolution for two reasons. One, it was in collaboration with Montgomery College and USG that we developed those student experiences that came from the skills that the business community said they wanted to see. So essentially, this resolution would say we're asking our business community to give us the opportunity to do that teaching within their spaces. So what a way to be able to bring all of that back full circle, since these actual experiences came from them in terms of things that they needed in the industry. The second part of why this resolution helps is the conversation we were just having. So the internships, the apprenticeships should count as learning experiences. I'm still really trying to figure out why we aren't acknowledging that in a way in 2024 that we should. And so that's the work that needs to be done with the state. So as I work with the state on how we make adjustments there, wouldn't it be powerful for us to say our community stands ready to create those experiences locally, with our businesses. So that's the second part of that. I said it was two, but it's actually third. The third component of this with the pathways is when we launched this pathway a year ago, we wanted to start out acknowledging benchmarks that we wanted students to meet academically, and then benchmarks for experiences. We're now at the point, it's interesting, I'm looking at Dr. Collins and Ms. Sharon shaking her head because we have a meeting planned this week, because one of the things I want to talk about is, now how do we make sure this pathway allows every student to see themselves in it? So we spent a lot of time today talking about our students in our ELD program. Well, when you look at that, you wonder, could that say, well, if I come secondary and I'm not close to reaching this benchmark, where does that leave me? That's the second part of what we're doing to map out this pathway document. And so it really ties in well with the experience that we need for those secondary students. So I just wanted to just bring full circle while I'm truly excited about it. And I'm going to ask that while Ms. Yang charged us to start out with getting information through the RFP process from our vendors, and that would allow us to get to know what's available out there. I'm going to ask the team to even go deeper, to not just find out how many spaces, that they would have available, but the next part is getting agreement around that partnership so that we actually know what we're able to offer beyond just what they may have available, but what we can make available for students. So I thank you for that, because I think this is a great place to start, and I'm excited about it.
Thank you. You mentioned every student being able to see themselves in this pathway, and I think that is the core of our work, right? Every child every child counts, every child succeeds. Yeah.
And just quickly, I just want to say that we already have a base of that with the Summer Rise program, that it could be expanded through the year, honestly, because we already have identified a lot of those employers that we could just actually build on that to make that experience all year round. So that way, more of our students can have that, that experience.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera, of our plan for that, and I know we're probably getting ahead of ourselves, but it's just so exciting, and we should make these connections all the time. The Summer Rise program right now is... Yes, of course, always. Yeah, this is a hugging board meeting because it's all it's coming together. But the purpose of that is to expand. Right now, the day we talked about engagement happening in the summer in a meaningful way. So we actually need to increase significantly that time that students are developing. And I talked about this last year at Summer Rise, when I said to all those, we need you and double you in this room, because we need to make sure they're engaged during the summer. And this is a connection to safety and security, right? Crime in our community, keeping students engaged academically and learning. It's all connected. So we want to keep them engaged during a time in which they are not necessarily in school in the same way. So doubling that in the summer is the effort. When we do that, then we are then prepared to expand into the school year, because then we will have enough support to actually give us that good push that we need to be able to serve the students in the way that we need to serve them during the school year. Because, during the summer, we may serve, 26,000 students, something like that, and that's what we've done in the height of our summer. But we have over 160,000 in the year, so we need a big boost to get us prepared for that. So doubling what we do in the summer will help us.
Need a second?
I'm seconding. That's what I was going to do.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present.
No.
Oh, no vote? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. Item number 13 is for informational purposes only. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. We are adjourned.